All right, so to everyone, to the few people here in Zoom so far, our speaker evidently is not available, Richard Berry. Not too surprised, as his wife has been very ill lately, and you know, it's understandable. So what we're going to do is that we're going to not have any Zoom presentation until the next one on the schedule, which is at 10:30. And let's see, 10:30 is oh yeah, the Binosoar is really cool looking binocular telescope that Bob will tell us about. So yeah, I hope this isn't a big inconvenience for anyone here online, but we're going to stop the Zoom for now and we'll start it up again in an hour. Yeah. So enjoy your next hour, and we will tune back in.
Leave it, write something down and share it, that will be back in an hour, and then just don't record it, but let the Zoom go so that people will stay on at 9:35.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay. Yeah. So I'll do that. I'm sure you all heard that. I'll screen share something that we'll say we'll be back in 1 hour. So.
Do you have a date off? I do.
If you're able to, Howard, that can, well, never mind, just do it. Never mind. Never mind.
No, your feedback is invaluable.
Well, it's just that Dale wants to show his interferometry up here. So if we could have something showing in Zoom over that, just a little bar saying you'll be back at 10:30. So
either that or you can send it around with my computer.
yeah, that might be the better thing anyway.
That might be better.
I want to see what you're doing with the hardware.
Yeah.
I've seen plenty of your software interface.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The hardware.
You know, this is really inconvenient, but
I don't sit on the table.
And it's
Even less comfortable.
It's so cool. There's a interferometry configuration that's vibrations and sensitive.
That one's not.
It's not.
No, it's not at all.
It's not.
We're not getting any vibrations in there. This is really good Lord. You might see it when that train goes by though.
Oh, okay. No, I'm sorry. Compared to a standard piezo interferometer was a Zygo. It's very vibration sensitive. If we set up a Zygo in here, you would see it just going the whole freaking time.
Oh, I
guarantee. We had one on a floating table down in Wilsonville, and the table was nice and stable, but all the acoustics and air handling in the building made it impossible to get in the grounds.
Yeah, I've had people with vats in apartment building.
Well,
make those or in houses.
Okay.
And in general, at home,
Yeah.
my house, I like to wait until Sunday morning or around midnight before the traffic. And I'm on there, it's blocks away.
So we're gonna have everybody run into place around here in a I think it's important for people to understand.
Awesome. I did consider the start party in July, but it was didn't have any kind of emotion. She was just the OTA. So, but then I good at possibly. But yeah, last night, Robert. Oh, we had like the rods. Yeah.
At home, this vibrates
That's
more than.
a great idea.
Oh, I guess I stand and go.
So that's a. One is one.
Oh, yeah, I like this. But now you're steering the wheel.
Like,
Yeah.
no, that's what I said.
Your hand in this one there.
Two ideas.
What, so like, you know, that's when
Like,
it's.
You know,
With all that
maybe.
Glass.
Made a 12 inch. At 5. And.
That's
they were right
right.
here. But they, yeah. See. I don't know if we have that. So they're growing in the air, deep finishing the air.
Yeah.
The due date, right?
Now.
So I bought.
But now,
Was
if
there-
somebody goes over there with a hot head, for example,
They,
I'll bet.
What was it?
Seems bad.
They bought. No, I bought it.
You should see it.
Very long, many.
It's a little bit too long. Well. Oh, yes, I thought about it, yeah. Hey, everybody, third, yeah. For like, bust. Better bill. That's why.
I think you have to check if there's, maybe the other.
They're like, right, so I'm using it. It's like $7. It is.
Yeah, China's been what? They don't think it's in this week. But they have it.
No, I bought it. One in eight. So out of that, some millimeters.
Did you make these mirrors?
This one I got.
Yeah.
All the songs from.
That one I got, right time, when I got the project. When came. I drove up there.
Yeah, no, we're.
Yeah, I never.
That's the problem. That was.
Anyway, so I knew so eventually, I just got this. Probably not too much. Well, I used to. Yeah, that's my first.
Outside is actually, you know, so what I wanted to do was try these are more it's only the three that you can put this down. Right. So then we get that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Right, well, they're supposed to be together. I moved this yesterday.
Try a high. So Melvin, like. Not add. One of the things I'm really well. Go in. That's it.
You know, it's like this nice forest here.
And it's one of the reasons why I wanted to.
I know there's all this presentation. It's massive of project. Well, but I was, and actually, when I found that before here, I was like, gotta get that final stuff. And once they finish, I heard from a couple, he's like, okay, just manage your bag. And then in the meantime, I found this, another Photoshop. So I bought that, I was like, oh, eventually sooner or later I'll have to stop for a final skill. But then, great. Yeah. It's just I got this great deal on this here. I have this project, so. Yeah. So, yeah, it actually gives you about a point going to meet it.
Yeah.
Which actually makes it a little bit easier to fill the binocular. Yeah.
I don't know if you have to know my way.
Yeah. There is a lot of focus.
Yeah, on the back of.
So just actually, if you tilted them, that might use
Oh, yes.
to go sideways, and then just regular star diagonal coming out, and then you have some have to have some way to adjust the spacing. So
He has a.
Yeah, I think that's like rotational.
Okay, that.
Oh.
Oh, yes. Oh, cause it's rolling around.
Yeah. Every year. Before we talk about that, let's check. You know, yeah. Plus mechanics, so yeah.
Let's do a dragonfly or something.
The other thing I was worried about, but castigating like mirror flop.
Oh, yes, and where are the house from?
But you can, there's probably ways to lock it in. Got the.
Yes. Yeah, if you put a field control here.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, no.
And so I got,
Yeah, all the state.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the right size.
Yeah. Yeah, the way he worked it.
Like this.
He was making use satellites.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, Portland State University. It's one of those on their time sets.
From him.
Yeah,
Wow.
or they were.
Yeah. So. And you do that.
Yeah, yeah, these are big, so.
I used to like.
It's like. Oh, one?
Oh, okay.
One.
Yeah.
I found out.
See,
it's gonna be- Like, what?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's better than that smaller.
Yeah. So many projects in my
Exactly. And anyway, it's like, when you look out the window, pull over. Oh, that was my. Gosh, that was good. My mind wasn't. My daughter-in-law, so we was the last one she had. You know about the comment? No, what is it? That's not just. You know. I thought we had a big one. Really does you. That's a costume. I've got some sweat. Glow in the dark tape on the outside. That helps. Overseas, I didn't know about that. We do a lot of correction. What did you do? Really?
Oh, yeah.
Came over, he got out of the balls. He's not like,
Remember, your house. Work. That's like there. That's supposed to be still, that's being shaved off on the outside. That's all I said. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I've never, been excited. Just got to be. That was the first thing. This is ridiculous. I have that. From there, well, I counted on second. I guess a lot.
Now, the other thing I know is.
Everything. Then when you're down there, the average is so very. How am I gonna do that? So the focus is yeah. That's great, but I need. You know how it is, right? This is silent, right? Yeah, silent, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Trying to maintain independent pitch control. We both the other side.
Yeah.
But I don't know from there.
Yeah, well, I fight up and down.
Maybe buy like $20,000 from him.
Here.
That is it.
In the end, there's a lot of.
A little over 10 short. So, normally if I'm the third, I have a piece of wood that goes on the other beam, lifts it up to another. And for my eyes is a little more than that because my right eye. My left eye focus, my eyes are story. So basically, I just balance it with the right shape. So I do that. For most people, that works. I always feel there are a couple people. You can go the idea. Beyond that, it's not so great. Because the mining, there's a sweet spot. They would start off like move out wide and then bring it together until you see one starts out. And if your eyes are, if your head is tilted, even observing, you find that. Or if you're off your position in the sky is way over here, if you're not on the land. But I am. Okay. So it, and over it, of course, you don't want to get off the ladder. 5 degrees if you're doing this. That's the focal point. Yeah.
Well, you do that. I know. Wishes that we would.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The condition, that's right there. And the rest of
I know. Or there's, I'm looking at this, and there's, you look at this, I looked at there's another one, right there, and it's like, I actually, the old days, yeah. I actually built a ladder. Traffic ladder. I had a seat on it. I still had a box on the table.
So it's like
But it had a table. It had a. That was not thing. But a different word there. Shafts are just. And it was the ladder. And I had a front side.
Well, you gotta get the side.
That's where my belt is on. I had framework that split.
So I've had
There was a seat, like just a fiberglass school chair. And we're great, but I was just moving it around. And I started to motorize travel, and I thought, this is right, because I'd already weighed. I had a car with that. And so to move the thing, whether you're moving the battery or moving the. And then I made my wheel. Now I have to wait. I had the wheels on front, and I thought about.
Like that other
Long tractor.
On the edge down here.
I'm really use it on work. But if I'm at home, sometimes I cheat and I get them off. That's what I Jack. These things sit almost on. Yeah, but the wheel. Actually, don't see this thing. So I just rolled the thing down into that. It's now this is like. Yeah. So maybe now I only need like. Maybe about 7 degrees.
Yeah, I can have.
Yeah,
Yeah, the only thing you want to do is tell everybody what it's not built. Why is this keep it around the five? You can still last.
Yeah. Or we can just dig a hole. Way down No, that was only that's the one. I don't know. Yeah. Taylor. So. Yeah. 4:45.
So we'll finish a little early, yeah. But we'll have, if there's enough people stick around, it's just a good thing, so.
The oversight is.
The air traffic control. Stop working, maybe I'll get right.
Yeah, sure.
Close to Vancouver.
So.
I can already do like next tomorrow.
If this were dated, when you.
Yeah.
So they didn't get their paycheck Thursday, so now they're. People were.
But it's all. Nothing's not.
Do you wanna stay in contact?
The whole thing is 280 pounds.
I can either, if something happens, I can.
Oh, he's back with
There's the bottom end of the.
Be okay. Okay. But it's worse, I can. Probably out of the bus.
Yeah, the wheels off. Now with the hole in the ground. I just rail it down. I've never used it. Hello.
But yeah, maybe we. You're leaving today?
Yes.
No, we have shoot.
Yeah, it'll go.
Oh, don't get us out.
Remind you of the old cutout.
Well, that was not that bad.
It was 6 months before.
The 6 months before Russia invaded. They Crimea. He was in 2014. I was there for 14, but
Believe it or not, we had a NATO.
Really?
Yeah. On a NATO committee, we had a meeting.
So Java sounds like it's like bad joke.
It's true, and Dave, this is one of the special forces. Canada. R&D lab of Naval Special Forces.
Were they really fancy?
They had stuff like that. They had a lot of these. They had to use the in there.
Right. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool.
It was a weird meeting.
And right after they invited.
Yeah, 6 months, a couple of months later, they made it shine. That was last. But you're from, oh, you neighbor.
We've been under the wings of Russia.
Came all the way down.
He's worried he wants to be
I'm happy to be here. I'm just hoping I can let me out.
So where's the?
I came here to watch and learn.
Came here to give you the presentation. Okay, later today. I the presentation on my interrupted by half an hour of computer problem. Today it'll be better, and today I'll give a presentation of some self that I use to store my 20 minutes.
In the ground?
No, it's above ground, but it's a hinged shelter. That's hilarious.
Well, there's Washington.
It's always outside.
Scattered all now. Like it was just flying. Yeah, it landed in front of me. There, I thought it might be Roberts.
Because before I could be dead, when it probably came out of his head.
Yeah. When you see the pictures, then there's.
I mean, I can feel it.
You protect the scope well, even though you can barely change it. I really like that.
So that is that's really all laser engraving. What you got.
It's not.
Well, I have a shed outside, I have a garage. Or in there. My wife likes it. Cold. It's nice to have a warm garage. Start with there and the freezing. And there's no room for those. And I have a garden shed. About 12 by 20. That's my bicycle. Whatever we do. So the telescope's gonna get that. Location, but I didn't want to go to observatory. They say there are 9 scales. I say there's 10. That's close, but the problem with that is power is very cheap. Electricity, we have hydroelectric and everything. Power is very cheap. And so people use it. They light up everything. Even in the summer, right? And it's funny because I have where the mayors are re-elected every 4 years and it's fall. And I have my mayor was 2 weeks ago. She was talking like the door, raising the whole for me and everything. We started talking, and our city's about 60,000. These settlers pretty close to this house. Well, it's that is still out there, that Cobra light. You know, that's a problem. The light, you know, this is an LED bright. It's bright light. Then that goes in because they're 30, 40 feet up in the air. Oh, she says they're full cutoff. So we replace all of this cut off Cobra. She was talking about it. Says, yes, but they're full cut off up there. And our houses are lower, so we get all the light so we shades at night and then another shade, and we'll try to keep everything different. Take a note of that. Try to ask Eric.
Well, so you can just go out on the road, you have a trailer for it?
No, it fits in the car. That's my presentation yesterday. There's a video actually. How I get the car. I drive about There's yeah. Sorry. No, totally. It's no longer it's maybe use my drug dealers want to in the night exchange
For the model airplane.
and the hot rod want to test their cars. Yeah, but normally at 2 in the morning they're not there. So we no, and it's white line. So there are no trees.
Oh, yeah. Sounds ideal, so long as there isn't a lot of light around the frame.
There's nothing. It's in the middle of like a state park.
You don't see the glow lights. So if you look.
Okay.
The only glow you see, because there's a road that runs through the park that takes me from the south and north and we drop 30, but there's like 500 feet of big trees. You don't see the language. There is. There's a motel about.
Are you guys eating this? I was.
But we can't see the park.
It's gonna be so close to me.
Can't like. Can't sleep there. So we'll go back to the municipality, but yes. Takes another 20 minutes to check everything.
I lived for a long time in the Boston area. So cold weather is.
Oh, right.
I started out being brave and about myself. Excuse me. The older I got, the cheap I got. And finally it was a come out.
They have these big farm tractors, they come with their big mowers. Takes about a foot of snow, they'll clean that up in 3 minutes. The only thing you have to clean is it still takes time around the house, because they don't get close to the house, because they damage it. So they'll leave maybe a 2 foot
My town fly would always put on the permit, right?
Yeah.
It was always that. It was very heavy snow.
Yeah, that's right.
That took 3 hours to clear.
But that's the thing, this service, they clean up the entrance, but they also come by, say, 4:30 in the morning. Once we open on the starter, and they clean that all the time, come back, and during the day, when everyone's off their work day, then. No, it's.
Well, you know,
very
you have to deal with it, live in the area, part of the environment.
I like it.
But around here, so 2 observations. One is that your runway situation is, not even as nice as having an enormous desert without.
I know. I've been to, the Oregon Star Park, so.
Have you?
That's whatever, 6,000-7,000 feet up there.
So it clears a bit of the atmospheric density and there's absolutely nothing. It's quite unique. And one of the few dark sky locations keeps getting improved, so. Oh, yes. I mean, you know, it'll be a slow process, but it seems. Which is bad. So this, so dark skies are important, and RCA, you remember this? Where the city was from? You know about them? Well, make a note of yourself and look up Rose City Astronomy. It's the local astronomy club. It's posted at OMSI, the science center. And it's tied closely with a number of universities along the West Coast and the rest of the world. And so they have speakers that come in and talk about. And they're world class. They're Harvard to the local people here. So that's the educational component. There's no commercial community particularly. And a lot of very citizens.
What are their,
And they're defending the dark sky.
There is a separate initiative within the RCA. They have
they do these concerts.
They have a group called,
Space that is.
which is one believes it just got have accomplished something. It's a very positive thing. It's a rare interaction at the end of the day. When if they go out and they campaign they go to the schools and teach the difference between, you know, and once you get the kids, you know, and then hopefully then that down street. So it's a very long.
A lot of them I didn't even know.
Long duration.
That's all. What's what it's called.
So the RCA, if you have a family. So if you're just curious, comparing. I think a lot of people here.
It's like lowbrow. We're gonna.
Most of them are from here.
Right.
Okay.
That. Yeah. We got really dressed up for it. Oh, wow. We did, you know, American church. Yeah. And then some people just, you know, anybody was put down the beast. Just what I should. It's all my attitude.
We just were there for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
We got out of here.
I think we need-
And we did all these.
No, I looked up there.
It's the big thing. No. We've done big Thanksgiving. Such a bad mood. Getting, even when we really have spotlight. Turkey, potatoes, not the boy. We gotta do that. We gotta do that. I'm gonna tell everybody, you know.
Did you get her or this one?
And then there's someone. On these paths, that join very yeah. Palace after palace and guide tour and you know. And all the way back to that's people do.
We like it ours.
Great.
But I know for Boston. Or you don't have to go very far.
Somewhere around that. Well, I'm gonna get everything set up for Bob's presentation.
This is the computer. I'm gonna bring up,
Try it and see if.
gonna open up your presentation here. So it'll be ready to share. See, which is it? Not that. Is this it?
Oh,
No, that's not it.
Presentation.
Yeah, your presentation.
no, I didn't, was I supposed to send it?
Oh, you haven't,
I got it.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
See if that worked.
Oh, definitely.
That was my, yeah, hopefully it works.
Yeah, that should work. This hasn't failed yet, but then again, we've had one historic failure yesterday.
Oh, here. Actually, I got a smaller one. You know what?
That's good.
Okay, that'll work. The one on is a PowerPoint. I guess that's what we want.
Okay, well, they're both PowerPoint.
One's an open office or either one. They're both the same thing. One's
Oh, okay,
saved it into
all right,
because I use open office.
okay. Open, yeah, open presentation. That's the one you want open?
Well, the PowerPoint, yeah, sure. If it'll open, I assume your Microsoft on there. So
Uh-huh,
it'll open
yeah.
it.
Let's just put it there. No,
PowerPoint.
open it up.
Hello, top of the house. This is your deck.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
There we go. Good. That's where. Cool.
Okay,
Okay, so time frame is
so 10:30
to
to 11:30. They
Okay.
have an hour, so
okay, we're gonna do a little Q and A thing.
leave at least 10 minutes for.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you end up going a little long, don't worry about it. A little shorter, don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's okay. So you know, to get the full screen, yeah, you can click this icon here, or you can click the same icon down here. Yeah, and that just. It's a full screen.
Okay, so I've got first, that's a
Ah,
first
just
slide.
joke for
Did you open the PowerPoint one or the ODF? Okay, that's, go down and keep going.
And how do you fit into the?
Oh, so it's overlapping.
Yeah, yeah. You know, that might be the,
being
that
done,
might be the-
disaster and.
try the other file.
All right.
There's two files in there. One is,
5-inch.
I saved it as PowerPoint, just hopefully for this
Jones television.
eventuality. So let's see.
Pretty high quality astrographs.
Okay, yeah, the second one is the PowerPoint.
Get
So
YouTube set.
close that one.
Yep.
Hopefully that save PowerPoint
When
one.
went around, did, helped develop the silvering process. and
Let's put that over there.
Developed a means of measuring reflectivity of silver. And I also did life testing of various protective.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Run quicker on the computer.
Dealing with.
Yeah.
Coatings over the silver?
Okay, now go to
Yeah, there's
slideshow and see how.
that actually works. It's a product made for Jones. It's called Midas.
That's better.
And it's a witch's brew of stuff.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, that's not overlapping now.
yeah.
Okay,
Much
Yeah,
better.
it puts down, from what we can tell, probably no more than.
So we're just arrowing up and down.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just whatever sticks to.
Okay.
silver, Sticks to silver, and it is an absolute chemical barrier to the.
that's my alarm.
An effective barrier against other corrosives. Well, if you, like if you get dust, and then if that dust soaks up a bunch of moisture, that can leach out, and you end up with salts and other things that attack the silver regardless. So keeping the mirror clean and dry is the next layer of protection. Challenge is a very good job of, and these little guys do a very good job of it. My little 16 over there, I gotta come up with a better mirror cover. We're learning as we go.
There's a lot of stuff in the atmosphere, which is beyond the there and both.
Well, yeah.
There we go.
I think the Midas does a really good job against the airborne chemicals.
Okay, we're gonna start on time at 10:30. Everything's looking good.
Well, I know you pushed it before, but that's all you can do. You can see.
Bob, you should just wheel that right up in front here. Proud of it.
Wow.
Lights are bright.
Yeah.
Looking down there.
Okay, yeah.
So it's all set.
Okay.
It's ready to go.
Okay.
We have, the time is 10:24. You can start when you're ready. Yeah.
Quiet.
Okay, we're getting started. Pete's everybody.
Does this mouse work too, Howard? Or just using the arrow?
The mouse is active,
Oh, okay, okay,
but yeah, like I said,
Yeah,
just
okay.
use the
Okay.
down button to.
okay. Great. Okay, are we ready to roll?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Start whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I guess this is self-explanatory. People ask me about the name, that's Ed Allen. We had kind of a contest on, I don't know if anybody follows Cloudy Nights, but the whole build of this thing is on there, all 600 and some posts or whatever, but so it was a project. But there were some suggestions, but so the Binosoar is, he had, dinosaur. So it's fitting. Everything on here is old. The mirrors are old. It's all scrapyard aluminum. The electronics are all old scale or old school. There's only one microprocessor on the whole thing. That's what runs the setting circles, little ESP32. But everything else is pretty darn old school. Okay, so.
Did it have tubes in it?
Pardon me?
Does it have tubes?
Unfortunately not, but we could have done that. That was the beginning of my electronics era. So anyway. Down arrow, Howard?
Yeah.
You sure?
Happened yesterday, try the mouse.
Okay, well, mouse works. Okay, cool. Oh,
I
mouse.
guess it's probably yesterday too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So basically I started out this thing, and I've talked to some of you guys, but I came across, I was in the middle of rebuilding my 17.5-inch Dob from the late 80s. And I was kind of pretty well into that. And then I came across the opportunity to get a red tube Coulter 17.5, which Mel will tell you that the mirror in that was crap, but have a new mirror, by the way, Mel. The right-hand mirror is.
It said Plaza.
It was. I forgot exactly what he said, but wasn't nice. Anyway, but it worked. But anyway, so I thought, well, and my only previous experience with the Binoscope was I was at Steens Mountain in the late 80s. We used to go up there and camp and fish a lot, and there was a guy there that had I want to say about a 12-inch or something like that binocular, and it's like, man, it stuck with me. It just stuck with me. It's like, of course, it's an ideal place for any telescope, but it was just, man. So basically, all I knew that and I had attempted to take telescopes up there on a trailer, and I know people that have taken trailers up there, and if you've done that road, you do not want to put a telescope on a trailer and go up that road. So, because you'll have a lot of bolts and nuts in the bottom of the trailer when you get there. So, but anyway, so it was a matter of, okay, this is pretty simple layout, but how do you put it all together so it's fairly portable? I looked at a bunch of them. The JMI was nice. I got some ideas from that. I got to get away with the vanes to the secondaries. That's a JMI thing. It works. There's no flicker of images and stuff that I heard all about, and it's not so. It works. There's a lot of nice ones out there, but they're all way more than I'm going to fit in my little car. Okay, and it's not, I mean, this guy makes some nice ones too over, I think is he in the Netherlands or Germany or somewhere, but very nice scopes. But that's an 18-inch. This is a 17.5. So it's got to fit. This here, this is what someday, man, bigger motors, maybe a stiffer frame, but that's where it's at as far as I'm concerned, to be able to, and I'm sure you guys do binoculars, but I built a reclining chair with a motorized base and everything, and just bino chair thing, and it is so nice. I've actually fallen asleep in that thing. It's just so nice, wake up and there's a new section of sky there, but that would be my wish to have. And then this would be the ultimate, of course, but there's no stinking place for eyepieces in that telescope. That's like criminal, man. I know the research telescopes, they're not visual, but there's something wrong with that you can't put eyepieces in that telescope. It's totally, man, and what's that?
Oh, I took a group of people.
You did.
Some from RCA, but I cannot think of his name. But he was asking the tour guide if he could go and look through the thing because of all of the,
Yeah.
because of this.
Yeah.
His only question, he just wanted to look through that.
Yeah. Well, could you imagine 8-meter primaries and there's no way to look through it? My gosh. Ouch. No, sad. And besides that, it wasn't as portable enough for me. So this is my first wild harebrained model. Basically I had I know basically how the mirrors all got to be laid out, but how do you hold it all together and make it portable, So I don't know if anybody noticed, but I brought that on an old Subaru Forester. It's not a big car and it all fits in there. So, but and this is not knowing at this point. I had the second mirror set and it's like, what is this going to look like? So this is just, I won't read everything. You guys can read. I hate people that read PowerPoints, but basically, can I do it with a T-beam? I was telling somebody I have a great scrapyard near me, Bircham's in Albany, and they have just gobs of aluminum, every shape and imagine every imaginable type of aluminum shape and extrusions and all that stuff. And in those days it was $1.50 a pound. So basically the structure of this thing is well under $100. The structure, okay. So yeah, it was cheap then. So now it's about $2.50 a pound. So it would have been anyway. Yeah. So my main thing was, can I make this portable, and basically with the mirrors laid out in these positions, how can I hold them all together? What's the minimum that I can hold them all together with? And I started out because I already had the first mirror I had was a truss knob, and I started out, just 2 truss knobs. That's how they do this, right? But everything was just so darn big. It just got so big. I mean, the rockers, everything. I mean, imagine Howard's scope as a binocular, it's enormous, just everything gets too darn big. So anyway, that and then I want to be able to assemble it quickly. I mean, if I'm in a hurry, I can take it down in 15 minutes, probably 20 to put it together. Because it all just pretty much toolless to put together. It's all wing nuts and stuff. So I don't know if anybody noticed, but the UTA I'm plugged in, sorry, don't do that. But focus down here a little bit. I've got some alarms that keep me from running over. So basically I'm not going to take it off the last bearing set, but see, that just comes off of these XY bearings. So it sits on a drawbar that moves it up and down. So it all goes together real quick. That whole top end just stays together in its own box. Okay, yeah, and I know the proper way to do a telescope is you design the upper end first. I didn't even know what that was going to look like when I had the rest done. I started having anyway. So the Newtonian stuff, focus, collimation, and positioning. That's the usual stuff. How am I gonna move it around the sky? How am I gonna collimate 2 of them? How am I gonna focus this thing? I didn't even know what the eyepiece section was gonna look like. But then you got the stuff on the bottom that's binoscope, unique, the IPD adjustments, the image merge. I don't have my ladder. This isn't quite so bad when I take it off the wheels, but I've got a little rack and pinion in there that gives them my centered. If you can see the eyepiece is moving, IPD. Yeah. And that goes from about 59 to about 80. millimeter IPD. So there were some people at OSP last time that had closer eyes, you know. I wish I could have gotten closer, but that's about all you can do for 2-inch eyepieces. So first thing I did was I built actually took the beam, because I didn't know that if that 4-inch aluminum beam would be, is it going to flex? I mean, there's 100 pounds on the bottom, and then I got a pedestal there, and then there's 15 pounds on top. So is that going to bend? So I actually hook, I know you can't see in the picture, but I don't have a pointer here, but I do. No, I don't. So I hooked up some dial indicators and stuff, and just hung some weight on the top and hung some weight on the bottom, and just it seemed to stay stay stiff. It didn't deflect hardly at all. So yeah, right, yeah. Okay. Well, I have another name for it, RGE, Rube Goldberg Engineering. Okay. Anyway, with that passing, I started to build this just a pedestal base. So there's a big, very heavy, like 6,000 pound Lazy Susan bearing in the bottom. Okay. And there is and then this whole pedestal sits on that. So that's your azimuth. And then for altitude, there's a pair of pillow blocks here. Okay. And so I got about almost 100 pounds here. So it tends to be tail heavy, which is what I wanted. A winch wouldn't work if it wasn't tail heavy. So, but if you have a very tail heavy telescope, it's very steady. It gets to the point where I get down low enough, and it does want to come down at about 25 degrees, which you're not there very often, but it does want to come down. So I labored for a long time figuring out counterweights, and I really didn't want to add any more weight. Well, so what I've got is a couple of bungee cords that grab that hook on here and go under the scope and attach down there on the pedestal. So that's my solution, and it works great because it's a variable counterweight. The further you stretch them, the harder they pull. So it just works.
So
great.
about the people on Zoom probably couldn't hear any of that. You might want to describe it.
Okay. So anyway, well, I've got future, I'll cover that. Is the mic here? Where are they?
Yeah. So
Okay.
here.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. So anyway, so I begin to put this T beam together. So the T is the T on a pedestal is how it works. So if you look at what's sticking up vertically here, that's the pedestal that mounts to the plates on the bottom onto the as bearing. So it's laying on its side right now. So just started kind of laying it out and did a little bit of steel bracing on the bottom because that joint had to be rock solid. So inside the aluminum is actually a block of hard oak, and it was the profile beam on the bottom that makes the horizontal beam on this thing was bolted into that, but it seemed pretty stiff, but I think we need some steel there. So I welded a brace on the bottom of that. So this is more of my testing. This is when I was first starting to play with the idea. I built this. Pardon?
Variable weight.
Yeah. So I started. I built that altitude winch hoping it would work. All of this was was hoping it would work pretty much. And the reason I got away with that is that the drum of that winch is a 5/8 bolt, coarse thread bolt, and the threads in the bolt are the level wind mechanism for the cable. So it naturally level winds. I tried it with just a flat drum like a regular winch, and of course the cable on a winch tends to pop and jump. But if the cable follows the thread, it just naturally level winds. So that worked out real well. Let's see here. This really jumps around. Okay, so that's my very, very heavy. And again, that's a scrapyard piece. I don't know what it was from. I don't know, some enormous, very heavy duty Lazy Susan bearing. Those are like 3/8 balls to give you an idea. So, oh yeah. So I took it apart, cleaned it up, added a little dust seal and polished it up a little bit, and it works. Although I'm looking at the bearing on this sweet little telescope here, and I think that's what I'm gonna do. If you guys haven't seen that, that bearing is amazing. I need to make sure I know where you got that. And this whole assembly, that's a ring gear off of a flathead Ford V8. That's something I just had around the farm. I don't know from when, but anyway, and I just stuck that there just because I had it, and on that, around that plywood disc. Turns out that that's how I'm driving the azimuth on the scope now, with a little compliant gear. But anyway, so you can see how the bearing is sandwiched in there. We got 1/4-inch steel plates, and then there's another one on the bottom, another plate that accepts the wheels. So that's the bottom plate. So that's the legs. Started out very interestingly with these. Let's see if I got a picture here. You can see how long those aluminum horizontal legs are. They were like, gosh, from the center, probably sticking out about 2 feet. And when I put this thing, when I don't have the wheels, the only reason they're still that long is just to accept the wheels to move it around. But normally, if I'm observing on the ground, I have those jack screws, and that's an 18-inch triangle. And I was wondering how far in I can go, and I even tried it in further than that, and it's still all the way down at low altitude. It still balances. I don't know why. That was not calculated. I figured, well, I'll go wide and see what I can get away with. But sitting on those 3 jack bolts at 18-inch radius, it's still very stable. There's no sense of it tipping or anything. Try pulling on it, it doesn't move. So pretty amazing. I guess I'm making the jack bolts. So this is pretty much all aluminum, and I find that aluminum works really well with my wood shop stuff. Bandsaw is just wonderful for aluminum. A table saw works good for aluminum. A lot of this stuff is cut on there. The thicker stuff, like 1 inch, cuts fine. You wax your blade with just paraffin, and you take very slow cuts, and the aluminum gets hot, and so you wear gloves, and you do not force feed it. I have somewhere, if you look at the thread on Cloudy Nights, I was cutting some 1 inch something for maybe the wiffle trees or something, I don't know. And I pushed it a little bit, and you do not cut on a table saw without a fence or a miter gauge, because when it goes sideways, anyway, that piece went over my shoulder, and it's still stuck in the wall of my shop. And there are carbide teeth in the aluminum from the saw blade. So yeah, but bandsaw is a lot more predictable. Yeah. And I use just a little 7-inch one, like from a 7-inch, a 7¼ inch saw on the table saw. Fits. They do. Do they? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I find that a regular carbide blade works good. I just use the cheap, off a skill saw, and a much smaller radius. There's much less of that. My 12-inch or 10-inch blade, there's a lot more radius to be throwing things. So basically, this is just, you guys all know what this is, but it's the one thing that's a little different on this is the triangles. So it's an 18-point cell, and the triangles are sitting on do I have it there, on a ball bearing? So right there, those triangles articulate on a ball bearing. It's just a little, like a 1/8 inch diameter bearing, and around the bearing is a ring of foam. And it was an experiment. I think you guys probably knew Mark Cowan. Some of you guys did, and we were back and forth on how can we make these things articulate simply and very, without any resistance. And the ball bearing and the foam works great. So it's like, they are a little fragile. The foam is all that holds that triangle on there. So when I transport, I always have a little piece of plywood disc that I set on there, and it holds everything down flat, because otherwise by the time I get to the top of Steens Mountain, everything's rattled apart, right? So I bolt them together pretty good. So this is just cutting. This is all table saw work, just cutting parts. Yeah, binoscopes, 2 of everything. It really gets painful when you start buying eyepieces and filters. So basically there's a stationary frame that's upside down right now, but it's a little channel. And two corners are motorized, and the third one is just you set it to position and then you just work with the other two. And the moving frame, I guess, is there in the, well, that's a good picture of it. So the silver thing on the very bottom there is that's stationary, that bolts to the plywood there, the plywood disc. Okay. It's always on there. So the plywood disc and this cell assembly is always a unit. So when I put it on there, I just set the plywood disc down on the horizontal beam of the scope. And those wiffle trees that's just a test. They're normally up at center of gravity there. So we're getting there. So now we got the concept of of a couple of discs, and you can see where the sail is going to go. At this point, I had no idea what the UTA was going to look like. I was having nightmares about it, actually. Yeah, there it is. I knew I didn't want trusses, and I just didn't know. I was thinking maybe rings, like my little model in the beginning, but yeah, so you got a lot to hang there, and you got a lot to do with it as far as it's what with a regular scope is one thing, but you've got other things going on. You got the tertiaries, and you got the IPD adjustments, and how do I focus the whole thing and all that. And so the sled thing worked out pretty good. Basically, Eric and Mel both have great Binoscope little designer programs, and Eric, I use his mostly, and I just basically got the dimensions, and basically, and then I just had to do a full scale E-size piece of paper, and just started E-size graph paper and just laying the parts out, and how do I hold it all together. Yeah, that's right. This one. PCAST. Anyway. Yeah, so basically laying the parts out, there's a horizontal and a side view, and how do I stick it all together out there? And like I was telling somebody, I started out with, okay, there's the secondary. How am I going to do that? Here's the center post. I know I got to attach to that somehow. And just drawing a line, I thought, well, why can't that line be a piece of aluminum, or two pieces or something, And I didn't, and that's the other part of, I didn't show it here, but because you got a lot of cantilevered load out there, not a lot, but enough, and it's a couple. The mirrors are over a pound, the secondaries. So you probably got 1.5 pounds hanging out there at about what, 8.5 inches. So 8 3/4. So they ended up being plenty stiff. So so this is just beginning from so this is, I forget who it was. There was on cloudy nights, there's a lot of noise there, but there are also some good people that saved my butt in several respects. If you take a look at this is the beginning of my UTA, or that carriage up there. And there's a piece of shafting going through a hole. Let's see if I've got no. Anyway, the reason that shaft is there, and at that point the sides were still solid, is those eyepieces were going to rotate so that I could be up there, and at any altitude I just bring the eyepieces, you could almost stand on the ground all the time. Pretty great idea, huh? And has anybody ever tried that? Mel, did you do the thing with your mirrors, the pieces of mirrors? It doesn't work. The images rotate opposite.
Yeah.
So yeah. And I was close. I had a lot of work into it already. I mean, I had a bearing set up where well, basically you can see I use star diagonals for tertiaries, pretty common, but they were going to rotate on this center bearing assembly, which was attached to the sides of that. There's still a little bit of a vestige. There's a little bit of a ring around there, but there were going to be bearings there that supported that for this Anyway, I probably had a month into that side road. So yeah, so this goes down in the center. Um, the push plate or the thrust plate is down in the scope. The mirror's up, or the motor's up higher, and this is the drawbar you see that actually moves the carriage up and down, sticks out the sides. So yeah, that's looking down in there. This is my IPD adjustment. It's I'm pretty much happy to say that's the only plastic in this whole telescope is this little rack and pinion gear. Okay. It's I think it's a rack and pinion out of a flatbed scanner or something. I don't remember. It's something I had laying around. Anyway, it works. Um, crude, but it does work. I just wish I could have got a little closer. This is my only glass work I've ever done, and the only glass work I'll ever do. No. Okay. Is trimming the mirrors so I could cut the star diagonals. So I lost without doing that. My minimum IPD would have been, I'm at 65, and I don't think I was just barely making that. And I thought, well, other people have got to be able to see it. Occasionally I'll do star parties at our local country school. I'll haul the telescopes up there and the kids come out. They're great. Just to have, it goes kindergarten to 8th grade, and they love it. Kids are great when you get into this stuff. So, okay. And then, let's see. There's some, this is all 3D printer stuff, the linear bearings and all that. So the star diagonals carry on a shaft with the linear bearings, and just left and right, a rack and pinion. That's pretty much the whole thing. As far as the upper assembly, ready to poke in there. And then this was making these. Has anybody tried bending tempered aluminum like 61 T6 or something? It cracks at about 45 degrees. But if you keep detempering it and you keep heating it, so the way I got that, whatever that bend is, it's it's almost about 300 degrees or more, 340. The way I did that was and the further I went with the bend, the more it broke, and I only had enough to make 3 of these vanes for the secondaries. And I'm not finding any more at Bircham's. That's what I had, a torch didn't really work because I couldn't get it. So what I ended up doing was a piece of copper tubing, like 3/4 inch copper tubing. And I had my propane torch blowing up through the copper tubing. And of course, copper gives away heat. I mean, you touch it, you burn yourself right when it's hot. And I had that set in a vise with the propane torch blowing in there. And I just very slowly just kept, let the aluminum re-anneal itself at every little few degrees. And I bent it around that hot piece of copper tubing. Worked great. So
Wow.
yeah. So if you're ever bending any, it works great, but you got to constantly anneal it. It's
So the torch was not able to apply heat directly.
very
to the
uneven,
aluminum?
very uneven. And I couldn't get it even because you can see it's like 2 inches wide,
Yeah.
and they're only like 1/10 of an inch thick, but still it's the width, and I couldn't get it. And plus I've got 2 hands trying to bend this evenly, and I keep bending it and put it back on the paper because the paper is my template, right? The full scale drawing. So yeah. So anyway, it was, anyway, then when I got that done, then I was able to build that, cut that block, the solid aluminum block in the middle with the hole for the secondary holders. So yeah. That's kind of a side view of pretty much the whole thing. It just, like I showed you, it just sits down on there. The motor and all that stays in place inside there. The drawbar sticks out through you can see above the box there, that little drawbar end sticks out. So it just slides down on a pair of, actually there are 8 little XY bearings. I don't know what I got them. I've had them for years. I got a bunch of them in my shop. So it rides up and down on it. And the tracks are sections of hacksaw blade because the aluminum was too soft for and too rough for the bearings. So I just screwed on little sections of hacksaw blade, been there forever. So let's see, what do we got here? Okay, yeah. So, and then fitting it together was just a matter of putting the tracks on there and then adjusting the bearings. It was kind of laborious. They're mounted in slots in that framework of the carriage. So I was able to finally get them to where it was all centered, locked them down, and they've been there ever since. So, meanwhile, more and more wires are appearing in this tube. So every time I thought, oh no, I got to do that and I got to do that. So I had to give some credit to Ed Allen. This thing is amazing. Anybody that hasn't tried this CVS thing, it's pretty darn cool. And I've proved it to myself. And of course, these are thick mirrors, so they take a lot of cooling. But it's so complete. You have your mirror cooling. I know you thin mirror guys don't care, do you? But you got your cooling. You got absolutely everything's eliminated. I observed in places where it's dusty and it's in my shop all the time. There's always bugs or there's mice. It has to be enclosed. I just have to enclose it, and it just works really well, really well. And then the boundary layer, the whole thing, it's all so if maybe later we could do a little demo. I can turn a fan on. I actually got a little one of these. So basically building that was kind of fun. I'm back in my woodworking mode now. That's a little more fun, but just a ring on the cell. I actually built myself a variable radius. I have an overarm router, so I built a variable radius jig for that. So now I've already made my wife a couple of these oval picture frames with all the nice, routing shapes in there and stuff, and pretty cool. So I just cut a bunch of sections, glued it on there, and you end up with a cover that looks like that. So basically it's a kind of a little volute, I guess. The air comes in the bottom, and the idea is that you have a 1/4-inch gap there between the mirror and the volute, and you get that when you do the little tissue test, you get the mirror. What you see here is there's a tissue paper that's right in the center of the mirror right now. So the air comes in evenly from all edges, and you get this total sweep of the mirror, and then it goes straight up. And when I'm like at that altitude, or say 75 degrees and up, it's enough to get the air up to the secondary to keep it dew free. Yeah. And in where I live, that's a big deal. Dew free is a big deal. I do have heaters that I can run on the secondaries, and I don't think I have them on there right now, but I haven't used them. There's a couple times I've been out, like in the winter, when you're out and it's damp and it's a damp night, it's too much. And then I do need heat. Sometimes I'll just take a hairdryer and, zap them, but because I'm just trying to save my battery for the other stuff. So anyway, but it's pretty cool how it works. Maybe when we get done here, I could do a little live demo of that. It's pretty neat. Just to see it sweep in from the outside is pretty cool. Okay, so on the right-hand side of this is all silver. The 3 mirrors are silver on the right, and they're aluminum on the left. I haven't got around. I was just getting around to and just learning the system of angel gilding, the spray system. And I was always afraid to do both mirrors. And I'm to the point where I think I'm going to leave it alone because it's an interesting contrast in colors. The left-hand side definitely favors the blue. The right-hand side, the silver, definitely favors the red. And when you put the two together, it's like, man, this is pretty cool. The whole binocular thing, using both eyes, I know it's not 3D, of course, but it's sure, you have to think about it to realize it's not 3D. For me, it looks like it. Not everybody gets that, but now the red and blue combination, remember the 3D glasses? Anybody old enough in the movies? Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't had maybe when I silver them both, some of that'll go away, but I'm not sure that that's not part of it. Okay, just the colors of the stars. I don't know. So anyway,
You tried the glasses on the scope.
good question. Good question. Yeah. 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 But
I think somebody mentioned using an O3 in one eye and a
Yeah,
different
yeah,
in the
yeah,
other,
yeah,
same deal,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Was that you, Robert?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Have you done that? You've done
Yeah,
different
so-
filters in the two sides?
Yeah, the
Oh.
level 3 arc off of, some 31.
Yeah,
To
yeah,
verify what's hydrogen.
yeah, yeah. Interesting, huh? I haven't gotten around to trying that, so that you guys all know what this is. One good thing about silvered mirrors, you sure can strip them and resilver them in a hurry. Like, especially the aluminum might take overnight, but the silver, it's gone in like 3 minutes or less. But yeah, pretty cool. But my method is, in case I've tried different things, but what I like is I just lay paper towels on the mirror, sprinkle the ferric chloride on there, the acid, and then cover it with cellophane. For silver, you don't even need to do that. This was an aluminum strip. So, but you know, the nice thing about this is it keeps the acid wet. You cover it with cellophane and it keeps the acid wet, which makes a big difference. And if it dries out on the paper towel, then you got to go back and it's messy. But yeah, so this is something I never do enough of. That mirror there on the right is testimony to that. I was in a hurry, but no, the first, no, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. Yeah. That was my third attempt. That came out decent. That was my first one where I didn't get a wicked haze. So more on the haze later. Okay, so I have, if anybody saw my covers over there, that the covers have been a godsend, at least for the silver side. It's like they're pretty much totally airtight. And so the way I make them is that mirror is upside down if you can't tell. So I just, assuming the sides are square on the mirror, so I just laid the mirror on my bench, and I cut the disc so it's about a 3/8 bigger than the mirror diameter. And then it takes time. Boy, Lexan doesn't want to bend and stay bent. But I have a heat gun and I got a strip of Lexan like 1 inch, this is, I think it's about maybe 1/8 inch Lexan. Okay. And just keep bending it and trying, and you just got to keep heating it. It helps to have a helper and to where you bring it together. And then I joined it together at the joint with a little block of Lexan, and you get that glue, that real fast acting glue. Anyway, and then I actually have a band of stainless wire around there. That's the stainless wire is how I drew it all together and then twisted it, and I just left it on there because it's good insurance. And then when I shaped that, I had my gasketing material already on the mirror. So what I want to do is I want to compress the gasket so that when the cover's done, it takes some effort to slide that gasketed cover on there. And it takes some effort to get it off too, but it's stinking airtight. It's great. So no more bugs, no more mice in all that stuff, let alone where I live. It's like, I used to go out in the shop and, in the morning, in the winter, I go out there and both mirrors would be soaking wet. I mean, just soaking wet, just from dew, just from overnight, and the mirrors remain cold. It warms up in the daytime, and there you go. So that works great. So that's kind of it on the build. This is the kit. This is the whole thing in the back of my Screwbaroo. I think there I have the mirror cells stacked. They stack together with screws on the front seat. So kids ride on the roof. Sorry. Normally I don't even take the wheels if I'm not doing something like this. If I'm doing sometimes at our local school, I do a star party for the kids once in a while, and I'll take the wheels because they want to. We take it inside in the daytime and then outside at night. But when it's off the wheels, it's pretty stable. At home, sometimes the wheels are nice because I can just roll it out of the shop. I got a ramp and there's no steps, and I roll it out, and I actually have a little pit out by my barn. I dug a pit and I have a cement, pit about the wheels are 8 inches high. So the pit's probably a good 8 inches deep, and it's a ramp. I can ramp down into this little pit, and now it puts the telescope down at because otherwise I'm another 8 inches up on the ladder, right? So I don't know if you noticed my ladder has extra steps. You guys that don't need ladders aren't interested. But if you need a ladder, the extra steps are a big deal. It really helps. So yeah. So that's First Light 2022, Steens Mountain.
Millman. Oh, hence the name.
Hence the name, yeah, Binosoar. Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah,
So your first line was at Steve.
yeah, yep.
And so-
Well, out the back door of the shop, you know,
Oh,
just maybe I had to know it would work. That's a funny thing. It's funny you asked because I had in the back door of the wood side of my shop, my woodworking side, I have a roll open door, and it was, you probably saw one of the pictures back there. It was kind of looking out. Okay, just partially built, and I tipped it down. I don't think everything was still up. It had no, it was still on there were no legs. It was just on a temporary pallet stand or something. And I rolled it out, or I didn't roll anything. I just rolled the door open, tipped it down, and had to wait like 3 days for a clear night. And had really no control of altitude or anything. I don't think there was any, it was just hanging there at an angle, probably on my overhead hoist thing. And first peak, it was M97, the L Nebula, just not even, like, oh my gosh. First I thought, what's that round thing? What is that? Oh my gosh, it's the L Nebula. Unbelievable, yeah. No way to aim it or anything. It was just there. It's like, oh man, some things are meant to be, you know.
Wow.
So yeah, this is the I'm still hoping that someday I'll come up with a really good pair of or F4 and up 20-inch primaries, because I can do 20-inch on this, so that'd be nice. The heaviest thing I have to lift is the cells the cells screwed together as a unit, how I put them in the car. The mirrors are 26 pounds, but the cells, both of them together in their assembly, is like 40 pounds. So that's the heaviest part I lift. So, okay. So what are we doing here for time? So like I was telling somebody, this is the first telescope I've ever put anything electric on, except for maybe a Telrad. Okay. And, I have a background in electronics and stuff, but that was my day job. And I just didn't like stuff on telescopes. I didn't like wires on telescopes, but as you can see, one thing led to another. It started out with collimation. I tried it a little bit just with the three hand screws on each cell, and you're up and down so much. And then of course, when you're collimating, guess what else you're doing with a binoscope? You're playing with the image merge. Every time you tilt a mirror, you just unmerge the image. So now you got a star here and the same star over here, if you're lucky. Sometimes you got a star here and he isn't even in the other side. So anyway, it became clear real quick that the collimation at least had to be electric, because there was no way. So a couple little gear motors on each cell, and ended up being, let's see, the IPD is a knob there, but everything else pretty much is electric, I guess. So
Does your third bullet explain the collimation process? Go back a slide. So where it says image merge, oh, you've gone too far. Right there.
yeah, no. Okay, so can we save that thought?
Yeah.
Okay, save that thought. Okay, so what's the biggest deal on a binoscope?
Merging and collimating.
Yeah, merging is the biggest deal. Yep, it's the nightmare. So ended up being an old drone remote. Okay, but it's pretty much all on there except for the IPD, which was just too simple for a motor, just a knob, and I'm up there anyway. Okay, targeting. This thing was absolute murder to even line up a finder scope. this thing is, it's so non-intuitive to point, it's beyond, it's over the top. I mean, you normally want to do it, if I'm looking at something up there, I'll get down there and I'll kind of sight up the center tube. Not even close. There's no concept of up and down like with my Dob. I could pretty much point it at it, kind of, no way. I don't know why, but it was brutal. So I needed something. And of course, if you can't do that much, how do you even align a finder scope? It's the same problem, so anyway, the green laser pointers are a godsend. I know they're not kosher everywhere, but man, at my house they are. So there's that. And then I started out with this little clinometer that I've still got it on the side. I still have it there for reference, but they're great. It gives you the altitude. I mean, for $6 or $7, it's a heck of an upgrade. So I started out with just a degree wheel on the bottom. You have to align it, of course, to Polaris at, so that's for this, that means moving because I don't have a rotating bezel. So I'm rotating the whole scope. And I did have those encoders for a long time. And I finally went ahead and built a ESP32 Wi-Fi system. It's very, very simple, probably under $10. I had the encoders. So yeah, and it's just a slick solution. Now for me, I got Sky Safari and it tells me right where I am on Sky Safari, and it's like all I need. I thought long and hard about the Pi finders, and I think I'm happy with my encoders just because it's all right here. So so yeah, some things you learn. Every time you collimate, you are moving the image, right? So not a big deal with a monoscope, but it's murder with this kind of telescope. So what I finally ended up doing was and pretty much now I'm to the point where putting the mirrors on the cells, I always have the same stars left, right. Okay. They may not be together, but they're always at least the same star field. Okay. So, and the way I do that is I have a one manual knob. One of my 3-point collimation screws is just a manual bolt underneath, and I never move that anymore. I just get on there. If I don't mess with taking it apart and everything, like I did for this trip, but normally just in and out or taking the mirrors in and out. Normally, since I've had the Lexan covers, I'd leave the mirrors on there. That was a big deal for me because otherwise in my shop, it's not heated. And there's a lot of bugs that get in there and sometimes mice and stuff. And it was like, man, I found out real quick, I got to do something with these mirrors. It's one thing when I could wash the aluminum mirrors, but washing the silver mirror, I know it's an easy thing just to resilver, but still you got to do it. And you really, yeah, I can spray them with distilled water and you can get a lot of that stuff off. But once you start getting stuff on there, like bug stuff and that, then the silver's gone. So the covers have just been a big, on my old one, the clunker mirror, the coating on that is, oh man, probably going on 2 years old and it's still good. That picture I had, my third try, that was the old mirror and the coating is still good on that. So I'd say that's good 2 years. And, but now I've got this other mirror and now that the old mirror doesn't have the benefit of the Lexan cover because I thought, why do I make a third one? So anyway, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. I just want to comment on the adjusters, the 3 adjusters. I've had really good luck on the secondary the same way. I have only 2 adjusters, one of them locked.
Oh.
And it does not ever change the height that way.
Oh.
The same way with your primary.
I hadn't thought about that.
And it's real easy with the adjusters. You do 2 together
Yeah.
or apart, you get the same effect.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen secondary holders that have so it tilts. You're getting X and Y, but you're only moving. The other one's like a ball joint, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're still articulating 3 planes. Yeah. Okay. Hold that thought on the what was the question on the collimation? Okay, yeah. The process, yeah. So
that would help your images to be the same magnification too, I would think.
Yeah. These mirrors they're never the same focal length, right, Mel? Are they? Anyway, these are about 1/10 of an inch off. My other ones are about 1/4. So basically, in order to the alignment for me, so the left one is a little shorter. I have a piece of 1/8 inch spacer that goes between the aluminum and the cell when I mount it. And it just sits on there and then the holes come through and the bolts go through that and I mount it and now they're even. So, and that's pretty much, and I added a little because my right eye is a little closer focused than the left. So I've got it tweaked for me and it seems to be tweaked for most people. I was playing with the height of the eyepiece in the holder. That's not a great solution with a binoscope because you're always doing this. I mean, you're always, your eyes have to be on the, if you start doing this, you're totally messing with getting a good binocular vision. So, okay. So for me anyway, I know just from, this isn't everybody, but for me, there's an absolute stereo feeling with this thing. Okay. I'll have to try the 3D glasses, see if that does. Also, field of jump, or the field of view, man, and even with a Binoviewer, I built a couple of Binoviewers out of microscope heads. And for me, when I look at something like M42 or something like that, I guess it's not really bigger, but I get the feeling that it's way wider. I mean, I don't know why, but it's just, maybe it's just the one eye versus two eyes. Obviously, with two eyes, we have this whole peripheral thing going on. I don't know enough about optics to tell you if that's a thing with a telescope, but
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. The field of view changing?
no. Well, the apparent image with two eyes just seems wider to me.
It seemed wider.
It feels wider.
Is
Okay?
that 4x thing you're?
No, that's the detection limit. That's what's the aperture, what's their equivalent aperture gain, okay, with two eyes versus one, and the standard thing is square root of 2, 1.141 or 414. That's the standard. Yes, that's what you get with two eyes. No, it's not. I'd say it's pushing 2 times.
Yeah.
I'd say so. The equivalent, I know when I was at Mel's one night, we were looking, and I'd say the equivalent is more like 1.8 or something like that.
Right.
So as an 18-inch becomes maybe something like a 25
Yeah.
in perceived light. Okay. And I'm talking about, what do I see on a dim object, or what can I pick out on a, like even like M31 or something? What are the outer or some really dim stuff? What can I pick out? I like the horsehead. Horseheads for me is a good test of and I haven't had the opportunity but I'd love to have the opportunity to test something like that, or like maybe one of Mel's IFNs or something on something that's really dim to where it's really on the edge of my vision, So yeah. So that I think, I don't know what that number is, but it's definitely more than square root of 2.
In a pretty dang good test of a 12-inch binocular versus a 24-inch f5.
Oh, you did?
And we had a Binoviewer on a 24-inch and then the 12-inch binocular. So we did that comparison on the Swan Nebula. And so we were doing stereo to stereo, but the 24 was cutting the light down, right?
Yeah.
And sure enough, we all felt that the 12-inch Bino
really
was performing as well as, if not slightly better than the 24-inch with a Binoviewer.
Wow.
Then we took out the Binoviewer on the 24-inch and it was no comparison. It was just better in the 12 Bino.
Oh.
Just better because you had two eyes.
Yeah.
Now I can't remember exactly. I don't think we didn't come to a conclusion that there was a 2x improvement or anything like that.
Yeah, that's hard to quantify.
It really is hard to quantify.
Yeah.
We were all like, wow,
Yeah, it's not 1.4.
Yeah, it's
definitely not.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. That's the scientific but yeah. The whole for me, that second point really does it for me. That's why I like a binoscope better, because I can hang on a dim object. I mean, or even like, one of my favorites is the Swan M17. There's so much there. Oh my gosh, there's so much there. There's so much nebulosity that's tripped, especially you put a pair of O3s in there or something. It's like, oh my gosh, but I can hang on that for an hour, literally. My eyes aren't that great. I mean, for me, like 4 or 5 minutes in one eyepiece and my eye is watering, and that's gone. That's a thing of the past for me. So it's that, for me, that is the number one thing. Color, I think color, I know I perceive color better.
question, last night we had a dissertation about the interocular distance. And I'm trying to relate to the field of view there as well, but he said there was a fable on the internet that you couldn't use 2-inch oculars because they wouldn't get close enough together for.
Oh, well, depends on your
You're using
IPD.
the twos.
Depends on your IPD.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I mean,
So I was kind of wondering, what about the field of view of the eyepieces? How large can you go on those?
oh,
Obviously, ethoses are kind of big.
yeah, yeah.
but you
Right,
might
they
get a
are.
couple makers on
And
it.
expensive. You gotta buy two.
Yeah.
A full set of ethos, I calculate at $19,000, I think. I don't know, something like
It's
that.
money and issue.
10 minutes, okay. Oh, okay. So, let's see, I think we covered that. What was the question that came up, Rob?
Again, what is the collimation process?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So collimation, okay. Somewhere I thought I had that. Okay. So for me, the collimation process is I decollimate, I'm decolliming the primaries to bring the image. And I should have a drawing here. So basically, if I've got a star here and I've got a star here, okay, they're off like this. Okay. I will decollimate the primary to move that star twice as far as I want it comes to center and it's together, and then I go past that. Okay. And then on the secondary, I go up and I tweak the tilt of the secondary to bring it back. And that's how I collimate right now.
Let me just re-summarize here. So you decollimate, or you look in the eyepieces and you have an unmerged, uncollimated image.
Mhm.
Everything's wrong.
Yeah. Well, I start out by collimating. Always, I collimate both sides as good as I can get them. I use a tube lug and right.
It's always
Yep.
to start
Yeah,
from the beginning.
absolutely have to do that.
Okay.
Yep. Now both mirrors are doing the best they can, right?
Yep.
Okay, and now I want the point is don't destroy either one more than you have to, okay? So in the beginning, I was just merging by decollimating the primaries, okay? And then I learned from, I think it was Eric actually, who just finished a 24, I think, a Bino. And his method was to same thing, collimate accurately the normal system. Okay, then move the one image to 50% more than you think you need to, and then recollimate with the
You merge and then you go past.
go past the same amount that you had to correct,
Yep.
past center, let's say.
Yep.
Okay, and then you use the secondary to recollimate the system.
To remerge.
Yes, yes.
Merge.
Well, actually, yes, but now you have this slop, which was past, you
Yep.
went past where you need to be, and now you can remerge and bring it back to collimation. Okay.
Yes.
And
But that's the key thing, is that by going from unmerged to merged and beyond the same amount, but then you move a different mirror, the secondary, and now you merge and collimate at the same time.
Yes, with the secondary.
That's very insightful.
Yeah, and that I wouldn't have guessed that if Eric Royer hadn't
Right,
told me
okay.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
and I proved that. Does it really work? Yeah, I put my tube plug in there. It's right on.
Okay.
The brings it right on. So
Very
yeah,
good.
yeah, real happy with that. I guess anybody have questions? Do we have online questions too?
Ask.
Oh, does anyone have questions out there in online land? No? Okay, great. So let's see.
The PD is the pupillary distance. What's the I stand for an IP? Okay.
Interpupil distance. So, yeah. So, yeah.
But
5
minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes.
It's 1 second.
Okay, I have, that's the electrical. That's everything that happens there is in that box. So yeah. What a story. I started out with this little electronics enclosure like this big. Oh my gosh. Anyway, yeah, there's like, I don't know, the joystick. So basically the control is, I took the joysticks and there's a method to split a joystick that normally goes 0 to 5 volts on like a drone, any of the joysticks, and you use a linear op amp, and just you can define where the center of that is. So basically from center, I go 0
proportional to full one way, proportional full to the other. So basically I'm taking that signal and I'm running it through a PWM module for each one of these motions. So so the joystick is, the more you move it, the faster it moves. Same way for focus. So it's proportional. So it's, if you just want to, and it's, so the scope doesn't track. Someday I'm thinking about servo motors, but that's a someday thing. But I'm fine with tracking just the way it is right now. I can do altitude and horizontal, and it's fine. You know, it isn't, if I had bigger field of view, it'd be better, but it's fine. I'm used to it. So, and then anybody, so that's kind of an overview of the whole works. I'm fortunate that that's kind of my background, so I was able to burn my own boards and all that. So, but yeah, so anybody interested in any of this? Probably not. Okay, headache. I don't blame you. This is the coolest thing though. This was like falling off a log easy. Basically, an ESP32. There's a guy Spio, and there's a couple other people that wrote the code for this. I'm not a programmer, but to bring your encoders in. I think I have a Schmidt trigger there to square up the sine waves from the encoders. But basically, it's like 20 lines of code in ESP32, and then that talks. The ESP has a Wi-Fi output. It has a Wi-Fi module on it, so it talks Wi-Fi to this. So you could look at it right now and put Sky Safari on here, and it just tracks. It doesn't track, but it moves to the. So basically, you just find your object on here, and then just hit the push 2 on Sky Safari, and there it is. So pretty cool. It's all just, yeah. A lot of people helped with this, especially the Binoscope builders, the Cloudy Night guys mostly, and Ed and Eric and Mel, of course, for their Binoscope calculator. Couldn't have done it without that. Man, I was just terrible. And my wife. So the rest of the end of the story is here. In the middle of this project, I had a 6-month complete loss of sight in my right eye. Yeah, I think that wasn't a bummer. So I would have quit. I was ready to pack it in. It was a retina detachment thing, you know.
Oh, well,
You don't fix retinas, was my eye doctor told me. And he said, well, there's this guy in Eugene, maybe he can do it. But has anybody had a retina issue with their eyes? If you're ever, whatever you're doing, and all of a sudden you see a lot of black spots just going across your vision, your retina is bleeding. You got to get your butt to an eye doctor immediately, not Monday. I was on my way to Seattle. I was working for Siemens at the time, and we had some meetings there. And I'm on my way to Seattle. It was a Monday morning, and I got up, and all of a sudden, just everything was normal. And then it was like, literally, like my eye went all gray, and it was like raining black.
Yeah.
What that was drops of blood.
Yeah.
From my retina.
Jerry had the same thing last year.
He did. And did he get it fixed?
Yep.
Wow. And I went to there's a retina specialist in Salem, and I went there, and they tried. It's torn, is what it is, and your retina is like a window shade that's stuck to the glass, and sometimes if it's supposed to move around there, but if it's really stuck to the back of your eyeball, that can happen. It can tear just by moving your eye. They don't know why, but anyway, with a lot of you're never supposed to shine lasers in your eye, but that's how they try to repair the retina. Very painful. But anyway, but the guy in Eugene was able to repair my retina, just like so I've got almost as good a vision in my right eye. But yeah, I was ready to quit. I mean, I had so much blood, sweat, and tears into this thing, and it's like, my gosh, yeah. So yeah.
So
anyway,
it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is image stability an issue with this?
As in,
But you've got a lot of mass.
yeah.
And you're outside.
Oh, you mean moving the scope, wiggling? No. When it's on wheels, the wheels are terrible. Well, I try not to use the wheels. If I'm rolling it out there for my shop, it's a little bit of a pain to take the wheels off. If I go somewhere with it, normally I don't even take the roof, okay, because I'm not gonna. Basically, I can slide the back out of the car, tip it out of the car, and none of it, of course, it's just the frame, and tip it out of there and set it on its 3 feet, and now it's on on the ground, the jack bolts are solid, okay? If I'm rolling it out, usually I'll leave the wheels on, I roll it down to my kit, and then I have some wood blocks, and I just run the jack screws down so that it's solid. But this is on the wheels, it's no good. Yeah, I mean, you can use it, you know, but it is wiggling all the time. Every time you try to move it, there's a certain amount of, you know, till it settles down, so.
So
Yeah.
the people on Zoom probably couldn't hear that very well.
Oh.
So if you could summarize it real
Sorry.
quick and then
Okay.
thumbs
Okay.
up.
So stability of the telescope on the wheels isn't great. So normally I will take it off the wheel. I don't use it on wheels. Pneumatic wheels are great for moving the thing around, but the jack bolts is how it normally sits on the ground. It gives me a nice solid platform. And as far as the rest of the thing, when it's on the jack bolts, it's very steady. So. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Mel. We will stop this share and bring up Mel's presentation. Hi everyone, good to see all your happy faces. Hold on, we'll get Mel's presentation up. Oh no, you just leave it. It's great to look at. Yeah. Okay, Mel.
Yeah, Bob, if you need to like really move it out of the way, you can move it to my shop.
If you refigure the mirrors. We have a
Okay.
deal.
We might.
And there we go. Age. Okay, share. Okay. All set now.
Is there any way we can make this full screen?
I don't know.
I don't see it there. Well, we'll
Yeah.
just do the best. All right, so take a deep breath and we'll plunge into my presentation. Hi, everyone on video. I'm Mel Bartels. My presentation is Drawing in the Digital Age for the Portland 18th Alt-Az workshop. For those of you online who are not participating in person, we're having some wonderfully intense mirror testing. We have Dale Eason with the bath interferometer, and Lonnie Robinson and Jeff Baldwin with the Hartman, and me with my Ronkin calculator. We have a number of really innovative, interesting telescopes set up. We've had a silvering demo, so pretty cool stuff going on in person. And to advance this then, we somehow have to be in edit mode, and I want to be in presentation mode.
Is it PDF?
Yes.
So I'm seeing, right, oh, you found it. You
Yeah,
found
you might
it.
need to page down.
Yeah, it's really touchy. Okay, so before I begin the presentation formally, I thought we would take a fun little quiz. So you could just shout out the answers, and if you're online, you can shout out the screen. Who invented the sidewalk telescope, Herschel or Dobson?
Newton.
Your choices are Herschel or Dobson. Although Herschel had so many visitors coming by, I suspect he might say, now, wait a minute, you know. But yes, John Dobson. And that picture to the right is the old black and white film picture I took when I first met John Dobson 45 years ago at Crater Lake. And he was in this very loud argument with someone from Sweden as to whether sunspots were real or not.
side was he on?
Well, his solar scope was showing the sunspots.
Okay.
So what was invented first, telescopes or microscopes?
Those.
Microscopes were invented first. Right. Maybe we on the telescope side, yeah. Microscopes were.
What year?
1609, 1610, somewhere in there. Yeah, just a few months apart. But it's interesting that they thought that by inspecting the world of the very small, which of course they didn't know, we didn't know that there was a entire universe there. And then, of course, when we took the optics and aimed at the sky, we discovered the universe of the very large. And so here we are. Okay, who drew the first astronomical sketch?
Yeah, Harriet.
Howard claims Harriet.
Galileo.
Harriet who? So Harriet actually drew the first astronomical sketches of the moon. They are actually really nice drawings.
Better than Galileo.
Right, so who's this Harriet dude? Well, for those of us who are in the software world, he invented binary math. He invented arithmetic. He discovered the law of refraction closer to home. He brought the potato from this continent back. He improved navigation. He was a leading Elizabethan scholar. He was a translator. But guess the one thing that he wasn't on personal moral issues good at? Self-promotion. And guess who was very good at self-promotion? To the extent that while we call them the Galilean satellites of Jupiter, we actually know that Simon Marius, the German astronomer, saw them first and named them. So there you go. So, yeah, I'm not sure how you do self-promotion, but I guess Galileo would be the role model. So now we know about Harriet. Who coined the name telescope? Denisiani or Galileo?
Denisiani, and he was a poet.
He was. And do you know at the event where he came up with this name? Tell us. Oh, and I'll just relay it to the.
I was just reading about it. It was like a gathering, and Galileo was showing his telescope to the Pope or something, right?
So it was a banquet honoring Galileo. And I guess on the spot, Denisiani came up with the word telescope because Galileo had been calling them spyglasses.
Yeah.
And Howard, okay, now you're going to know this one. So take it easy. When did Lord Rosse first sketch M51, the Wurl-Koth galaxy? 1845 or 65?
45.
45. And it was actually assistants in him who did this, and they combined their drawing efforts. And you can see their drawing there. Now, they're seeing this for the first time. In effect, they were blind until they saw it, and you could see that I think this is a very accurate representation. And in fact, I would say that the drawing more closely resembles what I see through the eyepiece than the digital image does.
Yeah. Have you seen his M1 sketch?
Yes.
It looks like a crab.
Right. So the question is, have you seen the Crab Nebula sketch? And there's a astronomer who sketched that made it look like a crab. Maybe Howard remembers the name of the person. So I always thought, oh, that is one of the leading examples of why sketching is in disrepute. Is, if you're a morally upright astronomer, you should not be doing drawings because, look at that Crab Nebula drawing. And then one night, conditions, scope, magnification, I saw the Crab Nebula similar to that. Didn't quite have the tail, but it was strikingly similar to that. And I thought, wow, these conditions can change. And this person was not that far off the mark. So that makes two of us who are morally just reputable, I guess. Okay, so how'd you do? All right, so was our first drawing astronomical? 17,000 years ago? Do you see the 6 Pleiades up there? Now, I know that Orion's belt down there has 4 dots. I'm not sure what's going on, but we're pretty confident it's Orion's belt because Taurus is right there in the middle. So yeah. So yeah, that's in France. Yeah. So maybe drawing isn't such we have a long history of that. Okay, so what do I draw? Well, I draw because it's a creation, and it's this, when I draw and I use my hands, that influences how I observe. How I observe influences how I draw. And there's this larger thing that occurs, and it takes a long time, and I find that deeply satisfying, and that's why I draw. And the eye is very sensitive to faint light, very competitive, as you'll see here with digital cameras. This is a drawing I made of the Rosette Nebula with a 16-inch telescope. All right, so some lessons from smart telescopes, which are one-button convenient. Our telescopes should be convenient to set up and use. We should collimate it once and never again. If you have ever had collimation fall apart on you and you've made the one twist that you thought for sure made it right in the dark and it made it worse, and then you thought you would twist it the other way and it got even worse. And an hour later, you finally get, and you've just wasted that night. It's like, cannot do that again. Transport into design. So often we think about, well, how are we going to move the scope afterwards? And for the larger scopes, I think transportation needs to be an integral part of the design. And I use Dale Eason's SkySolve plate solving finder. There's other wonderful models out there to locate and track. I don't use it all the time, but when I'm going in the middle of nowhere, or I lose the object to high power, or I'm on high power and I'm doing a planetary and I'm going to go to another planetary, I don't want to go back to low power and find it. I just want to zip over there. It is wonderful, and it's revolutionized my observing. So then the act of drawing. I gradually evolved to where I take under very dim red light and I use a ballpoint pen and I make scratches and notes. And I'll do that maybe on several pages for different aspects. Then the next morning, using my visual memory and that, I'll create a best drawing I can, which will have holes and missing parts. And then I'll go back the second night and fill those in. So I try to make it as convenient and easy to where the drawing doesn't get in the way. Because I used to do this thing where I bring all my drawing equipment up there, and then, you bump it and it all falls onto the dewy ground. It's like, or your paper gets so dewed up and so on. So I try to make it as simple as possible. And that's me in my 30-inch before I silvered it. So from purgatory to heaven, did I mention, I didn't mean for this to be a talk on morality, but if you collimate your telescope in the field, now we're going to have some discussions about morality and ethics. So I believe you should build the scope right first time, and then you shouldn't have to collimate your scope again. Shouldn't have to do that. So on the left is a traditional diagonal holder, and I've circled in red all those adjustments. It's not just the road up to Steens Mountains at 10,000 feet that will loosen all that stuff. It's just any transport will. So the diagonal holder on my 16-inch is right there. No adjustments, because I built it right the first time. And the way I build it right is I create a jig, and I align the focuser onto a target on the other side of the upper end. Then I insert the diagonal holder into the jig, and I align the diagonal. I attach the wire spiders. I pull off the jig, and I don't touch it again for years and years and years. So, powers of a telescope. So we all know that telescope can resolve, and we have to use appropriate magnification to reach that resolution. And we know that a telescope can fill our eye with light, or light throughput it can do. You can call it radiance if you want. Now, here's the thing. The magnification that fills our eye with the maximum light throughput is around 6, 7 millimeters or 8. But the pupil that gives us our best resolution is about 4 times higher power. So there's tension between those two. You shuttle between them, and you have a couple of 3 eyepieces in there. It's just not quite clear because objects are not these really simple illumination profiles. Galaxies have brighter peaks and so on and so forth. And so you just don't know until you get in there and you try different magnifications. Some objects take magnification really well, others disappear instantly. It's very hard to say. And it's not because we're idiots and we don't understand how the eye works or how telescopes work. It's because objects have complex surface brightness profiles. But I wanted to say that it's really easy, and I see this all the time in online conversations. We forget the role of the observer. And we talk about, well, this scope is 4 times brighter than that one. Well, yes, physically speaking, but how does our eye and brain subjectively see that? That might be a different matter. And furthermore, there's another power of a telescope, and that is to go, wow, this is what I see. This is really cool. You've got to come over here. And I dragged my neighbors over, and I had someone visiting from India, and he told me later, you know, wow, you just had your neighbors who never looked through a telescope before right in there looking at IFNs. And it's like, why not? Drag them in there. So there's a third power of a telescope. And that's the drawing of Mars. Oh, and I should mention that drawing of the sombrero. So see that slant of light through there? I thought that was IFN until someone told me it's actually the halo glow of M104 itself. So I thought that was really cool. Now there is an IFN to the left there. You can see that streak. Yes. Oh, integrated flux nebula, galactic cirrus. Now, when I say IFN, I don't know as an observer if it's the integrated flux or galactic cirrus, which are puffy stuff blown up from supernova way out of the plane of the Milky Way, or if it's just interstellar material, ISM. We can't tell that visually, so I don't necessarily claim that that particular nebula is an IFN. I just use that as a, you know, something really faint and fuzzy there. Okay, so what is the essence of sketching? We have this electronic eyepiece, and Schwartz, who has a 30-inch telescope, made this drawing of which galaxy do you think? It's not Andromeda.
It says 7331.
It is. It is.
Real hard, Mel.
Well, after the results of the quiz, I was just, you know. But he didn't do this with white pastel on black. He did this with digital tools on a pad. And he did it of a sketch, the sketch is of what he saw through his digital eyepiece. So I would say that's drawing too, because he's going through the essence of what it is to draw. Okay, so into some sketches. So yes, I'm still finding IFN, ISM, galactic cirrus. Just anytime I look away from the Milky Way, about 3/4 of the time. This is M53. The bands of nebulosity through there. M53 in the big scope is just beautiful. Here's some nebulosity in Andromeda. And that's the Andromeda galaxy up there. Outer Limits galaxy. I loved this when I was a kid because, you know, the Outer Limits theme would come on television. I guess, do we even call it television anymore, or is it just smart TV? But anyhow, this Outer Limits galaxy is really dim in a 30-inch. It's like, whoa. And the weird thing is it takes magnification pretty well. So you can zoom in there and you see it's got all these faint stars and modeling on a dark lane, but there's also bands of nebulosity there too.
891?
Yes, 891. Right, outer limits, do not attempt to adjust your TV. The funny thing is, back in the day, we had mechanical tuners on TVs and they would wear out. And my dad had a crescent wrench on ours. And when we finally got it just right, woe to any of his kids who tromped too hard through the living room and jiggled the TV tuner to where we lost the signal. So, so yesterday, we saw that presentation from the Image Collective, a worldwide group of people who are doing these incredibly deep hundreds of hours of exposures. And you might have noticed in their one when they were showing the O3 cloud around Andromeda, that they also showed those swirly patterns. So I could see them in a 16-inch with the O3 filter. And the interesting thing, and the O3 cloud is there too. And so does this mouse correspond? Yeah. So the O3 cloud is right here. But these streaks down here come across too. Now this is with an O3 filter on, and I didn't mean to have that menu pop up there. But you notice in their imaging that they've been processed to where the H alpha seems to come through. But there must be enough O3 component there we can see it visually. So that was really cool.
Saying something like, they wouldn't believe you that you could see it and you do it, but they were. Sure.
Well, maybe if there's time afterwards, we can talk about that. All I can say is, for me, I dare not be wrong because would attack be too strong a word? All the time. And I understand it. Seeing is believing. If you've looked at M31 and you've not seen this stuff, and then you see someone drawing of something they saw, I'd be inclined to call them whatever. But so my standard is I cannot afford to ever be wrong, because a lot of these drawings I made years ago and they're now being seen on digital images for the first time. So I better be right. Because if there's any time it's not correlated, then yeah, it calls the whole thing into question. So yeah, so we can talk a little bit more about it later, but I feel compelled to draw what I see because I feel like it is there and people haven't seen it, or if they have, because like William Herschel saw some of these. I've identified 12 of his nebulous regions that are IFN or ISM. So, and I have a vastly superior instrument. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Hickson 10. So this wasn't much to see when I first looked at the eyepiece. You could see the two main galaxies there, but as the hour or two went by, I could see more and more. And finally, I could see the extensions on this galaxy here, all about halfway out to the star. And that was really what I was interested in. Could I see these extensions? This little galaxy here is so tiny. I'm not sure it's part of this group, but that's what it looks like. So notice those were all kind of streaky and so forth. And I noticed that they were kind of perpendicular to the plane of the Milky Way. So I made this composite sketch of all the IFN, ISM I've seen through Pegasus and Andromeda. And there does seem to be suggestions that there's two types. There's these streaks, which are kind of quasi related to the Milky Way, and then these larger arcs coming through here, which clearly look different. So I suspect that this is an arc, and I have to observe more to get around it. And I wonder if there isn't a larger arc that isn't going like this too. So just don't know until we fill it in. But that's covering a lot of degrees of sky. Okay, I also do planetary. I've heard online that I don't like planetary images, therefore I make fast scopes, but it's not true. I actually do. And this is with a 30-inch to 16-inch of Titan's transit here recently. All right, so this is going to be a little hard to see here. So in the springtime, you have Leo down to the right, and then you have Hercules up to the left, and you know that spring is beginning to transition into summer because you have this stretch of sky. Now, there is a structure out there. It spans about 500 million light years. It's called the CFA wall, and it's one of the largest structures in the universe, and it stretches clear across the sky. So I thought, wow, that is just amazing. And it's only like 15 million light years thick. And could I observe this? And so the way you observe this is you go and you look at the galaxy clusters that are part of this sheet. And you could tell that the kind of tell that the galaxies on the right, they're closer to us here, and the ones over here are further away and smaller. So I'm going to take that coma cluster, and through the 30-inch, every smudge of light in there, except for the few obvious stars or galaxies, an amazing view. I didn't think a big scope could show so many dozens, if not 100 galaxies in here. And why galaxies clusters are anchored by two dominant ellipticals, what do they call them? Galactic dynamists, people who study this. I'm sure they will give us an answer. But I noticed that many of these galaxy clusters do have this dual giant elliptical centering to them. So the Crescent Nebula, 30-inch. And wow, this is a show object in a big scope. And it leads over to the little soap bubble nebula. Just a wonderful object. TV bandmate, Teleview bandmate filter. I haven't updated my filters in decades, and so I got this one a couple of years ago, and it's actually an excellent filter. So I tend to do that and the NPB filter quite a bit. So it's 03, and does a little bit of H beta through. I'm not sure. I have to look at it. The ink spot nebula floats in front of you. It's really kind of cool. And in a big scope, you can see all the star colors. There's a seahorse dark nebula. Okay, so like I mentioned, the Imaging Collective, worldwide group of amateurs who are collecting these images and do very sophisticated and evolved processing, are stitching these images together and creating these really wide field, really deep. So here's an image, and I'm gonna, all these circled areas are ones that I've drawn. I'm gonna show you this arc, 03 arc over here in Gemini. This is Gemini up here, by the way. I'm gonna show you this little cute crisscross pattern here, and I'm gonna show you this, I think is relatively newly discovered supernova remnant down here. So here's our 03 arc. And it's pretty apparent. I mean, immediately observable. It's not that hard. Here's that wonderfully intertwining nebula. Same thing. It's all right there. The question is to tease out all the twists and turns to it.
That 03 as well.
Yeah.
Idea how that.
So I believe that there is some debate going on as to whether that's part of a supernova remnant. So it is being debated. I haven't read the latest paper. And here's the supernova remnant. Again, pretty immediately observable. And the real question is, what's going on with these faint streaks of light down here in the middle? So I mentioned the SkySolve, the eFinder I use. When you get down here, I go and map out ahead of time a couple of HR stars. I pre-find them in Sky Safari. Then I click on that and then I just move the scope until the Sky Solve says I'm right there. And I look for the eyepiece and I go, okay, this works. Saves me a heck of a lot of time at star hopping, which in this case, although I do enjoy finding objects, I'm interested in drawing them. And then here's just a random field of galaxies I came across in the 30-inch. Just I didn't even bother and didn't define what it was. It was just, you know, dozens of galaxies that went on for a couple of fields. It was really cool. All right, so a couple of planetary nebulas recently discovered in WP1 and ALV1. So I've learned that anytime you see the number 1 after the initials, that means, you know, they've just found this and it's their first find, and it might be one of these collectees or an amateur who's going and doing this deep imaging. So whereas in the past it was all just on my own flying blind, what I'm doing now is I'm beginning to pick up these digital images and say, now that's interesting. Could I go see that or not? And most of the time the answer is yes, I can. So here's one, another what they think is possibly supernova remnant. I've circled the 2 parts of the supernova. The rest is just another intervening nebula. But yeah, you can see these. Here's another supernova remnant. And this one's really cool. This is done with a 16-inch rod. So I fully expect you. Did you?
Yes, from Stud Stewart. I didn't see as much as you saw. I didn't have quite the sky, but there's that little planetary, what is that again? NGC 40?
Yes,
Yes.
it's centered on NGC 40.
There, the bright spot, and I could see the IFN extending as you got down to the right and up to the left, and I couldn't see all the detail that you got, but it was clear that there was most of what you drew was there. Yep.
Also, in just looking at show objects, I'm discovering there's a lot that's overlooked by amateurs. So this is an arc of light next to the ghosted Jupiter. It's there. It's really obvious. And can't find too many people who've noticed. I guess we've become so myopic that we go, okay, ghosted Jupiter, 5,000 power. And we just miss the larger perspective. And I make a joke about 5,000 power because Howard was there. And he will testify that there was a night, 97 OSP, a perfect scene. And I had my 20-inch at somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 power. Triply stacked Bartels. I think Howard was at 2,000 power.
Yeah, nice.
Right. I had my computerized tracking. Yes, I had my computerized tracking and motorized focusing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to do 6,000 power. The cool thing was that the ring nebula filled the eyepiece field of view at 1,800, 2,000 power. And when you went above it, you could only see one part of the ring. So through the 20-inch, you could see the center star of the ring and the companion star next to it, and you could see the diffraction rings around it. So it was amazing.
5,000 power. We were just looking at the dark center.
Yes, yeah.
You didn't see the end.
Right, yeah. And so finding Bartels was really hard to score because people were, and people who had gone to sleep already, they're getting back out and looking. And it all started with Judy Deathloff saying, oh yeah, I can see the center star in the ring through my 16. It's like, what? So trudge over there. Wow, look at that, that's incredible. It's perfect. So then the word got out, and like I say, finding a Barlow or 2 spare was hard. But the other lesson I'll just mention peripherally that I learned is I tried to go around to a number of scopes, including Coulter's and whatever, and every scope performed nicely. Some scopes performed a little better, but I was surprised how these marginal scopes, so-called, that they really worked well under perfect seeing. So it's amazing. So I got this idea because that was like my 3rd or 4th OSP that, oh yeah, every 3rd or 4th OSP, we're going to have perfect seeing and 5,000 power. Yes. So there must be gods up there who just play games with us and, oh, let's give them a night a perfect scene. They're going to come back every year and hope for that, and they're never going to find it again. All right. Color. So this is what the ring looks like in the 30-inch, the outer ring to it too, the colors. So really enjoy that. The what now?
The silver coating.
Yes, the silver coating really brings out the colors in the 30-inch. The Trifid. It's been a moment to talk about this. So you know that you have the Trifid and the blue component. That blue component to me and most of the roofers I've asked looks reddish. And I tried to draw that a little bit. And in the 30-inch, the center of the Trifid is intense enough that that looks pink. I don't see that in smaller scopes. But I tried to faithfully show the color and the hues that you see here. Not what you see in the digital images. So occultation of Mars and the annular solar eclipse from Fort Rock. And then taking advantage of what's new, that binoscope with, it looks like Robert Asamandi is like, you know, massaging the binocular into collimation, and maybe he is. Right, yeah. And right. So Ed Allen's, so these are just a series of innovations I could think of that have happened recently. Ed Allen's fluid head motions, silvering. It does make these warmer colors, and I know the percent. So silvering could be 98, 99, 98, 96% blue, green, red. Aluminizing is a little bit back the other way. The poor man's reflectivity test after 2 years of my 30-inch coating still shows low 90s. So there's something to it. Super fast scopes like we're making, like you see over there. 3D printing. 3D printed 2-inch eyepiece binoculars that have the precision and the creativity and innovation to make them work. Night vision devices. We're going to hear about that soon. And when I say really, really fast scopes, I'm talking about Mike Lockwood and his F2, where he has a custom correcting lens in there. I believe he uses it mainly for night vision. So we're seeing the first f2.0 telescope. Who among you is going to make that first f1.9? Yeah. Ideas like the pan mount over there, power transport handles we'll hear about, coma correcting eyepieces. So you don't have to buy the separate coma corrector. It's built into the eyepiece design itself. And now digital eyepieces. Okay, so the grand takeaways, drawing in the digital age, I find is deeply rewarding. And here's just a list of websites I found of amateurs. The drawing community is vast. People are pumping out drawings, so you cannot just keep up with them on a daily basis. That's a QR code if you want to go find it. Lots of books have been written about observing. It's a big field. People are doing really cool stuff in here. Doesn't seem to be dying away at all. And with 150,000 smart scopes sold so far, all those people are going to want to peek through the eyepiece. And once they do, we've got them. Okay. And that's a drawing of the comet. So thanks. Okay, so I think time is short.
We can have some questions.
Okay, so any questions, Dan?
Hey guys, this is Bhavesh. I got a couple of questions for Mel.
Could you hold on just a second? Because Dan, you couldn't hear Dan in the background?
Correct.
Yes, yeah, John Schwartz uses a tablet to sketch with. I don't use, I have a couple of sketching apps on my phone. The learning curve for me is a little steep, so I just keep to the traditional charcoal pencil, or when I'm telling you where I do ballpoint pen to just get notes down quick in the field. So I can't talk more about it, but there are an increasing number of amateurs, particularly in cloudy nights, who are using digital sketching tools. And the results, you know, our goal here, I think today is realism. What we're trying to do is show you the object as we see it, our subjective experience at seeing it. And, you know, people are not off trying to make it artistic. We're just trying to show what we see. And that's what they're doing too. And that's the most I can do. So Karsh, you had a question or two?
Yeah,
Sorry.
can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So a couple of questions. One, if you can go back to the Hickson 10 sketch or even M31, I think it was 13th or 14th page in your file. My question is, that's a pretty big field of view, and maybe you addressed this and I missed it. Like, how many field of views did you actually observe to put this together? And then second question is, do you have any video of you actually sketching? I'd love to see your process, how you do it.
I know, and but I'm pretty sure you don't, because it would consist of 2 hours of watching me. I don't know. But yes, I think you have a point there that oh, you know what? Who would be perfect to show you that? Howard. Howard could show you.
The only way to do that well would be to video the process of sketching, and which, like you said, is going to take hours, and then compress it down to run in like 30 seconds.
Right. Oh, I know. So on YouTube, there are countless sketching and drawing videos out there, including some where people actually, Cindy Karsh, and then there's a woman from the UK who actually take you in real time through the drawing. And you can take these classes, I've taken them myself, online classes where you draw 3 objects and you get like 20 minutes. And so you're going, oh my gosh, that lunar scene is really complex, but you can do a lot in just a few minutes. So there are some examples on YouTube. The field of view of Hickson 10. So I don't limit myself to just the 1 degree low power field of view of the 30-inch. I let the scope wander around. This is a combination high power and low power here. So that's why I no longer draw circles or give fields of view boundaries. I'll just move the scope as necessary to find that object. Really, the limitation is the size of the paper. You know, like, whoa, I just ran out of end of the paper and there's more over there. So get out another piece of paper and redraw it in the morning with everything fitted onto one sheet. So did you have another question?
No, I think you addressed it all. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, that's it. Thanks, everyone.
No, I think you're the F1.9 candidate.
No.
No. Does it count if I put a Schmidt corrector in front of the spherical F1.9? Would you count that? I make the Schmidt corrector.
Yeah, you make the corrector. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, when you add the coma corrector in there, my F2 point whatever scopes do kind of become F3, but I conveniently ignore that.
Yeah.
I went to the effort of making that F2.7 parabola, and by golly, I'm gonna let it go to F2.7.
So I'm gonna ask my question again, since you didn't answer it.
Well, I think
Would you count if I made a spherical F1.9 and put a Schmidt corrector, not a coma corrector, a Schmidt corrector on that?
No.
Schmidt, you wouldn't count that?
no, because I have old-fashioned Coulter 8-inch F2 from the Lynch's Schmidt days. They're wonderfully spherical.
Yeah.
But I don't count those.
But I make the Schmidt corrector.
Oh, I would give you immense credit and bow to your optical genius on the corrector.
Okay,
Yes.
I kind of feel like the gauntlet's been thrown down.
Okay. Let me, you got it.
Okay.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
I'm having an 8-inch piece of.
Okay, it's my turn. Dale, Yeah, we're starting again. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to talk about two topics as quickly as I can because we all want to have lunch. Meniscus mirror pusher. What the hell is that? Okay, well, I invented it. So I'm the world's leading expert on this. The meniscus pusher, okay, first here's my 30-inch f2.7 mirror. That's Mel's B mirror. So yeah, that might imply it's not as good, but it's just as good as the A mirror. And it's 5/8 inch thick all the way through. And what happens when in the field using it is that the front silvered side faces the sky and it cools faster than the back side. And that's why we have the fans on the back of the mirrors to blow the cool night air on the back, so the whole mirror can reach temperature equilibrium. Well, fans take time to do that. They're kind of noisy and they take electricity. And I just rather not bother if I don't have to. So I had this idea to make a pusher. And this is the pusher over here. And I'll talk about what that does and what it is here. Okay, so what does it do? Basically, it's a spring-loaded suction cup and it's on an adjustable bolt, and it pushes gently in the center of the back of the meniscus mirror, and it pushes out temperature-induced overcorrection. And like it says there, it makes the difference between a so-so star test and a essentially perfect one. Which basically it restores the mirror's spherical correction to the correction that Mel put into it when he made the mirror. So okay, so here's a picture. This is the unsilvered B mirror. You can see the B. Almost looks like an 8 there, but that's a B. 18-point cell on the back, aluminum sling for the edge support. Very basic, but that's all these mirrors need. And as you'll see on the back side of this is the area where the pusher actually pushes. Okay, here's the mirror sitting on the cell on my workbench. And this is just to show, yeah, that's 5/8 inch thick. This is like a really, really big contact lens. Yeah, kind of still makes me nervous every time I look at it. It's like, God, I'm used to 2-inch thick mirrors. Okay. So, all right. Now the inside view of my scope, this is with the shroud on. Here in the workshop now, the shroud is not on. But my shroud is made out of a material that's completely opaque to light. Nothing can get in through the sides like in those Lycra shrouds that stretch and you can see light pours through those. So basically, this is just to show that the front side of the mirror sees the sky, and that's why it cools faster than the back side, which doesn't see the sky, and why we've traditionally put fans on the back to help take up for that difference. All right, so here's a fan attached to the back of my 30-inch, and I made this fan. I used to have Ed Allen's system on here, and man, it works. Pardon me. It works really well, but it's really loud too. And you turn it on and it's just roaring back there. It's like there's a jet engine, at least with the fans that I was using. And it took a lot of power. So the batteries I had, which were housed in here, there's a lithium ion battery in here. This is the on-off switch and the control for the speed. Works great, but I had to recharge this battery like after every 2 nights of use. All right, that kind of sucked. So here it just shows, well, I started to think about, okay, now Mel and his 30-inch, he doesn't have that on there. And he gets great images right from the get-go. rolls the scope out, and he's got his beautiful corrected mirror working at top speed right out of his shop. And I got these fans going, and sometimes, okay, it's not. Fans have put under correction into the mirror because it's cooling the backside now faster than the front side. And so it just became a hassle. And this fan was my backup plan if my pusher didn't work. So it's good to have a plan B. All right, so this is the pusher. I thought it was an absolutely brilliant idea because I'm kind of hyperbolic when I'm thinking about things. And I've had so many brilliant ideas. I'm a flipping genius. Aside from the fact that 99% of those brilliant ideas haven't worked. So I thinking, okay, well, this is really cool if it would work, but I thought there was practically no chance it would. My thought was that, I'm pushing on the back of this mirror, there's going to be astigmatism, who knows what's going to happen. Yeah, but what's going to happen is probably not what I'm hoping, which is just to push out the overcorrection. So only one way to find out. Yeah, it could have, yeah. The only thing that really surprised me here is that it actually worked. The first time I just roll it out in my backyard, the scope easily rolls out. And yeah, I focused, I had the star, I had Polaris in the eyepiece. Because that's where I go to start the drive anyway. Excuse me, get my voice back. And I could see that there was a little overcorrection in the image. You have to defocus both sides of focus. I said, okay, well, here it goes. Let's see if it works. And I went to the back of the scope. I turned this knob about, I don't know, 3 half turns. Look in the eyepiece, and oh my God, it's like it worked. How is that possible that this simple device worked? But it did. So here's how it works. This is the inside. This is the outside plate. This faces outside. This is the inside. This faces the mirror. This is the end of the bolt that's sticking out here, which also just happens to be the same bolt that I use for collimation bolts for the primary mirror. So I have 4 of these bolts sticking out the back that people that are here can take a look at. So it's kind of a match set now. So this is the end of that bolt. There's a nut here. I call it the metal nut here. And that is held in place with some Loctite. Because when I first tried this, the bolt tended to turn a little bit when I turned the bolt. This black disc here is made out of Delaware, and that's threaded to, so this gives the bolt something to work on. This washer, this nylon washer, fits on top of this nut. This second spring here, this little spring, that slides over the bolt here, and that's basically just a spacer. The fact that it's a spring is irrelevant to this. It's not pushing on the back of the mirror. This is the spring that pushes, and this is this cheapo clear plastic suction cup that I got on Amazon. Couldn't buy just one. I have, I think, about 25 of these. But it was like $2, right? So, and yeah, I did a little back and forth with springs to find the proper length and the power of the spring. And this one works the best. Okay, so we'll just do a little assembly. There's a spacer, and then there's the whole assembly right there. And when when you hold this in your hand and you just kind of push on the spring, it's got a kind of lot of power. But when you turn that bolt from the outside, 3/2 turns, it's maybe a pound of pressure. I mean, it's hardly anything. And that's part of the reason this isn't screwing up the whole optical aberrations or put in a whole bunch of optical aberrations into the primary or push it out of collimation, is because it's just a little bit of pressure. Here's the back of the mirror. And the way I put this together is that the suction cup is stuck on the back of the mirror. And the exotic substance I use to stick it on there is spit. Rub it on there. And this electrical cord sticking out, that was plan B in case this didn't work. This was to run the fan. Okay, so this is my sketched version of what I saw. This is a pretty good star test here. I mean, who wouldn't be happy with that? But it's outside focus. You know, that's this is inside focus. So this is a little bit overcorrected. I mean, you have to kind of look back and forth between it. You can see the diagonal shadow is a little smaller than it is here. But this is pretty damn good. But it's not the native correction that Mel put into the mirror. They're identical. And this is a pretty awful star test. Outside focus, inside focus. You can see there's a big difference in the diagonal shadow breakout and just the general diffraction patterns of the out of focus images there. The cool thing is that the pusher can make both of these look like that, where they're identical. I don't know. I almost feel like I should get the Nobel Prize for telescope making just for that. This is the only good idea I've ever really had. Everything else I've copied. So I'm kind of pumped about it. So pusher perfect. Now the more temperature induced overcorrection, the less well the pusher works. Because it's pushing on the center. That push doesn't get all the way out to the edge when there's a lot of difference between the outside focus and inside focus. So if there's a lot of overcorrection, then you just got to wait for the temperature to equalize for the pardon me again, for the entire mirror. Just pushing against the back of the mirror with the spring.
It's not fastened in, it's just gravity that's.
Oh yeah, it's just sitting on the cell.
Okay.
Yeah, you just pick it up. Because there's so little, I mean, I don't think it's even a pound of pressure. I haven't measured it, but I think the other day I kind of pushed on your arm. It's just it's not much. It's just not much. Yeah, Dan, you have a question. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could motorize it for sure. Yeah.
Controllers trying to talk.
More electronics. Yeah.
And Home Depot has these little airbags. They're about this big with a little squeeze ball.
Oh.
Style.
Yeah. That might work.
I bet it would, and you could do it, you lengthen the cord and take it all the way up to the eyepiece. You wouldn't even have to squeeze a little ball.
That's cool.
People, what section, what aisle?
Yeah. No.
All going
In the airbag section.
Back by the door stuff.
Okay.
In that area, and there's like a couple of different kinds.
What are they used for? They're used to the refrigerator maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Bob had a question behind you.
This place, and if you want to level it, and you don't have enough hands, you can put that in and level it.
So just so you guys can hear out on Zoom, Greg is suggesting that at Home Depot you can buy these little inflatable airbags where you use a hand squeezer to inflate them, and that could make a really good pusher too. And it just might. I'm going to try. Yeah, yeah, Bob.
So how big is your suction cup in relation to the mirror? I mean, how much of the?
The suction cup diameter, the suction cup is about 1.5 inches.
30-inch mirror?
Yeah, it's just pushing in the center. Yeah.
Wouldn't you be making a dimple in the middle of the?
If I am, the diagonal shadow's hiding it. Yeah.
You could put foam in there too if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to try the airbag because, wider area to push on might be better. Yeah, just right at the eyepiece. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, patient Rob.
Thank you. So, on a typical night, you get a thermally induced problem that you've mechanically fixed. How long before then you have to go back and unscrew the screw and reduce that?
Depends on the night. What I found is that the more humid the night is, I don't touch it after, because the air has so much moisture in it. The back side of the mirror just doesn't seem to feel that. Yeah. On a fairly dry night, and by a really humid night, I mean like 95% humidity and above, which is pretty common around here. Yeah. Out in the desert, yeah, after an hour or so, I just back that off, and the mirror's native correction is right on the money, and yeah.
Is it always like 3 turns, or do you have to figure out how many turns?
Well, it depends on what the temperature induced.
Do you ever try to, that leads to my other question, do you ever try to actually quantify the temperature differences?
I haven't yet, no. This is I came up with this last spring, and so I've used it over the spring and this summer, and went so far this fall. So not a lot of use yet. Yeah.
My question's for both you and Rob. I'm like Rob, I'm gonna hang my meniscus mirrors and pop it to the center.
Yeah.
Just push on the puck, right?
Oh, I guess. Yeah. So so some of these meniscus mirrors have a puck that is adhered to this back center part of the mirror. So there's no edge support. and there's a rod or a piece of sheet metal that is used basically as a hook to hang the mirror in the cell. And pushing on that puck may do exactly the same thing. Maybe we got to try it. Yeah, I don't see why not.
In my case, when I get my scope down too low, the way it's suspended, the mirror wants to come off of the 6-point flotation. So I know that I'm going to be challenged. And part of the problem there is that the puck is not at the CG of the mirror, right, by definition. So I do see this working better for a sling, which I've never been able to make work, but maybe it's time I figure that one out if I wanted to do this pusher thing.
But looking upward, you've got your 18 points for longitudinal force and your puck transverse force. I don't see any reason, as long as you're not looking too low, why you can't just push it.
All right. Yeah, it absolutely should work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The gravity component is going to be adjusted by your altitude.
Yeah.
According to Howard.
I tend not to look, down like 10 degrees. Maybe 20 degrees is about as far as I tend to go. So yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're pointing at the horizon, this wouldn't work at all. You're just going to push the mirror off the cell. Yeah.
You've got a sling though, don't you, Howard?
I have a sling. Yes.
So
Yes,
wouldn't the push also change I guess ultimately the collimation? Like if you're pushing it, wouldn't the sling tend to kind of sling your mirror? You know what I'm saying?
That was one of my expectations actually, but because the pressure that's being exerted on the center of the mirror from the pusher is so slight, no.
How many waves are we talking?
I don't know.
No.
It's probably
2 to 3 waves.
Yeah.
So that tells you right there, it's, thin mirror, 2 to 3 waves. You don't need much at all. And poor
Yeah.
Dale here has been fighting the incredible astigmatism you get from mounting your mirror in all sorts of different ways. We know the forces are very small.
Yeah.
To just twist these mirrors. I've seen my mirror produce potato chip like out of focus stars.
Yeah. Yeah.
From not being properly seated.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, me too. When I first put this, when I first put Mel's B mirror in this scope, oh my eyes thinking, what the hell piece of crap is this? Well, there's no way to focus what I saw.
Right.
Well, because the sling wasn't centered properly.
Yeah.
I centered the sling properly and then zip. Oh, okay. All right. We're good. I won't have to go yell at Mel now. So, all right. So we're here, we're there. Okay. Would this work on a flat back mirror? Which most people have? I don't know. Somebody should try.
It's been tried.
Yeah. Okay.
Push and pull.
Okay. So some people have tried this and evidently it does work. So. Oh, that was a puller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that discussion.
Yeah. Alan Alder, I forget. Adler. Yeah, it was, gosh, it was a while back, a couple decades now.
Yeah.
At
I've
least.
seen it. It's an amazing demonstration. The issue for the people who have it is that it's high maintenance.
Oh, yeah.
And it takes a lot of time to get just right.
Yeah.
What Howard is really talking about is gives a little twist to pound the pressure. It fixes the issue for an hour or two.
Well, I mean, what Howard's talking about, you could induce with a hot hand on the back of the mirror.
Yeah.
I mean, just, that's all, I mean, just the heat of your hand will probably form the image.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
In the wrong direction.
Yeah. These are sensitive. I mean, this is very sensitive. Yeah. So, and I guess that's really the point is that, a big meniscus mirror like this is really sensitive temperature and pressure. I mean, if the sling isn't exactly right on the edge as it needs to be, the images are horrible. If your 18-point cell isn't floating properly, that gives you problems. Yeah, So you have to give the mirror a nice, happy place to live in, and give it that little extra oomph sometimes when you need it. Yeah.
That's sensitive glass to temperature.
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, there have been nights, and I wish, I wish this mirror was made out of zero drawer. But it's for a mirror this big, this thin, and made out of window glass or table glass, which is what the started life as, was a 30-inch tabletop. To get this kind of performance is really amazing. I mean, the effort that Mel went through to make 2 of these things, he should get some kind of Nobel Prize in telescope making. Way before I would. Oh my God, yeah. Okay, so well, we've been doing questions already. So are there any more out there from you Zoomies? If not, I will move on to part 2 of my presentation. Let me do a time check here. Okay, kind of over. Okay, we'll just have a little shorter lunch, maybe. Maybe not. Okay, we're not gonna hold to the schedule to the minute here. So night vision sketches. This was suggested by Mel, and I thought this is really a good idea because night vision is talked about more and more, and because it's really an amazing technology. In this little box is an H-alpha filter, which if you put in behind an eyepiece in the telescope, you will see nothing. It's just not enough, there's not enough H alpha wavelengths coming through to see visually. So what do? If you want to see all those cool H alpha stuff that are in a lot of nebulae, you need one of these. And what I'm holding up is a night vision device. And this is what the military uses to be able to see at night. Got the end you look in, and this is the end where you put an eyepiece. And I'll put this in there later. So it goes like this. Of course, you take the lens cap off, and you screw the H alpha filter on the end of the eyepiece, which we will see here. This is how these things work. Basically, for every photon that comes in, the night vision device generates about 30,000 more. And I won't go through the whole thing, but they're essentially, what I have in my hand right now is called a PVS-14. And they're very common. They're very expensive. This set me back over $4,000. It's about, as you see, it's about the same size as this 41 pan optic. It weighs less than the eyepiece, which is nice. But there's no true color. It's grayscale. This has a white phosphor screen. So when you're looking in here, the image is grayscale. You can get these with the green phosphor. And so when you look in it, it's green, which is kind of what everyone associates with night vision, but it doesn't have to be green. And you can see they had kind of showed all these green electrons coming out, photons coming out. And what's cool, you not only turn it on, but there's a gain knob here. So you can turn up the gain to increase the brightness, but that also increases the electronic noise. So there's a sweet spot where you don't see hardly any electronic noise, and you get a very natural looking image. It's like you're looking through a normal eyepiece. Let's put this down for a minute. Okay, so here we go. These are the components. The 41 millimeter panoptic eyepiece works really well with the night vision device. The night vision device only sees like the center 50% of the field of view of an eyepiece because it's afocal. So to get a good image scale and enough magnification, the 41 pan seems to be the best bet. A lot of people have the 55 millimeter TeleVue Plossl that has a converter that basically turns into a 67 millimeter Plossl. But the image scale gets so small from what you're seeing that you get this nice wide field, but you don't see as much detail. So here's everything put together. Okay, here's the H alpha filter here, 41 pan. This is an adapter made by TeleVue to fit their eyepieces. You take off the rubber eye guard on the eyepiece to attach the night vision device, and now you're ready to go. So, okay, and these things work even better with the silver coated mirror, and that's because the night vision devices work really well in the dark yellow to near infrared wavelength range. And silver is really good in that range as well. Yeah, and that's where aluminum starts to drop off. Okay, so this is a sketch of the Eagle Nebula with a 30-inch using visual eyepieces and an O3 filter. Pretty typical for what I tend to see. This is what I see with the night vision device and the H alpha. So, and this sketch only suggests what the difference is. This is not a successful sketch in terms of conveying what I saw. It shows the detail that I saw, but it doesn't convey the emotional impact of the difference. I have been a real fan of seeing a lot of detail in M16 for a long time, and this is about the best I could do traditionally. And to be able to see detail like this, but the dynamic range of what is seen through the night vision device with the H alpha filter is so much more dramatic than this. It's just, I'm going to have to redraw this at some point to try to see if I can do better, but because this doesn't do it.
Same scale.
Pretty close.
Same orientation.
Same orientation.
Okay.
Yeah, this loop here, this is a Spitzer bubble, and that is vaguely seen here. Yeah. So you can see the pillars of creation here. You know, you can see those without the night vision device. You can see the dark tower, see these Bach globules, and also, oh, okay, on the big monitor here, it simulates the electronic noise if you have the gain turned up too high. Yeah, I'm not seeing that on my laptop monitor. Okay, so here's a labeled version. And this dark pillar is so cool. From here to here is 9 light years. That's a little slightly greater distance than our distance from the Earth to the star Sirius. I think that's just fabulous to know. Okay. And, oh yeah. Okay, Pillars of Creation. That was a name given by some of the Hubble Space Telescope scientists who first imaged this area, these dark pillars. Before that, it was called the Star Queen Nebula by Robert Burnham in a series of famous books. Didn't catch on, but I like it better than Pillars of Creation. The Pillars of Creation name is a reference to a sermon given by a 19th century English preacher. And how that made it into the 21st century, I don't know, but it did. Okay, so here's a close-up. This is using a 13 millimeter Nagler for more magnification. Pillars of Creation, seeing the little connecting between these two pillars, seeing all this stuff down below the pillars, the dark tower over here. I mean, it's just a view I still can't get over. I'm going to talk way too long about it if I don't stop now. But
this is night vision device?
This is with the night vision device with the 13 millimeter Nagler and the H alpha filter.
Text says without.
You have no hope of seeing it.
Oh, I had no hope to see this without the night vision. Yes, yes. I probably could have phrased that better. I was one of those people who didn't practice their presentation. Okay, and here, okay, Rosette Nebula. Okay, here's the normal visual view with the No3 filter. You know, pretty much what Mel saw, but his sketch shows more detail. And then with the H alpha filter and the night vision device. And what's really interesting is, okay, this is cool. You see the scale. Okay, these little dark nebula that are kind of threading all along here are so visible. You see some little bubble-like arcs through here, and it's like it has horns. Well, what the hell's going on there? Well, okay, a labeled version of that. What's going on here is that this is Okay, same orientation. These are the beginning of the horns. This is the Monoceros supernova loop. And, oh, wait a minute, it keeps going. This is with my 8-inch f3.3. This spans about 6 degrees all total. So this is multiple fields of view. The Cone Nebula, the Christmas tree cluster. This is a big sharpless nebula here. This whole area coming south down from the feet of Gemini is filled with nebulosity that just jumps out with the night vision device and the H-alpha filter. That would be really difficult to see this easily, this well, with this much detail without it. So probably the next best thing about night vision with the H-alpha filter is that the view is live. It's not a stacked image that keeps building up. You move the telescope, the image moves instantly with it. It's just like using an eyepiece with a gain knob on it, which I always hoped I would be able to get someday.
One of the other issues, one of the other benefits of secret missing, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But when you're visual using your scope, you want to keep your exit pupil to 7 millimeters. This looks like you can just totally violate this rule altogether.
Yeah, because now you're looking at a little screen. You're looking at a little electronic screen. It's not a visual experience. It's not visual observing, even though you can turn the gain to make it look like it is, but you're looking at a little screen. So you're absolutely right. Exit pupil is meaningless.
So, but it is what, 20 millimeter, ideally with the NB?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's larger.
Okay, but it's kind of irrelevant. It's kind of irrelevant because the exit pupil from the telescope has been eliminated. You're relaying the focal plane of the telescope via the eyepiece to the focal plane of the NBD. There is no more exit pupil anymore to speak of. And then you're looking at the display of the NBD under a magnifying glass. There really isn't an exit pupil, so to speak. It's just the diameter of the exit lens.
Right, but if you took the NB off and looked at the exit pupil of that 40 millimeter lens.
Oh, that's like a 9 millimeter exit pupil.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but it's meaningless in this context now. You're not using that exit pupil.
But I will say, just looking through the 41 pan, even with that huge exit pupil, gives a wonderful image.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think this is why Mel wants someone to make an F1.9.
Yeah. So, okay, any more questions here? Yes, Dan. Yeah.
I can't remember what size it was.
It's a 24-inch. Yeah.
Got the heart and soul nebula. I looked at it. Whoa, I've never seen anything like this. So I'm gonna go look at those in mine. No, I left my 28-inch and I could see them. They're little, I could barely see them.
Yeah, it's a dramatic difference.
Back.
Dan was explaining how in Ed Allen's 24-inch is Elvira, is 2.7 scope. And he has a night vision device and how he was looking at the Heart and Soul Nebula through that. And then Dan went back to his 28-inch scope without the night vision device, an H-alpha filter, and can barely see it. Yeah, you didn't know. It's your first experience to it. Oh, you didn't know it was like, oh, okay. Okay, because it was so natural looking. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's one of the cool things is that yeah, he had that clear plastic thing over the back of the eyepiece. Yeah.
How compatible are these with a marriage?
Well, okay. How compatible is buying a $4,000 night vision device with a marriage or significant other? As it turns out, for me, I was right at the point where I had finished the 30-inch as it is now. And I had my 28-inch f4 mirror for sale. And so what I ended up being able to do was to sell the mirror, the 28-inch cage, diagonal and spider and all that to some guy in Texas. And from those proceeds, I was able to buy the night vision device.
And money, yes.
Yes. With full blessing of my spouse. Pardon?
Inherit wealth.
Inherited wealth. There you go.
Just the intensifier, there's another, $1,500 of filters. And
Oh yeah, there's filters, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I had to buy the 41 panoptic, which I didn't already have. But Judy is great. She said, "Oh, that's great. You go for it. That's your money." And then I got all that, and a couple months later, I was talking about, when we finish redoing the kitchen, okay, I think it's time to build my observatory. And she went, "What? You spent all that money in that stupid night vision device?" So, okay, well, all right, there is a limit. Yes.
My experience in light polluted area, I have night vision similar to yours, like 10-inch f3 telescope. And from my driveway, I learned to see the coma cluster just as it looked like Mel's.
Yeah.
Mel's picture.
Yeah. So,
Mel drew. At least I'm standing back here when I saw his picture.
yeah.
And it is just amazing that you don't have to have no dark sites. It revolutionizes what you can see from a light polluted side.
Yeah. So Dale was making the very good point, which I neglected to say, that he has a 10-inch f3, he has a night vision device, and the sketch that Mel showed of the coma cluster of galaxies is what he can see from his highly light polluted yard. And yes.
Wait a minute, what's the max?
Well, I think it's 9. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. So, and he's in a Bortle 8 sky. Now the sketch that we're seeing here of the Menoceros supernova loop and the rosette at the bottom and Christmas tree cluster, the Cone Nebula, this was made from my backyard. Now I'm probably Bortle 5, 4.5 on a really good night. Yeah, it barely matters where you are with this stuff. It expands.
Okay, so it barely matters. So what happens if you're somewhere like the top of Steam Mountain? Does it matter?
It does help. Yes. Yeah, it goes down.
We didn't see much galaxy before it all fell to the star formation.
I've tried that. Dan was saying, I bet you M33 really lights up with the night vision and the H alpha filter. And actually, no, it hasn't for me. Yeah, I was really surprised, disappointed.
Back about 50 years ago, I remember it was called the Holland's Image Intensive.
Oh yeah,
Eyepiece.
yeah.
$1,900. And I almost did it, but it wouldn't bring out galaxies very well.
No.
Yeah, you have the same issue now, especially with the silvering bringing out more red.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if galaxies are.
Galaxies can be enhanced if you use a different filter. It's an IR cutoff filter. And that helps, but I will say that I really prefer the natural view through an eyepiece.
Hey, Howard.
Yes.
So just to add to that question about galaxies, I actually ended up getting a 13 Delight, and I put that on the night vision, and galaxies really come alive. And I use them maybe sort of cheating, but if I have a really dim object, I would use the 13 Delight with night vision, center it, and then put in 6 ethos or 3.7 ethos. But that's ARP galaxies are so easy to find with this thing and 13 Delight.
Yeah, they're bright. They're certainly brighter. I have, like, when I point this at M51 or M33, or M31, for that matter, it doesn't bring out more detail in my experience. But for if I'm looking for dim elliptical galaxies and a galaxy cluster, yeah, it does bring those out. It definitely does.
Because I can see the needle galaxies from my backyard.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever, has anybody ever tried 2 of these?
Oh yeah. Yeah. People. Well, you know
Now you only got 8,000.
the military. They have. You connect these to your helmet and you can bring it in front of it. Well, you can do it on both sides of the helmet, right? And using this just like this and pointing it at the sky is remarkable.
Yeah.
Put the H alpha filter on the front of the night vision device and use it as a monocular, which is not magnifying at all. You scan the Milky Way and you go, at least I do. I go, what the hell is that? I've never that nebula isn't on any chart I've ever seen. That's the kind of view you get. And that again, it's whether you're on the top of Steens Mountain or in your light polluted backyard, it's the same experience.
Two. I will say with two. We have a couple of customers who want to use them. With their binoculars, the challenge is, they want to use them with prime focus, not with the eyepiece.
Yeah, yeah.
And you need about 80 to 90 more millimeters of in focus.
Yeah.
To achieve that. So
Yeah.
Bob's designed his binoculars here where he's raising the entire.
Oh, now you have to.
The great feature for being able to use my vision and prime focus or go back to normal.
Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. So Bob says he doesn't have enough money in his wallet. So yeah, I would think it would. Yeah. Yeah.
What brand is
So-
yours?
This is a PVS 14 and it's sold by Technical Night Vision Corporation. They sell basically to wannabe paramilitary people who want to go out and pretend that they're chasing the enemy down at night. Hunters. It's really good for hunters at night. And also one of the things I use this for is I've been going out to Chickahominy Reservoir out in Central Oregon to observe by myself more and more often. If I hear a strange noise, I just kind of scan around. Is there anything spooky out there? It's like, nope, nothing spooky. Probably noise I made anyway. So, okay, any more from Zoomies out there? If not, we'll stop here and we'll call it lunch. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, there's that being afraid of the dark problem.
Well, I've come to rethink that. It's not. I'm not scared of the dark. I'm afraid of what might be in the dark.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hold it.
Yeah. Let me stop the recording here.
Things like you can see here, I up in the I don't have do I have a laser pointer? You can see up here in the top, that is that's how I chose to connect the aluminum to the print. That is, made a little pocket to slip a square nut in, and then a thumb screw acts as a set screw to fix it. I found this was fine. It also let me move the upper end up and down to produce different back focuses. Just handy all around. Now, the result of this thing, these aren't real astrophotos. They're just, handheld phone up to the eyepiece, the kind of thing you do when you make your first telescope. The point is, it worked. I printed a telescope and it just worked. Now, it had a lot of problems, and we'll get into those in a little bit. But first, I want to talk about, I'm sure by now we're all well aware of the hobby killers. We know that this is a problem for entry-level scopes. They tend to be expensive and inferior. You've got predatory marketing, building unrealistic expectations, people look at the box and see this Hubble image or even a Cassini image of planets and wonder why they can't see that, and well, they just assume it's because they're not good enough at the hobby. The reviews in the Power Seeker in particular say note that they could tell it was going to be quality because the box weighed 30 pounds, but we know that steel is less expensive than optics, so that doesn't mean much. Now, there's a particularly egregious example. Pay special mind to the nebula. Now, I got curious and had some friends who had used these scopes send me their pictures, and these are from some various Power Seekers. Now, a lot of people were asking me about releasing this thing, about putting it out there so they could make their own, and there were a lot of problems with that. While it was successful in a couple ways, it did meet the design goals. That is, it was a working telescope. I could look at the planets like I wanted, and rocker and everything, it was only 13 pounds. But the bill of materials was a colossal mess. The amount of trips to the hardware store for a screw that was just right. Things I just found in the garage. I mean, a hand-me-down mirror. All said, the project, if I had accounted for mirror price, might have been $500, give or take. And that was just not very attractive as a DIY project. Further, man, vibration at the eyepiece was just hell. It you focus it, it wiggles. 10 seconds later, it's still wiggling. I have pretty steady hands, but I found I just couldn't share the views with people because it would drift, they'd nudge it, it would be gone. A very, very long settle time. Lesson there being that the rookie mistake. Bending tolerance is way too loose a requirement for how stiff I want it to be. Now, I sought to address these problems and put something out there that could be easily replicated. Now, I iterated on the design. So this wasn't the first 3D printed scope by any means. I came up with a new set of criteria. I wanted it to undercut mass market scopes, not as a product, but as a DIY project. That is, somebody could make it themselves for less than a commercial scope. Bearing in mind how much the planets jumped around at the eyepiece, I wanted to overbuild it until there was no vibration. And I wanted a dead simple bill of materials. That is, just optics and a trip to Home Depot. Further, I wanted a pain-free print. A lot of prints require support. That is just a sacrificial lattice of waste filament. Anything with big overhangs that isn't well supported tends to require supports. Printing things in their strongest orientation also might need supports. And well, for a lot of people newer at 3D printing, that constitutes kind of a steep mental barrier. That is, it's a lot of work to make something with supports, to print it, to shave off the supports, get into little nooks and crannies with pliers. It makes it a lot more work. So I wanted to take no supports and just assemble with glue and a screwdriver. So when I was supposed to be studying for my grad quals, instead I shut myself in the room for a couple days and came out with this. This is something Zane actually turned me on to, was that there was a vast supply of these 4.5-inch spherical mirrors out there, given that they're just one of the most common commercial mirror sets. And of course, at 114 f8, it's within maybe about a quarter wave of, well, the ideal parabolic shape. For any engineers in here, that's a real-life Taylor approximation. The circle approximates the parabola, vice versa. And in these, within these optical criteria, almost good enough to say diffraction limited. So the net result here was 60% the light gathering at 20% the cost. I went with metal pipe instead of strut channels, and it wound up way more stiff. And I stuck to number 10 screws. And for metric, it's all M4 screws. So one type of nut, just 2 or 3 lengths of screw. Some screws if you're feeling fancy, but all the same screw, pretty much. And the end result, it was really, really light. It was light, it was sturdy, and it works. You just have to glue the mirror in and you're ready to go. So that was another crude picture during Jupiter's opposition. Spherical or not, the thing works. Now, to talk about some other projects. I've built a lot of telescopes, and they've all used printing in some way or another, but I still think past a certain size, you don't want to print the whole telescope. I think the right tool here is going to be your classic wood and metal. Where you fall on that sliding scale is user taste. But you can see here, all these bits that are in orange, and I like orange for printed parts, are things I've printed. So I printed a 2-inch Crayford, and up until I tried putting night vision in it, it held up to any of the big eyepieces. Night vision, not so much. That was Coma City. But truss clamps, finder brackets, all these bits that are expensive or hard to make yourself, I found you can print, and they do a fine job. Now, I did the same thing with much more experimental 16-inch. Most of the experiments panned out, a couple really didn't. But you can really print a lot of these parts. Again, you can see stuff in orange here. I have a commercial focuser embedded in a custom 3D printed clamp. And we'll go in for some detail. Here is the secondary hub done up for a wire spider. And the truss clamps. Note that those clamps stood up to weeks in the Texas sun. No noticeable deformation at all. Noting that I think the tension they're under tends to help keep them stay in shape. But something even up to a relatively heavy-duty amateur task, like holding together a truss, a print can be up to if you design it well. The only problems with these were actually that they didn't have a big enough footprint. So where they were attached to the telescope, I found they could be a source of flex in the truss. But that was design, not the design medium. Now, here are the upper end parts of the hexapod joints, and then even convenient things that interface with commercial products, like a Telrad bracket. Printing is exceptionally great for just tiny little things like that. Dovetails for your finders, you name it. Now, night vision. There's a bunch of different modes of using night vision, and I just say that to make the point that you could design something to serve an extremely niche use case that you couldn't find something for. So night vision, you can use handheld to bask in the Milky Way, even from the city. You can use it with a telescope. You can use it through an eyepiece with a telescope, prime focus or afocal. And generally, you have a bunch of different filters you want to play with. An IR pass if you're in the city, a UV IR cut if you're in the countryside, different shades of wider passes, maybe a dual band, or even, and especially H-alpha filters. So not wanting to fuss with all these different threads in the dark, or attaching the night vision to and off of eyepieces, I made this. This is just a filter wheel with a press fit for the really weird, unique shape of the objective on the night vision, and a quick release that matches to my big Russell Optics Plossel. The net result being, with just a quarter turn, I can pull it off the scope and be using it handheld, looking at the sky, and without fussing through with any filter threads. I can quickly swap between 5 of these filters or an empty, both with handheld or afocally through the telescope. As silly as it seems to put so much work into this, I will confidently say this doubled my time at the eyepiece at dark sites. It keeps all the filters and lenses covered up nicely, so it reduced any issues of dew on the filters. It's really nice being able to simply blink between filters on targets, and it was just a game changer. And I think a great example of how you can use printing as a way through whatever very specific problems you find as you get deeper and deeper into the hobby rabbit holes. Now,
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
want one of those.
this was just the prototype, but it worked pretty well.
Yeah, looks great.
Oh, one other thing here. I didn't have to design the filter wheel. I designed some of the things and combined others in CAD, but the filter wheel I could just find the files for. Now, I don't think I need to sell night vision on anyone as an observing medium. It doesn't replace glass, but on its own, it's pretty special. But back to the projects. Now, printing can also beget a certain modularity to your scopes. One of my favorite parts of this is that especially with the precision of the printer, can make up any kind of shapes you want. And here I used that for the spider. I published a bunch of different spiders and let users choose what their stars look like. You can go for a curved vein, and we sat down with I don't remember the program that does the Fourier transforms, but we sat down and found which curves were best for the spikeless version, and you do 4 vein, 3 vein, depending on if you're old school Hubble fan or into web. And there were a lot of fan-made derivatives. I put the files out there, including the source files, and have continued to iterate on these. And the goal there was just to get this into the hands of people who could keep messing with it. It did end up scaling to arbitrary apertures. We'll talk about that in a minute. Now, on open sourcing. Open sourcing is a pillar of 3D printing's history. And without decades of it, consumer desktop 3D printing wouldn't be what it is today. It's important. People making their own printers, documenting and publishing what they do, letting others mess with it. It was only after a couple, I think, Stratasys patents retired that that consumer printing was able to explode the way it has, and it was on the back of a vast open source movement. So, with that said, publishing this, including the CAD files under a permissive license, carried this project further than I'd ever imagined. Case in point, I'd like to talk about the focuser of Theseus here. So my first focuser, as I said, was just a simple screw. And people looked at it, decided it wasn't enough. I agree. One person came with a fascinating non-rotating version. That is, it has rails cut into the threads, so and the wheel is captive. So you spin the wheel. You spin the wheel, and it walks the draw tube in and out without actually spinning the draw tube or eyepiece. Someone else said that wasn't enough and added a clamping centering collet to hold the eyepieces instead of a screw. Someone else said, well, wait, we went too far, and they added back the iconic hand wheel design. Someone else redid the collet with a safety kerf that keeps the collet from popping out. Another person yet added a locking ring to kill any play in the screw. By now, 7 or 8 people have had their hands on this. It's come back to me, and I put it all together, and well, gee, this thing is better than ever. Now, another upshot of this is people make it, people share it. Ideally, not even involving me. So, with this project being streamlined, that is just a trip to Home Depot and an eBay order. A very, very low ball estimate is 3,500, and some napkin math would suggest it's probably way more than that. Now, it was one of the most viewed products on the Printables website. I think we can push the number higher. Now, I had ambitions of making all these little add-ons, but I was a full-time grad student and was quite busy. So I was astonished to see that within a few weeks of it coming out, there were already dozens and by now hundreds of add-ons people have made. Again, just because the files are out there and it's easy to work with. People added better baffles. Tons of people have made their own takes on the Crayford focuser, including Sasha, who did the fuse bridge seen here. There have been versions for different screw threads, tripod interfaces, you name it, all kinds of stuff. Stuff I wouldn't have dreamed of. Open sourcing has carried it, again, further than I could have ever imagined. So this is just a plea that if you are CADing and printing projects, release it. Now, one person actually took all my files and very, very painstakingly recreated them from scratch, fully parameterized. That is, I type in a few numbers and it adjusts to 1/4 inch screws or a 6-inch aperture and so on. So I played with that a bit. For a while there, I didn't have time to make very much at all, so I could simply have the computer churn up some variations on it to fit whatever mirrors I got my hands on, run the printer, and well, heck, just after an hour of assembly and a couple days of printing, I'd have a new scope. I made this delightful little 4.5 inch f4, and I used this super heavy duty version of the focuser of Theseus, which could bear the night vision load. And this thing was a delight. I mean, it fits the entire veil, and that's a special view. There were a handful of other derivatives, just to point how, well, A, what a very driven movement of tinkerers can churn up, but B, just how flexible this thing is, including a 4-inch refractor, a 6-inch f3 on some very lucky optics I got on eBay, and some other stuff. And yeah, that is 3D printing telescopes. Any questions? Oh, Howard, I can't hear you.
There we go. Okay, so the first comment here was bravo. And yeah, I think that's echoed unanimously. And then the second question here was, what's next?
As in, what am I building next, or what's next for this project?
Either.
Okay. Well, I have a couple irons in the fire there. As far as what's next for this, a handful of people have actually been working on a V2 of this that abandons screws pressed into the aluminum rods and instead, so picture this more of a C profile with a screw here that simply tightens the cavity over the rod without pressing a screw into it. Among hundreds of other little quality of life things. So a V2 for Hadley is on the horizon. As far as what I'm working on, I've been reading and rereading Albert High's book, and I'm rebuilding a couple of my telescopes, including the 12 I showed, and a body for that 20-inch f3 Mel made. I have 2 drum shells I plan on sawing in half and making into some interesting telescopes, with the focus being on as streamlined an experience as possible. That is, as little friction between me and it in a field as I can muster. And for big scopes, that's kind of a tough bar. As far as other stuff, well, I mean, you'll see plenty of things in my column, both mine and other people's. And that's about it telescope-wise. I've been working on a 1980s C11 and trying to get planetary images from that. That's fun.
I have a question, Jonathan. you mentioned that Hadley is now fully parametric CAD, right?
Yes.
How easy and what sort of knowledge does like a layperson need in who has never used CAD before? I actually fall in that category because I've never used Fusion 360 before. How easy is it for somebody to just go and update parameters and print their own variant with whatever numbers they want?
I think.
Can you get like a web interface is what I'm asking. Is there a website where I can just go in?
That's a tough bar.
Okay.
Well, the big problem is it's a little bit computationally intense to not a very high bar, but enough that a website wouldn't be able to handle it well.
Good call.
To
Yeah, okay.
produce things from the well, I guess code that is inside the CAD. Now, as far as how savvy you'd have to be, I think if you're to the point of downloading files and printing them, that is comfortable with moving STLs and slicing them, it's no harder than making baby's first CAD project. You need to be able to get into the CAD software, move the camera around to export specific files, and not much more than that.
Okay.
Hi guys. I've been helping with printing some of the prototype Hadley V2 stuff. So yeah, I think the idea right now is that the goal is to have it be sort of like there's some printable projects out there where where it's like I don't think it's called an SCAD, it's something else, but you enter in parameters and it can just in theory spit out the part. I don't know how. I don't know if that's with the computational intensity that's required, if that's like going to be something that you can just run one script and get the whole folder of files. That might be a per part thing. I think that's doable. I don't know a ton. I've mostly been printing the prototype. I haven't really helped a whole lot with the design, but that's what I understand to be the case.
Okay, Jonathan, this is the focuser that Dale stole from you and put it on his new 16-inch f3, and he
Well, I'll be the
says,
first.
"Thank you."
Well, I'll be the first to tell you I didn't do much, if anything, on that specific focuser. That was a collection of different makers out there, but I'm glad it's there. It's
very good.
The big thing about these screw focusers is they're very easy to make and fairly lightweight for what they are.
Yeah. And Zane, if you're still there, you put several images on the chat. Could
I meant to only
briefly
put two on the
explain?
duplicate. So you can see this is just the upper cage. I don't have a working webcam, otherwise I'd go grab it. But one of the big differences with the V2 is you know, it sounds silly, but you know, you had to spray paint the inside of the OTA parts with a spray mask. And you know, you tended to get overspray on the parts. And you know, also it was just, you know, it was still shiny plastic, like, you know, smooth plastic surfaces for the inside of the upper and lower ends. So with the new version, there's knife edge baffles, which I believe are computed based on the primary and secondary dimensions and stuff as well. Like they're not just random knife edge baffles. I think they have some logic going into them, but you print the baffle assembly and you slide it in separately, which is really nice.
Oh, I have seen
Okay,
those.
cool.
They are nice for
Wow.
me, but only because I make so many.
Oh, and there's no more pause print on the spider.
I made a couple spray masks that fit into positive and negative features on the scope, and just let me spray only the inside. But for someone doing a one-off, that might be wasteful.
Okay. So, Jonathan, due to my own inattention, I didn't start the recording until a few minutes into your talk. If you could just reintroduce yourself to make it
Okay.
part of the recording, that'd be really great.
Let me arrow key back here. Okay. One thing before any of that is the old anti-piracy campaigns, printing has kind of made a mockery of the whole you wouldn't download a house or whatever. But yes, this is red scope, blue scope, a case study in printing, applying 3D printing to telescopes and visual astronomy at large. I'm Jonathan Kissner. I teach physics and multivariable calculus at my old high school. I'm Sky and Telescope's new ATM writer, a very amateur imager, and I've also made a handful of telescopes in my day. Much more than that, Howard?
Go a couple more slides.
Okay. Now, I've had access to telescopes since I was a kid. My grandfather had a 6-inch refractor that I remember particularly fondly. Now I didn't see the chromatic aberration he saw then. I just remember the planets being amazing in them, and have been hooked ever since. I started making telescopes and 3D printing during the lockdown when I turned my stimulus money into a printer and some new skills. For a while, I was using just files from the internet. There's huge libraries of these for free. But I quickly started making my own things as well. Silly things like a parabolic dish for my wireless headset, or lampshades, other stuff. Anyone printing will recognize this up top as the Benchy, a classic benchmark print to tune your printers, see how good they're running, and compare. My grandfather approached me eventually and had an old 6-inch mirror and said I could probably build a telescope from it, but he didn't think I could print one. So of course I set out to print one from scratch and see if a good scope could be printed and if anyone could build one. Because at this point I had no idea what I was doing. Still don't. Now.
Okay, I think that'll be good.
All right.
So give me my voice back. So is there any more questions? Here out in Zoomies? No, I think this is fascinating. I haven't gotten into 3D printing yet, but I know that's in my future. And there's a question here.
I have
Rob.
Yeah, Jonathan, this is Rob Brown. I want
hi.
to thank you for leading me into the 3D printed Crayford focuser, which I now have on 2 telescopes. And I'm seeing this new focuser you've got, or your collaboration has produced, which is a helical focuser that doesn't rotate the eyepiece, right?
Mm-hmm.
And any comments on the performance difference between those 2 designs? I'd appreciate.
I think you're using Sasha's fuse bridge. Does it say that on the side?
No, it does not.
Mm.
It's several years old.
Oh, well, so was that. But
okay.
I think the printed Crayford. Oh, that's the Marcos one, right? I think the printed Crayford. Well, it varies with how well you make it, how parallel to the desired tube you heat set the heat inserts, how crooked your screws and bearings are, how even your aluminum runners are. I think if you do a good job on that, the Crayford is vastly better in terms of just trueness to the desired axis and other things. It might suffer a little more under load because the load is pretty nicely distributed in the helical, especially if you wax it. But I think the helical will have a bit more slop, thread slop at the eyepiece. I use that in scopes that mostly live at low power and don't need a ton of adjustments. Say I'll put the paracore in and then I can focus with the paracore. I just use the twist to dial in the first time.
Yeah.
Again, I think their strength is their simplicity, especially in putting one together. But I don't think you can beat a good. I don't think it beats a good Crayford in terms of accuracy.
Hey, did you mostly use PET-G?
It varies. All the orange parts you saw were definitely PET-G. My smaller scopes that I don't have to worry about hauling it in from the car. It's easy to That is, I come back from the observing site late at night. It's one trip from the car. Small stuff like that is usually PLA because I find it still prints better, and that hasn't been any kind of problem. But the bigger scopes are PETG.
Zane here again. With the printed focusers, I've printed out a few different designs, including the fuse bridge and the Marcos. And I think the big thing is, as Jonathan says, it's really about the amount of work you put into them. And I would say the big problem we still face with the Crayfords is just a lot of them require little pieces and bearings and stuff that you pretty much have to order in bulk. And the end result is it's very hard to print a good Crayford, I would say, for an amount of time and money that's makes it much more worthwhile than than buying one, from my experience. The helical really, you can obviously, you run out of precision with the threads, but you can make the helical pretty good without a whole lot of work. And the Crayfords are just kind of, I feel there's always going to be some tinkering with those. Like the Marcos one is great, but it's an enormous footprint. You cannot put it on a scope under like 8 inches. Also, the Hadley, we talked about the 6-inch Hadley derivative. I actually have a 6-inch F4 in a tube where the spider and cell are just ASA 6-inch versions of the Hadley parts, and it's been working great. And actually my 14's on printed parts holding the roller edge supports on too. It's I have a lot of printed or Hadley derived stuff now, and I've never had anything break. I'm in the desert, so I'm subjecting stuff to really extreme environmental conditions all the time, and no problems.
And the printing community, you call things like that vitamins, the things your body needs but can't make itself. So yes, lots of little screws, bearings, things to that effect, springs. And with a lot of the stuff I've designed, I've personally steered to go as beginner friendly as possible and avoid those as much as I can. But yeah, making your own Crayford does absolutely require a pile of stuff.
It makes more sense to make them yourself if you're making more than one scope, I think.
The one I made for the 12-inch was good until I tried using it with night vision. I think that actually damaged the interior a little bit, the weight over time with it.
Hi, Jonathan and Zane. Yeah, thanks. Can you guys, okay, you can see this. So this is an adapter that I made. I 3D printed it. And what it does is this is the same size as a ZWO camera. So people that are here, this goes in that 8-inch telescope, and I can take this out and put in my camera, and it goes clear in and it reaches focus, because an eyepiece has to be a lot longer. So it's a good solution. But what I wanted to tell, what I have problems with, before I continue, I make the ODs bigger and the IDs smaller, and then I throw it in the lathe and machine it to the exact size. And it works really well. Most people don't have a lathe like that, so that's kind of special. But what I find is in hot weather, I can't insert the eyepiece in there to look.
Now,
I mean, excuse me, the opposite of that. And in cold weather, I can't put the eyepiece in, and then hot weather, it just falls down. And so that's the temperature.
So it sounds like the print expands more than the aluminum on the camera.
Yes, and this is I'm using ABS.
I can't speak much to the dimensional stability of these under temperature changes. But
how about FT? Is that better? PET?
No.
I need to find something that's machinable that doesn't have any PET.
or has a similar one to aluminum at least.
Yes.
What about switching to ASA? It does have lower thermal expansion than ABS by quite a lot.
Carbon fiber helps with that too. You'll get a lot less expansion with the fibrous material. I think nylon has the lowest thermal expansion.
Okay, did you hear all that?
Kind of.
I know. Well, the suggested nylon is probably the best. Materials that have carbon fiber are also good. So,
I think
okay.
a lot of people have been looking at carbon fiber PETG as of late. I think that's supposed to be a good one. I don't want to try anything like carbon fiber through my current printer, so I just do regular
The thing
ASA
about,
stable.
yeah, the big thing about that is the little fiber strands are highly abrasive, and so you're running them very hot through your usually a brass nozzle. So you need special nozzles for more exotic filaments like that. My some of the glow in the dark filament I've done other stuff with strontium really ate a nozzle because that's strontium aluminate, I think.
I've also heard that it's like really dangerous to print carbon fiber infused plastic without an enclosure because the fibers are something you should not be inhaling.
I don't think that's the case because you
that's
can
not the
print carbon. I printed carbon fiber PLA and that was perfectly safe. I can't imagine I mean, that it's going to be any different. I mean, there's the fumes I think are a much bigger problem from the styrene.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there are some filaments that I think people have some precautions about. If you see filaments that are labeled having carbon nanotubes, which are typically for like ESD safe filaments, those are the ones you don't want to print without like a serious enclosure. But the standard carbon fibers, though the actual sizes of the fibers are like way too large to be respirable, you wouldn't want to like sand them without using a respirator or something like that. But simply printing them is fine.
I wouldn't want to stand regular ASA without a respirator either.
So that leads me to another question. I know I've been asking too many questions. I'll stop. Where do you learn this stuff? Is there like a go-to place to learn everything that you need to know about 3D printing so that, you know, you can pick the right material, do the right sort of designs, and make sure your overhangs are within spec? So that's for the folks here who don't know a lot about 3D printing. That includes myself. So,
This feels like kind of a cop-out answer, but it's I mean, I've learned by doing here. I think the best thing somebody can do as a newcomer is just read up on what you can print, whether talking to people or looking at top lists or at articles. I didn't go into this until I had a dozen or so interesting things I thought it'd be nice to make. I've made about 2 of those, by the way. And start making things, see what works, see what doesn't. Failure is very inexpensive in this hobby. As use cases clarify, as what works starts to clarify, I think you can build a stronger intuition.
Can I add to that? Yeah.
Of course.
So Rob Brown again. In Portland, there are a number of what are called maker spaces. In particular, Portland Community College has at least 3 of them, I think. And one in particular has just gobs of Prusa printers sitting there chugging out stuff. And these are great places to go. Again, community colleges with maker spaces, great places to go for either free or very low entry fee and hang out with people who are already doing this, watch them side by side doing it. I can't speak highly enough for being there in person to do stuff, even if it's on a computer. We've already seen that here this weekend. So if you have those opportunities, take them because they'll help you a lot. Yes, learning by doing is a very big thing, and I'm totally that's how I learn. I only learn by doing. I learned a lot of 3D printing in a vacuum by myself, but once I started talking to people about it, it was like, oh boy, that really helps. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
And that's kind of the big takeaway with the red scope and the blue scope is that as much printing as it was ATMing, I made the red one and it worked, but had all these problems, and I learned, and well, the blue one is so much better for it. I'd actually looked into finding designs from existing printed telescopes to make the 6-incher, and wasn't happy with any of them. A couple of them, one in particular had about 100 prints to make, and a bill of materials with maybe 80 items, and then all the documentation was either extremely brief or in another language.
Okay, I have one more comment. So the takeaway is you should use blue filament rather than red filament. Is that right?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, any more questions or comments? Okay, well, thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you all.
Very interesting. Okay, so next on the schedule is powered wheelbarrow handles. Now, I was fortunate to see these things demonstrated at the Oregon Star Party this past summer, and it's pretty cool. And Akash, I think you'll be particularly interested in this, even though I know you have a winch, but this is really cool. So we're going to get their presentation teed up, and
I've seen it in action too. I did see it at Goldendale Sky Village where Dave was loading his 25-inch into the telescope, and so I've seen it as well. It's fantastic.
Okay, very good. All right, what's going on here? There we go. That's what we need. And we're going to share. Share. And get rid of this. No, go away by yourself. Right, floating. Come on. There we go. And we'll go full screen. Full screen. And there we go. Okay. So the down arrow. Okay. Advance the slide.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Dave Kasnick, and three of us put this presentation together. Myself, Craig Sterrett, who's here, and Bhavesh Parekh. He couldn't make it. He's ill today, but he wished that he could have been here. So I think this kind of starts up with a cautionary tale and ends with a really great solution. So there's some physical challenges with large scopes. For example, Craig's here on the left. It's 400 pounds, and he's got a ramp that's 3 feet long, and it's got an elevation of 36 inches. And he's going to talk a little bit about what he used to use and what he's been able to achieve now. On the right is my scope, and so again, 10 feet and 36 inches, and it's physically challenging and is a potential risk. And actually, the reason this solution exists is because my experience last November, I was putting my telescope up this ramp, and in the last few years, I've been noticing that I push the thing up the ramp, and I get like 3/4 of the way, and I feel kind of like I'm running out of steam. It just seems like it's getting harder and harder over time. Last November, I kind of took a run at it, and I kind of sprained my wrist because the way I jammed it. And then what happened next was I went on to our astronomy email group, and I complained that I had injured my wrist and I needed to find a solution. And I secretly had a feeling that Mr. Ed Allen might come up with one. So, unwritten law of physics and physiques is objects get heavier as the human body ages. The National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, they recommend a force of required to move 50 pounds. So we're obviously way over that. And then, the last part was I need to find a solution for this.
So Ed did take up that torch. Here's Mr. Ed Allen doing prototype testing at the Elvira Skunk Works in Montana. So he did these mock-ups, and you can see these he's got all sorts of weight on there to simulate the weight of it as well. And it says custom tested because you can't see right there is that he did a whole setup just for Craig scenario, like his weight, his ramp. And so, and then this one he did on the right it says it's a testing from mine. I mean, you know, in true Ed fashion, he was very thorough. And then here's a couple more. He was sending us videos last winter, like, okay, guys, I'm doing this. You know, we'd see the video, and it was pretty cool.
Is that cat litter?
Is that?
It is.
Is that cat litter?
Ed is a cat fan. Yes.
Okay. So Craig's gonna do a few slides here.
Okay, so I'm Craig Sterrett, and I'm the unfortunate owner of the 400-pound version of the scopes. And so I started with just the usual wheelbarrow handles, manually pushing it up the ramp. And, you know, it was doable 10 years ago, not as much now. I've had a couple bad injuries, and so I decided I need to do something about that. So then I switched to using a winch to actually pull the scope in and to let it back out. And then third idea was the motorized wheelbarrow handles. So, you know, when you want to load your scope, you want to first, you know, attach your motorcycle ramps to the car. So, you know, numerous times before I actually made sure I thoroughly attached the ramps to the car, had issues where the ramp would start to slide out as the scope's getting halfway up it. So, you know, make sure you really attach those ramps to your car. And then, you know, just in this case, attach your wheelbarrow handles and use brute force to roll that thing up. And, you know, the pros, well, you know, it's easier than manually loading. There's no way I'm going to magically lift 400 pounds of scope into the back of the car. So, you know, but other than that, there's not a lot of advantages to this method, you know. It's a lot of effort to fight gravity. And to be honest, the greatest danger is coming back down the ramp when you're trying to slow down 400 pounds coming down a steep ramp. And so version 2 is the motorized winch. And so you can see a picture in the upper right corner. I would use a ratchet strap and attach it to the seat brackets on my Suburban. And then that would allow me to pull the scope up into the car. The bottom shows actually a horrible accident that occurred, but this was the only picture I had showing it attached. In this case, I didn't have the normal connection method that I used to connect it to the wheels, and this rope got tangled around the wheels, and the scope actually got stuck halfway down the ramp because the rope had wrapped itself around the wheels. But, you know, so again, you're have to secure the winch inside the car and then provide it power to it with a car battery. These things are very high amperage draw. And then, you know, you still have to lift it and then just use the winch to raise and lower it. And so the pros is you really just have to lift the scope. So the winch really did most of the work, and this method worked really well, to be honest. The winch was powered in and out, so you had, you know, great slow and controlled going up and down the ramp, and it had a small remote control that you could use, so you could run the winch from the handles of the scope as you moved it. The cons were it is very slow and noisy, so you were lifting the scope for, I mean, I'd say probably 3 times as long as I have to lift it now. In my case, the handle weight's about 125 pounds, so it's still a lot of weight to lift. And you had to carry the extra battery. It really needed a full car size battery due to the amount of amperage draw. And then once you get on the ground, you still had to push the scope. So it was great for getting the scope in and out of the car, but if you had a ways to wheel it to your observing site, you still had to manually push it. And so then came version 3. So this was the motorized wheel, and not really much to learn from this. We'll just go to the pros and cons, but you know, again, the exertion mostly is just lifting the handles. The motors do most of the work. And the reason I say most, in my case, at 400 pounds, these motors, the torque curve is on the higher end. So, you know, it requires either a little run at the ramps or a little bit of pushing, but, you know, huge improvement over what it would require. And for the lighter scopes, you know, like Dave and Bhavesh have, it pretty much has no power or no problem powering them to go up the ramps. And then also it allows the powered movement once you get down on the ground. So it's much easier to move your scope to the observing site. And then Ed had a design with folding handles. And so in like Bhavesh's case, he loads it up into the back end of a toy hauler. There's plenty of room. He can just leave the handles attached, fold them up, and just strap down the scope and go. And then when he wants to unload, the handles already attached, just unfold them, just power it back down the ramp. So very convenient. And then the motor batteries, it just takes a standard DeWalt 20-volt battery. So, you know, that gives you power for other things if you need extra field power. And so the cons I had here is you need to carry 4 DeWalt batteries. So it uses 40 volts. So, you know, not really much of a con, but about all we could come up with.
Well, you didn't use Milwaukee batteries.
Actually, though, you can. So
My point was been a con if it were Milwaukee.
Yeah. So I have Milwaukee batteries. So I bought the cheap DeWalt batteries, which of course Ed went to great effort to test different brands of aftermarket Amazon batteries to decide which ones had the most accurate current ratings and amp hour ratings. And you know, so in the normal Ed fashion, I bought exactly what he said. So, and then bought the adapter so I can run on my Milwaukee tools with it. So motorizing your handles. The good part is most of the parts are off the shelf components. So it greatly reduces the cost and eases the build. The negative is one circuit does have to be built. So you do need to have some electronics background. You need to be able to read schematics, and you'll need to be able to do some soldering to build the small board. So for wheels, it uses these just cheap off the shelf. They're hoverboard, electric hoverboard wheels. So 36-volt hub motor. And you know, they're a great option. If you need more power like mine, you know, for the amount of weight, you could get a 10-to-1 gear ratio hub motor. They are literally 10 times the price. So it quickly becomes a, now push a little. And then, you know, cheap motor control board off Amazon, takes standard Hall throttle input. So again, low cost, easy to acquire. For throttles, there's multiple options out there. You just looking for something that supports Hall or that's a Hall-based throttle. And, you know, it gives you some design freedom. You can have twist throttles, you can have thumb throttles like these. So easy to find. And then a switch. So the switches are just forward, reverse. And using 2 switches, you can actually do like tank turns where you're got one wheel going forward, one wheel going reverse, and make nice sharp turns. So again, all of these parts are really quite cheap. And then the custom voltage conversion module. So this is a Ed, of course, designed voltage conversion module. And the reason you need this is that a Hall throttle our hall throttles were putting out like 0.8 volts to 4.2 volts. And the problem is at 0.8 volts or idle, the wheels are still turning. The motor is expecting signal inputs of 0 to 5. And so you need to change this 0.8 to 4.2 to 0 to 5 volt range. And at 4.2 volts, Ed of course tested the actual torque, we're losing about 50% of the torque. So it's really a requirement. It's not too bad to build. There's just 8 components. There's a small prototyping board that's spec'd in the parts list for a small SMD, and I do mean small, very, very small op amp. So it will test your soldering skills. And then you can use like these photos for an example of how you might lay them out. And then in the end, we just cover it with heat shrink tubing and shoved in the box with the rest of the components. So this is the overall schematics. I won't go over much of this, but it's really quite simple. There's one small wiring change for left and right, and depending whether your wheels are pointed to the inside or pointed to the outside to make sure they're spinning the right direction, but it's all quite simple. As long as you can read schematics. Oh.
So 3 users, 3 builds. So of course, Ed was, developing this, doing his R&D. He did the prototype, which he gave to Bhavesh. And then since Craig is retired, he immediately jumped into the project over Christmas, and I followed soon after that. And so Craig kind of blazed the trail as the first non-Ed person to start to put it together. So here's the one that Ed made that Bhavesh is using. You can see here halfway up there's the hinged handles, and they're on the far right. They're in the folded position. And so Ed came up with all this. I mean, especially like this.
A cursor.
Oh,
The
sure,
points for the
sure.
people on.
Oh yeah, thanks. So there's the joints for where they fold, and so here you can see here's the 2 DeWalt sockets without batteries in them. You can see here way Ed did it. He put the throttle right here and the reversing directional button there. So he came up with these locking brackets, which are excellent, very sturdy when you lock that thing down. And so it's just really great solution. And here's I'm going to zoom in on the close up on the locking mechanism there. So here's Craig. This is at OSP. As while he was loading up, I thought I'd capture some pictures here. So he's got this over here. You can all look at it later on. I did bring mine too, but thinking we would do a demo. But there's some videos at the end of this. Maybe I don't know if we can get a video to play on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Play.
So there's Craig's walking it over to his vehicle, and there he's about to go up there. And then you can see his implementation. He used what is it? Baltic birch ply, right? And then he had a crossbar, which I also do a crossbar because having your arms out like this with a heavy weight is a very awkward thing. You don't have a lot of strength in that direction. And then you can kind of see where he has his switches and his throttle there. So here's my setup. So I had this idea of putting handlebars on there, and I really like it. It's very comfortable. Actually, the current iteration, I mounted those on the underside of this cross piece. So because I was having to lift too much, and this gave me back a little bit more lift, so I'd have to lift quite so high. And then, so you notice that the buttons are right there. I'm gonna mention something about in a minute. But so lessons learned. So the soldering skills are required. So I've soldered a few times in my lifetime, but this was pretty challenging because it's very tiny, this little op amp. And on that board, I was using a magnifying glass literally to do this. It was very challenging just for the tininess of it, but it was straightforward as Craig's mentioned. Choose sturdy handles. So I think Ed had said something about using 2x3s. I thought I could probably get away with 2x3s. So I went to Lowe's and I assumed that 2x4s and 3s were always fir, right? Later on, I realized I had chosen pine, which was, it flexes a lot. I'm going to have to replace them, but they flex. And also, there was a cautionary tale, which is the strong set screw to hold the axle. So let's just point out, don't we have any, okay. Yeah, because the motor is inside the hub. Move the cursor there. There we go. It's inside this right here. You can see this is the axle coming through. So the axle really it's fixed, it's locked to the handle, and it just rotates on that, right? So what happened was there's some set screws that go in right here and lock that into place. Well, because of the soft wood, it started to spin and it wound up one of them. All the wires got all twisted up on one of my wheels and fried it. So Ed's going to try and fix it a little bit, but and see if he can recover it. But that was it's a really strong torque there, and that set screw is essential. In the end, so I'm friend with Nate Courier. I was at his shop, and he helped me build this my little mounting board there. So that thing's really sturdy. It's like 1/4 inch thick aluminum. It's probably overkill, but and that is a really solid thing. But it's got set screws that are not going to come out. But it's also worth checking those set screws once in a while because it is disastrous if those slip. So that was the cautionary tale about that. I mentioned about the buttons there. So Craig and I both noted that sometimes we'll bump those directional buttons. Like a few times they're like, I hit the throttle, like, whoa, not doing what I thought. And it's like, oh, I reversed it. Or like one reversed and none of the other not. So you got to place those buttons where you're not going to bump them with your hip. The folding handles are great. But in my Tahoe, the problem is that when I have to really pull the thing about halfway up. The handles are halfway out the hatch. Then I fold it and then I kind of manhandle it in there. So it works great for Bhavesh, who has a toy hauler. He just wheels it in there, folds up the handles, battens down the hatches. I have plans to do something where it's more like handles that you can just slide in and then slide out as a way to get the versatility. So the crossbar was more comfortable and ergonomic when your handle has large spacing. So I think it's essential. I've always thought that was awkward to spread your arms out like that for such amount of weight. And then the handlebars worked well, and so I really liked that. So that's it.
Do you realize I skipped through a couple things? Nervousness. I always go too fast through presentations. So the wheels, there's two features that are really good about it. Is one, they're completely freewheeling when they don't have power. So you can still use it as a regular handlebar or wheelbarrow handle and just push it as you always used to. The second thing is they have basically a braking function so you run it reverse to back it out of the car and get it on the ramp. But once it's on the ramp, flip it quickly to forward, and then you can apply power, and that gives you completely controlled braking. And I can pretty much stop my scope completely still on the middle of the ramp with that. So it gives you excellent control.
I just want to add one thing also, because it is interesting that it starts out very slow and it really revs up. I mean, so like if you start going, it's like, and if you don't back off, like when you're peaking there, and like you're pulling you into the vehicle. So the one thing I've been doing is like just kind of pulsing the throttle kind of as I go up, and then I can kind of back off at the last minute.
Yeah. Top speed on the wheels is like 20. So if you want to get to your observing back quick, you will be able to get there.
You wouldn't have trouble running, keeping up.
Yeah.
It's pretty fast.
Same boat. Okay, so how long did it take to build these?
Oh, I mean, it took me probably a week. I just rebuilt my handles, and so I had to do a few conversions to make it work with my existing handles. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's not much effort at all.
So is the power to the wheel, is it on off or is it proportional? Is there a variable speed to it at all?
Yeah, so the thumb throttles give you variable speed. Yeah, and so it gives you great variation speed. Probably the bigger issue is the motors aren't really torquey at low speed. And so, you know, as I'm going up my ramp, I am floored. You know, I am at full throttle.
And then when it gets flat, it puts off.
Yeah, yeah. So yep.
We have a 32-inch f2.8. It weighs maybe Heron is 300 pounds with front wheels and back wheels, and then we have an electric motor that pushes the back wheel. It's one of those trailer coupler pusher things. And what we found is we'll go up our ramp and we'll get into my trailer, and we were high centering at the middle of the ground board. We had to readjust all those guys. And
yeah, that's why I haven't gone with 4 wheels. I mean, it would really help, especially because my handle weight's so high. But it's difficult because that is a very sharp angle, and then you would have to have, you know, 2.5, 3 foot tall wheels in back to not high center, and then of course you're gonna not have enough clearance once you do get that back
we really
wheel.
have to crank that thing up. And when we're driving the scope on the ground, it's really tilted so that when we get that thing, there's enough clearance on there.
Yeah.
Pain in the butt.
Yeah. So that's why I've stuck with just lifting it. And actually, after this conference, I'm gonna add another 2 to 3 feet to my handlebars. You know, don't make them unruly long, but you know, I'm adding 2 feet will take 22 pounds off of the handle weight. So
and then you can extend them in the other direction and add a counterweight.
yeah.
So you can push even more weight on the
Yeah. I guess another key learning is so the throttle and the switches are designed for a 22 millimeter bar. 1/2 inch galvanized steel pipe is like 21.8. So it was a perfect fit and sturdy enough to handle the weight of my scope.
Those 10-to-1 wheels, although expensive, they would eliminate that problem of the lack of torque at low speed.
Exactly. They would really be excellent. And a lot of the geared motors that they use with like motorized wheelbarrows, which is basically what these are, a lot of them don't free spin. And so that's a problem. So you got to find one that's geared and will free spin.
Or maybe like 2-to-1 production instead of 10.
Yeah.
And it would still probably be free turning.
Yeah, I haven't seen any that are like that. They're usually seem to be 10-to-1. So, but yeah. Yep.
What about moving the wheels back more towards the center of gravity of the load and moving them down just a little bit to get your angle?
If you move the wheels back, then the front will hit. So you always end up, you got to get, it's already a hard, as you lift up,
Think about the front.
that front is dragging. Yeah. So
you just have to triple the length of your ramp. So
that's what I would need to do. Yeah. Or do what Bhavesh did and buy a toy hauler, because his ramp is, 4 feet wide and like 24 inches tall. So it's.
I like his trick. He just builds his telescope so big it doesn't move.
Yeah. Or do Ed Allen and build a robot that just picks it up and rolls it for you.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, that's why Ed called this Elvira light at first.
So, I used to just do the 2 ramps, and I'd walk between, but it's very awkward as you get up like this, and this is very bad ergonomic. And so that's why a couple years ago, I did it so I walk on my ramp. I mean, I wouldn't do it any other way. It's hard. So I made these folding ramps. These are 10 foot long and they fold up kind of like origami transformers. So I would highly recommend ramps you can walk on.
And you can actually buy ramps like that too, quite inexpensively. So just wheelchair ramps, they're commonly available and not that much money. They don't always fold up real small, so that's the biggest negative. Those.
What I was trying to do.
Any other questions?
What if we can run a
Sure.
video?
Yeah.
Let's see if this works. Okay. How do I get this to go away? Oops. Well.
I'll probably control click. Hold the control key and click.
Oh yeah, that's true. Let's see how this
Okay.
this goes here. Scooch this.
A great big canvas. You believe in
Oh,
everyone.
I guess you don't have premium.
Our colors our world and connects us to each other.
Trying to make. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Make that kind of growly noise. He's working. I mean, it's helping him, but he's working.
Wow. Yeah, that was just. Yeah, so right there, I switched the forward, now, yeah.
No, your ramps are so steep.
Yeah. And they climb the 10-foot ladder, 20,000 steps a night.
Hey guys, we're not seeing it on Zoom. I don't know whether you can do anything.
You couldn't see that?
It's not coming out on the Zoom, no.
On Zoom, yeah. We can't see it on Zoom.
Any way around that?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Have just enough knowledge to be dangerous. Okay, so I was going to stop the share of your presentation.
Oh, I see.
And we'll go to Ramp Runner. There we go. Let's get rid of this.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, we can. It's choppy, but we can see it.
No. Okay.
I wish we had a video without the motor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do a before and after.
Like the one time I was pushing up and didn't realize, oh, there's a metal piece that locks the back door, and hit that with my head. So I had a major head wound, and
Sounds like a doctor there.
Great video if you want.
that I
Yeah, sure.
observed with, so
Like hit the
Was it on your link in the
on that links
presentation?
page. It's like the Bhavesh one there. I think that's It's a quick demo. You get the share going?
I'll get it shared. Okay, here comes another video. Must be this one.
Anyone on the street here?
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
So the real expense is the toy hauler.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You traveling?
You probably just hit the
What's
the
that?
other link and then not even
While you're traveling?
change your sharing.
Well, it'll be a different YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So,
It will-
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's got tie down
I see.
key rings and so strapped it down.
Let's get rid of these two.
Yeah.
Okay, we got another
It's a no-
video.
The David one there.
Okay.
Yeah, it was suburban.
I think this is the one where I actually go up the ramp.
Okay.
Has anyone tried operating one of these while standing on the hoverboard?
Okay.
So I do believe that there's a video of Ed with the full version of Elvira sitting in a chair towing a trailer. So he was riding his telescope out to the field towing a trailer, but
Where'd Zoom go? It's not this.
Well, you have the IA companion, that should solve everything.
It should. It should. Goodness, where'd it go? Crapiola. I don't imagine I closed it out.
Alt tab, maybe you can cycle through what's open. You just hold the Alt and just hit the tab once at a time. And is it open there someplace?
No,
looks like it died.
it died all on its own.
What diet?
Zoom. All right, so in that case, we do have a case for that. No,
We can see you
shouldn't
fine
have
though,
to.
and hear you fine.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay, because we completely lost.
Control. Oh.
So this should bring us back.
The Zoom side is fine. I mean, we're still hearing and seeing you. So
Okay, well, that's good to know. We could, on my computer, there we go. Okay. All right, we're back. Okay, one more video. And share. And that would be,
I think it's on the Zoom window.
would be this. Okay. Easy peasy.
There you go. Any questions? Any other questions from Zoom people or no?
Yeah, I had one actually. One of the things I worry about with this setup versus, winching setup, which is what I have, is what happens if the motors lose power, right? And I see that one of the best ways and the easiest ways to solve that is Ed Allen's braking circuit. So do you actually have Ed's brake configured, for example, such that when you're driving it up, it can't roll backwards? And when you're driving it down, I guess there doesn't matter, but like, is there a safety system in case power fails or something like that, right?
We don't have something like that, but that is something to think about, but especially when you're coming down, right? Of course, you wouldn't help much if you're trying to go up, but it might stop from falling back on you. That's an interesting idea. Yeah.
Hey, anyone else? Okay. Next on the agenda. Yes, Rob. Very good. I'll probably end up with one of these, two of these. Taylor Seidel was not able to present today. He's come downhill as well. Don't want to give you the idea that everyone in the Portland area is getting sick, but Taylor's been fighting off pneumonia for the last week. And so he's just incapable of joining us today. So up next will be Dan Gray and his trusty assistant, Taj, and they're going to talk to us about their latest creation.
Or disengaged or something? Your clutches?
No. Probably include this.
Oh, no, don't.
You don't unplug it?
Yeah, we won't move it very far.
Okay, no, you can just move it.
Right.
Yeah, you just move.
Oh, but I'm talking about the motors that didn't move the weight. I'm pretty sure I saw it. Because we haven't. I can fancy it. It just barely moved, it didn't, it looks like it's different.
I got the hand.
The next speaker is trying to make sure that the telescope will be operational for this demo, and Howard and Dan and Taj are holding a short conference around the 30-inch.
Go on. Oh, it's on really, really slow. Strange, it's just loose speed though. That's even slower. That's barely going.
We have telescope action, so it looks like there will be a demo.
A lot slower than hand.
We're still fooling around with some controls. There we go. We're up and running.
Sit up here.
we're gonna use your computer, to log into it.
Okay,
I better do another.
and then we should share this screen.
Yes. Can you share two? Can you share the whole screen in like two browsers open at the same time?
Yeah.
Not important, but it would be helpful. 151, right? Got one.
That's happening.
Oh,
It's 8.
8 for his.
Yeah, 8.151.
8. Oops. Okay, that's actually okay though.
Okay, we'll get that shared on Zoom. Move this out of the way. Okay, we're just about ready here. Oh, I guess it's one screen at a time.
Entire screen.
This one?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Okay,
There's a meal.
there's what?
A meal.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so we're ready to go here. Just hold on one more moment or two.
Hi there, Taj is over there talking to Emil, and he's supposed to start this off, so, hey, Taj, you want to start your spiel off?
Sure.
Okay. You can see the mouth if you move this.
Okay, for pointing. I think most of you know Dan. I've met about half of you and probably talked to a lot of you via email and phone, but I'm Taj. I've been working with Dan for almost 15 years now.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel that long, but it is almost 15 years.
Time to give him a raise.
We've had requests for as long as I can remember for a mobile app for our software. And that for Dan and I was always kind of like we got it for one, where to even begin with a mobile app? We both have software backgrounds, but creating something to publish, especially on a web store, is a pretty big endeavor. So we just kind of kept, sometime in the future, we'll approach that. And as we were, discussing this over the years, I started noticing that a web interface was becoming a really commonplace with a lot of hardware for a few reasons. The big advantage of a web interface is you don't have to build an app for Apple. You don't have to build a separate one for Android, and you can run it on any device that has, a web browser. So we started looking, okay, maybe this is the direction we need to head to try and, appease everybody, but also make it easy enough on us that we can, accomplish this task.
And talk about your friend, Claude and.
So a huge aid for us in this is we started doing AI assisted coding, and the speed at which you can pump out code and the debugging is where it's actually really shines. We were able to get a working prototype inside of like a week and a half.
Wait a minute.
Well, let me go back then. About a year ago, I think it was for Rob, you started working on an LX to SiTech version of Sky Safari, which also kind of skipped that whole, I know the Sky Safari doesn't work with Bluetooth on Apple, and there are a bunch of bugs in Sky Safari when you're setting up to a SiTech mount. So we wanted to try and eliminate those problems while also coming up with a way to allow modeling. And so Dan pretty quickly used the TCP protocol that he'd created, I think, for MIT originally.
No, I created it for ourselves.
For
but
ourselves, and then
it got expanded to MIT and University of Arizona, and then other people that wanted this or that.
And TCP protocol is great because you can, you can make those send those commands from your local device. You can send it from a remote device. That really opened up things for us, and Dan found this really creative way. It certainly had some issues with like you had to plug a speaker in to get any sort of feedback, because you were kind of tricking Sky Safari into thinking it was talking to an LX mount. So that's kind of where this got started, and I watched Dan come up with that solution over a couple weeks. And I was working with some Pi Picos, trying to get them to control SiTech, and then suddenly it just kind of clicked like, hey, we can build a web interface, bypass Sky Safari. Well, we learned we can actually run it alongside Sky Safari, so people who really like that, those graphics can do that. But we had pretty much what you see on the left here within a couple weeks. I mean, not bug-free, but it was working. This was the initial plan, was to have the ability to search. So in the background, you're not seeing it, but Dan's full software, SiTech EXE, is running on this Pi. And this interface is just sending TCP commands to SiTech EXE, receiving data back and presenting it to you. So the first version was pretty much what you're seeing here. I had a pretty lofty goal of having a visual planetarium feature, but way beyond my abilities, at least at the time. But again, with ChatGPT and now Claude is what we're mostly using for coding, really carried the gaps in our skills.
My idea was and users could use Sky Safari, and then they could use our kind of interface, and then that would work. And I mean, Skyview was a hard thing, and I didn't think Taj could do it.
I didn't either.
Taj and Claude and
yeah, it was a goal, but again, once we started attempting it, suddenly it wasn't as hard as it looked. So how it works? It's a Raspberry Pi running SiTech EXE, running it's a Raspbian or Debian version of Linux. SiTech is currently running under Mono, because SiTech was written for Windows, and that's going to be our next big project, is getting it to run natively on everything. But for now, you have to run it under Mono, but it works quite well. Let's see. So you've got the Raspberry Pi, and there's really no other hardware required other than a tablet, phone. You can run it on a laptop or PC, but I think in most cases, people will be using a mobile device. The Pi has Wi-Fi, and it creates its own hotspot. So you don't have to have any fancy connection there. You just bring it up on your phone. I don't know if I can do it on Howard's here easily, but you just go to your Wi-Fi networks, click on, in this case, it's called, I think, SiPi Howard out over there. Log in, and then it hosts the web page for you. So there's no complicated hardware or setup. It's really, really easy to get, at least to this point. I talked about Dan's TCP protocol. That's critical for making this work. So the entire thing is SiTech EXE in the back end. Used Python to write the application that talks between this web interface and SiTech EXE. Quite a bit of HTML, JavaScript, and then a few utilities that we didn't write that like host the Wi-Fi hotspot. Stuff that's easy to install and configure on Linux. Easy being if you are a little experienced with Linux. So let's start demoing it. This year, like I mentioned, is kind of the main interface. This is where we started, and still some work to do. And those of you who've been testing it for us might not quite recognize this version, because I did quite a bit of changes this week to the UI. That's been the hardest part for me, is graphics and user interface, and especially the user experience. So, I know what I like when I use software, but choosing those decisions for other people can be very difficult. But we've gotten a lot of great feedback from a number of people, and this is where we stand today.
So our two most beta testers is Rob and Howard. And I think, David, did you use it?
He's got a copy. I don't think you've gotten it running too much. Tracy has also been a very, very valuable.
Tracy gave a talk last year on the
3-axis?
3-axis mount, yeah, if you remember him, yeah.
Yeah, he's provided some really, really good feedback as well. I think he's tuned in right now. Thank you, Tracy. So it, yeah,
Sorry, that your IP address, is that static?
yeah, so the Wi-Fi, well, if you were connected to the Wi-Fi, because we're on the internet here to go to Zoom, we had to log in with an Ethernet cable.
Oh.
But if you were connected just to the Wi-Fi, there's also what's called a captive portal. So it'll, when you log into the Wi-Fi, it'll say, hey, we think you should log into this web page here. And if you click that yes on your phone, most phones will do it properly. It'll bring you to the IP on its own. So you don't actually have to enter it.
So if you close out this tab, want to go back to it, you have to know the IP address?
Yes, but it is static, and I'm working.
Or you can make a DNS server on the Pi, and you can type in like SiTech.home something.
Yes, and that does work, but it depends. So it should work fine from one device to another. We've ran into plenty of issues where our router will forget a host name briefly, and then you have to like reboot things to kind of re-register it. But yes, so like I believe SiPi.local. You do have to enter the port right now. We're discussing some security decisions. It's a pretty isolated system, so I think we can get away on the default port. But for now, this is where we're at.
Yes, it's how quickly you'll remember 192.168.151:5000.
Yeah.
You can bookmark it.
That too, yep. And like I said, it is gonna, the first time you log in, say, hey, this device is hosting a page. Do you want to go to it? And most, we have like 6 cell phones and tablets from the last 10 years, and most of them are full, support all this. That is one of the catches here with the web interface is every web browser and even different versions of like Android will only support certain features. There's some stuff that you're locked out of if you use Chrome, others if you use Firefox. The nice thing is the core functionality is always there, but that's been a big problem. And also like trying to keep a night mode, keep it dark. There are so many things on a cell phone that want to pop up and appear, keyboards, bars, and one flash of white light and you can ruin your night vision. I'll get to one way we're talking about mitigating that, and that's where all this testing from everyone's been really, really helpful because the more devices it gets tested on, the better. We have found that on devices made in the last 2 to 3 years that have a native night mode on the device work a lot better. But we've ran it with 10 to 12-year-old cell phones and it works there too. So the main interface here has your coordinates where you're currently pointed. It shows the status of the mount, which is, slewing, tracking, parked, unparked. Well, sorry, unparking. You've got your time, your local sidereal time, and your hour angle. And these are visible at all times, this and the bottom row of buttons. We'll go to Skyview in just a minute, but yeah, what it started as and the initial plan was to just allow you to make a mount model and then switch to Sky Safari. So I'll show you how you do that here.
Well, before you do, I want to talk about the search function. So the initial idea, I had a TCP interface for searching, right? Well, I wrote this stuff and it was running under Windows or a Linux machine that was really a Linux box. And you would search for something and it would come up just fine. Well, but you had to have Skyview running because that was all done in Skyview on SiTech EXE. That's a different Skyview that we're talking about here. But it was so slow, it would take like 6 to 10 seconds to find something.
Some of the,
because of the Raspberry Pi and, the speed and all that. So we completely made a whole new search that streamlined for speed. And that's completely solved the problem. Now we don't even have to run Skyview on the Pi in the background. It's just native everything but Skyview. And now the searches are
6 to 7 was our worst case before, and now it's under a second worst case. Really, really quick. So the typical workflow if you're going to be using the software, we highly recommend you make a mount model. It's really worth it. And you can kind of do that if you plan it out just by, it doesn't really slow you down. You can, start observing right away. And as each item or each object is observed, you can just add a cal point. So the first thing you have to do is sync. And
So you search for your object, you point at it. You can use the hand pad on here, your regular hand pad. You can push to it, whatever you want. And once you're centered on it, you click sync, and you're going to see up here, the stop is going to immediately go to tracking. And we are now tracking. So
Where the sun doesn't.
yeah, I didn't point it properly, but so say you wanted to make your model now. This is Howard, so his last model is going to show up on here.
Actually, that's mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're on the 8-inch over here.
Yeah, I wanted to show you this, but I wanted you to go to Skyview. And we're talking about the model, so go to Skyview and show the yellow points.
And this is going to look a lot better when you're not split screen. It's built for a 19:6 portrait, phone resolution. Also, another thing that you should be doing every time you use this to eliminate and maximize your real estate, but I don't know what it's going to do here. I mean, I think everybody's going to be able to see it, but it's going to mess maybe a little with the. That's not too bad. We're going to get more to here in a minute, but Dad wants to show the calibration points from a mount model. And so those are the yellow reticles there.
Now, I can't remember if I made this mount in the daytime or nighttime. I think I did this at nighttime, but we've made plenty of models in the daytime. First, the sun, that's not hard to find. And then if the moon is nearby, you can do that. Then Jupiter, which is, far enough away, you can hold something to shade the telescope from the sun while you're doing. Then you kind of it gets more accurate and more accurate. And so you can do bright stars very easily, center them up, and we can make a model in the daytime. But these yellow circles are the calibration points. And I think I did this at nighttime. And so there's 7 of them. But what's interesting is look at the RMS. I don't know what that means. Let's go back to the
main.
Let's go back to the main one and go to the model. Oh, you already are there. Okay, so take a look at that cal points, 7 cal points, 51.9 arc seconds. And that is literally this telescope, this white telescope right here with that mount made out of plywood and some bearings. And no on-axis encoders, it's just the motor encoders. And Dave Rose
Point
XP calculated the best situation for this telescope, and we're with less than 1 arc minute right there as far as accuracy, as far as RMS. And so I'm not against sky solvers at all. They're very helpful in certain situations, but if you have a telescope like Howard's or mine or even Rob's. What are you getting, Rob?
Oh, well, my mount is not the high quality that you guys have put in, but I'm quite happy with 5 to 10 arc minutes of pointing accuracy over the whole sky.
Yeah,
I feel like it's all I need.
Yeah, so we made this without a crosshair eyepiece too. We just looked and said, yeah, I guess that's centered. So it's not even as accurate as it could be. And then you don't have to worry about anything. It's always there. You can always go somewhere. Anyway, that's my spiel.
Yeah, so really quickly, I'll show the process. We'll erase this one here by clicking clear. Now we've got 0 cal points. We're synced on the sun, so we would pick another spot. Like Regulus, you would, well, I should probably confirm that's up right now. I think it is. Yeah, okay. Well, we're over here, but so you perform a go-to.
I wish they could see that.
Yeah, it'd be nice, but the mount is now moving to Regulus. Once it gets there, we would look through the eyepiece, make any small corrections with the hand pad, and then once it's centered, you click add a cal point. Takes a couple seconds, as it does have to send that to SiTech EXE. It has to calculate it, but now we've got a cal point. And you would pick another, and let's see, I'm going to switch to Skyview, find something nearby. And you repeat this same process. You go to, center it in the eyepiece, add a cal point. And after 4 or 5, you should start to see numbers come in. And you obviously want a low RMS, but a mount that needs more correction is going to see a stronger correction, and that's a good thing, right?
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
in theory, it's doing its job. So yeah, you'll slowly see the RMS come down. Sometimes you'll add a cal point that will increase your RMS. We can disable them in Skyview. When would you want to disable one?
if you made a mistake like you just did, because it says it's 4 degrees off. So
Okay.
You must have made a mistake.
Well, I didn't center it for one.
Well,
Should've-
yeah, but it should be
Yeah,
perfect.
mhm.
So anyway, something went wrong there. But
Yeah. But
Mine's Calhoun.
yep. So yep. We can subtract one.
Okay, clear all, start over.
Okay.
Say we're on denim
Okay.
or whatever, denibola.
There we go.
But now you need to make a cal point here, right?
I can. I don't think it's required, but
Yes, it is.
Oh.
It won't take it as there. Okay, now we have our first calibration point. Okay, is it there?
yep. And I'm going to pretend that I'm centering it at cal point. And we're up to 2.
And now look, it's a perfect telescope.
It takes, I think, a minimum of 3, and usually
Go behind this guy because it's like getting pretty low to the right. Bouteilles. Oh no, that's the constellation.
Dan, just to confirm, when you're on night mode, those white stars will be red, right?
Oh,
I will show you in a minute. So that's been something we've been kind of looking for feedback and we do have a true night mode in that, yes, where they're all, but it becomes really difficult to differentiate a lot of objects. And so we left a sort of a day mode in that as well. Now we went here to Merak, gonna adjust a little bit to pretend it wasn't perfectly centered. We don't actually know where it really would be. Add another cal point. And when you get done with this, you can click save, and this model will be preserved anytime you boot this back up. And as long as you don't move the mount, the model will be, valid. If you move it, even just 6 inches to the left, you do need to create a new model. But as I mentioned early on, you could plan your night out and just, the first 5, 6 objects that you view become your cal points. And the only catch is once you save it, you cannot do an offset sync on another object and then continue to edit the model.
And continue, that's the important part. So you can do an offset sync afterwards but once you do that, you better not do another cal point. So the calibration points need to be in the string. Once you're done, you save it. And now you can do an offset sync. Understand? Because otherwise it's gonna screw up the you can always delete the last point. I guess, but-
We can also, you can also go in, we're going to switch now and look at some of the Skyview stuff. You can disable them in here if you, like I said, if Dan said, if you make a mistake or, I can't think of any real other good reason to do that. But so Baldy asked about the night mode here, and we do have a true night mode that's pure red. This has been, getting feedback from people has been great. Dan and I really like east on the right side of the screen, but we've learned very quickly that not everyone likes that. So we're going to continue to make this for the user. So if anybody has any input for us, we are absolutely going to listen to it.
It's like when you're adding a calibration point, there is a delay actually.
Yes.
It could be a motor.
Yeah, it takes it's communicating with SiTech EXE, and then is Point XP fully integrated, or is it kind of its own process?
It's a DLL.
Okay.
But it's a lot of work to calibrate, take all the angles and then find the least squares fits of everything. So yes, it takes a while.
Now we are also looking at leaving Point XP and maybe having our own modeling software here in the near future, which could potentially speed that up a lot.
We hope.
Hopefully, that's going to be another big project for us. So yeah, if you saw me click down here on the objects, this is where you can choose which objects you want to see. A few of them that are plentiful have sliders, so you can reduce
turn on galaxies
magnitude. Oh yeah, it's not on. So you can reduce the number that show up on there. And so just,
It's not working.
I don't know, just in the last week, Dan recreated all of SiTech EXE star catalogs. And I don't know that my slider has, I've updated it to the proper scaling for the new.
Working on my phone. So, yeah.
Oh, and that's the other thing is some more will appear as you zoom in. The higher magnitude objects we don't show right away because they're
Drag it down.
just too gets too crowded.
Yeah, there.
We followed the Earth-centered universe symbol for everything, which is what Dan's used in his SiTech EXE. There is the legend over here as well. I don't know if there's it. Yes, I mean,
He and his
Scratch.
two friends.
I mean, Claude has scraped GitHub entirely, so I am standing on the shoulders of a lot of other people when it comes to that. I couldn't tell you which. I mean, I don't think Claude knows exactly which projects it learned from, but it definitely didn't come up with all of its coding on its own.
If you're working, it's wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. It's really it's been a challenge, but it's been more of a challenge to trust the process of letting the AI to kind of take the wheel because the speed. I mean, Dan and I could have done this. It would have taken us 4 to 5 times as much.
I did do that.
You did, and it took 10 years to.
Well, I mean, not continuously.
Right, but I mean, yeah, it's a lot of work, and
this is a kind of a side note. Many years ago, I said to people, including myself, I will never write a planetarium sky view thing because there are so many out there and then we can just interface to them. So why would I want to do that? Well, Chuck Shaw, I don't know if some of you have heard of him. He lives in Florida and he was one of our early beta testers and we started tracking satellites. He said, I would really like to have a view of the stars and constellations in the path of the satellite. Well, that's for Skyview. If you've used SiTech EXE and Skyview, that's where that started. So,
yeah, and we really do want to stay open with as many different third-party apps as possible, but we can't maintain the other ones. We can only provide so much support. We don't have experience with something. We can, download it and try and help somebody. But here, when you've got your own product, you can really support it a lot better. I talked earlier about how Sky Safari has bugs with the SiTech mount, and
it works perfectly here.
We found our ways around it, but yeah, this way we can fully support it ourselves. We can.
Do you have Sky Safari on here?
Well, on
the phone,
but not on here.
Not on there.
Oh, okay. Well, we can't show.
In the last week, I've been working on Skyview mostly. You can now perform syncs in Skyview. You can do go-tos. The search will be probably in the next week added. Can't think of a whole lot more to talk about here. There will still be some changes. Need to find a better place to put the park and the manual. Those are more utilities. We'll go to the config here, which is a slightly separate page. So this is to configure both the SiPi and SiTech EXE. These here are your SiTech EXE settings, your type amount. Gems will be supported eventually, but there's quite a bit of extra settings for them and probably need to come up with a new projection of the sky. So haven't gotten there yet, and I figured this is an LTAS workshop. There's no need to rush that feature. These settings are all pretty straightforward. The rest of the config is basically a text file. You need to be real careful in here or you can kind of mess up your config. But you can also back it up once you have it set right. You can load a default. Really, there's nothing you need to change under here either. I mean, I can't think of anything that's... Yep, but we've got those up top here. Anything that's super critical, we've tried to pull out of that text file. Device time is real important. There's no real-time clock on the Pi. Doesn't keep time if it's been powered off long enough. So setting the time is really, really important. So even throughout a night, you might have enough drift that you want to come back in here and reset your time. When you first load the device, it's always the first thing the screen's gonna have a pop-up says, hey, you want to set your time? Here's what the device time is. Here's what your cell phone or whatever you're logged in is. And you should always update that right off the bat. You can choose your Wi-Fi hotspot name. mentioned earlier, some browsers allow you to have vibration when you press the buttons, which is kind of nice in the dark to know if you're actually hitting your handpad button. Firefox, I think, does that, but not Chrome. Chrome lets you use a tilt option, which I know Sky Safari does, and we've played with, and I haven't tested it in months, but I think it still works. When it's time to update, you do need to plug it into the internet through the Ethernet port.
We did that today.
We just did that here, yep. And it's all hosted on GitHub, so you can just click this button. It's now going to say there is no update available, I hope. And it's up to date. If there were, it would say, do you want to download? And it would take about 10 seconds to do that, refresh. Some real rough servo config options in here that are kind of more for debug and testing purposes, but that's about it for the settings. Let's see what else we have to talk about.
Catalog.
Yeah, so Dan talked about how we had to improve things to get the search down to 1 second, and that was a big help. But I still had a hard time loading all of those objects into Skyview, so we decided to set, at least with stars, I think a threshold of 8 for the magnitude. You can still find any object in Dan's star catalog through the search here, but in Skyview, you are going to be limited, at least for now, to the brighter stars. For displaying purposes. You can still go to any of the other ones, but anyway, so we had this issue. Yeah, Howard.
How many objects? Okay.
So do you know your full ones? Here we're looking at, I think, about 40,000, maybe 50,000.
As far as deep sky objects, it's got all NGC, all ICs, and it also has all oh God, I can't think of the name of it right now, but it's got, I think, 100,000 galaxies. G starts with a G, I think.
Oh, PGC?
PGC.
Okay.
It has a full PGC catalog of galaxies.
That's a lot of galaxies.
Yeah, that's a lot of galaxies. Probably you won't see most of them in your lifetime, but they're there. So that's the deep sky. And as far as stars go, the HIP catalog seemed to be the one that was most similar to what Skyview has been using since we created Skyview. I found a database by somebody in Portland. It's on my, if you go to the configuration, there's a file in there that tells who it is. And we used that for a long time. But the stars were not agreeing. And recently we noticed with stars that he pulled out of a different catalog, they weren't agreeing with Skyview perfectly. And it turned out they were all bright stars. Well, bright stars are typically closer, and closer stars have a larger proper motion. And I wasn't using proper motion, so when I started with this, I never did proper motion. And so I wanted to redo that. Now it turned out to be a hard problem. I mean, not a hard problem, but it took a long time for me to, the hardest part, and this is where AI did help me. It helped me figure out how to use the Gaia database. And so I found all the stars and I precessed nutation, aberration, and proper motion, each star from the origin in the catalog, or the HIP catalog. And I precessed it to J2000. No, I precessed it to J16, which is Gaia, not precessed, proper motion. I went from 1991.25 to J1600, 2016, sorry. And that's what Gaia is in. The latest data drop 3 is in 2016. But the coordinates are in J2000 for both the HIP catalog, but it doesn't make that clear. It just says it's UCO some format, and if you read that format, it's in J2000. So I was precessing wrong. That took a little while to figure out, but I did.
And so he was working with his SiTech EXE catalogs. I was creating sub-catalogs that, were reduced not only by magnitude, but also stripping out a lot of the info that wasn't necessary just to make it draw much, much faster. And then came the issue is my astronomical correction model wasn't exactly the same as Dan's. So if we wanted to do like a go-to, mine would usually not be at quite the right spot. And then like we wanted to add a search in here. Well, I can't really search Dan's catalog if mine are drawn with different coordinates. Then it's going to go to a spot and it's going to look off center and people are going to question the accuracy. So what we really needed to do is create this new unified star catalog. And
yeah, and now they're based on Gaia, the proper motion, as long as it finds the star. And I'd say to the Gaia database and say, okay, here's the location of the star that we want to have. And I want it to be within just really a few arc seconds of this. So I give it a little number to be within. And then the magnitude has to compare. And if we get one that has a comparison of a magnitude within a threshold, and it's within a certain amount of distance, then it assumes it found the star. So now it says, okay, I'm going to use the right ascension, declination, proper motion for this star. The proper motion is based on 2000, and it's so confusing. The 2000 to J nels, yes, and then the coordinates are in J2000. I have to precess the J nel. So that's what I did, and so then I made catalogs that are compatible. He uses JSON, and so I made all new catalogs, and I just press a button and they all get made. So now we're all compatible, and it's very accurate now based on the Gaia catalog, data drop 3. One note here is the brightest stars are not in the Gaia. It couldn't find them, and the reason being is it saturated the sensor on the Gaia cameras. So it doesn't, I've never seen that, but I mean.
That I think was a search issue. For some reason, yeah, that was when we were still having an issue with multiple hits from one search, I believe.
Yeah, it was Dennett.
Yeah, I think that's all fixed. Yeah, so this project is really, not that it was necessary for SiTech EXE, it was working great, but this project has kind of forced a lot of improvements to SiTech EXE along the way because, well, this requires some things that it wasn't doing. Like Dan mentioned, the processing power of a Pi is nowhere near what a desktop. And these days, you just build for, PC and you're going to be fine. But then when you switch to a embedded controller or something, you need a little bit more. So this is where we're at today. It's still an active project. We are going to sell a off-the-shelf version because Linux is not for everybody. But if you do know Linux, it's a fully open source project. You can build this yourself. We haven't published it, but we've got pretty decent instructions for setting it up. So this could be as cheap as, if you got a Pi on hand already, I mean, that's pretty much everything you need.
What's the minimum model?
We've been testing with the 3, have ran it on the 4, but found very little improvements. The $10 cheaper price tag on the 3 is going to probably make it what we use for building. I ran it on a Pi Zero. It worked, but not great. Definitely some jittery movement and stuff. But I mean, it did work. And we haven't tried it again since we've improved some stuff. So there's still a possibility of it running on there. But the 3, it seems to run just great. Stays under 100% CPU.
Future.
Yeah, so the UI improvements are what I'm working on now. That's, like I mentioned, one of my biggest challenges is making decisions for other people and how they're going to experience this. And so I'm hoping to offer some more customization settings, let people choose their font, their, people sometimes like a monospace or want to be able to adjust colors for not only color blindness, but like, people want all red or
Plus, you're making a time machine.
Yes, so that's another thing that we're going to add is the ability to fast forward in time on here, so you can plan out your night ahead of time. And one concept it's really just all up in my head at the moment, but plan to start working on it once this is fully fleshed out is probably a displayless wireless handpad for this. And the way I'm picturing basically a joystick to give you the on-screen handpad is it leaves a lot to be desired. It's also possible, it's happened to me a few times where it triggers the down press, but not the up press. And then suddenly the mount starts moving. And if you panic, you know, you do have a stop button, you can press another direction and fix it, but it still can induce some panic. So I really want to have a better hand pad option than what we currently have. That would work directly with this. You can still use your SiTech hand pad with the controller, and that works just fine. But this device also would then allow you to create a list of your objects you want to view. So you do that in the interface here. You'd click an object and say, add it to my list. And then you can sort your list, and there will be a button on this hand pad also that will allow you to go to the next object. So you don't have to ruin your night vision at all. You can plan out, you can make your model on the screen, plan everything out, and then close your laptop, shut off your screen, and go through your whole night without having to look at another screen.
Yay.
And I think it's going to be a pretty easy and straightforward thing. We've already got the
Yeah,
Wi-Fi.
he's an optimist.
Well, this whole project's been a lot easier than we initially anticipated, and I do think that's going to work out quite well. That's it, I think, for my own plans. So anyone who's interested in this project and wants to give us any input at all, what you like, what you don't like, what you want, we're all ears. Another nice thing about the open source project is if anyone wants to take this and make their own fork of it, please, like we're, you know.
Why don't you connect to 163 and make Howard's telescope move?
Okay.
Okay, now we're talking to Howard's telescope right over there.
And as I mentioned, the first thing it's going to do is say, hey, let's set the time. Right now it's 2:05. We're only 2 seconds off, so not a big deal, but you can still set it as frequently as you want.
It's working. I know it is. Interesting.
You can change your speeds here. All of those are, you know, pre-configured in the controller itself, so you can set those to whatever you want. Is there a limit switch? There we went into manual. It must have been overcurrent. Oh. Well, something to look at. I didn't put it back into auto.
Is it in auto?
It set it for a second. It said manual, blinky, and then
Try that.
Right, go to.
well, let's see where it's pointing first, where it thinks it is. All right.
Is the GitHub location in your presentation or can you send it out?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's not in here, and I have it bookmarked at home. This is my first experience really with GitHub. I mean,
Okay.
I've downloaded plenty of things off of it, but I've never actually published, and that was another big challenge early on. Several people who were testing for us had a working version, and then I would screw up something in the update, which would kind of, now they're stuck on that version, and I think I'm past all of that now. Really hope that's been one of the other hesitations to really start, you know, selling these as well. Last thing you want to do is have to send everybody a new SD card in a month because you broke something. But we have, for the last couple of months, haven't really had any strong issues with any of this. So I think we are really close.
Hey, Rob, did you want to come up and tell a little bit about your experience?
I'd love to, thanks.
Yeah, so it was just a year ago at this very conference that I approached these two guys, and Howard was right there next to me, and I said, I want to do this thing on my phone. And Dan was like, well, we can do that. He doesn't think he's an optimist, but he's like, I think I've already got it figured out. Oh, really? Well, you know, it took a few months, but the experience of using a handheld phone as opposed to a laptop to do this operation is just night and day. I had my laptop was 10 years old like Howard's, and it really was not even working very well anymore. I'd gotten tired of the battery. Just, oh, go ahead.
Okay, if you say everything nice about all this, then I'll promote the Quinn site.
Yeah. Okay. Always making a deal. All right. So, yeah, my laptop was just so painful to use with the battery dying and the having to have a red screen over it. I had a physical film of red screen, and you know, it's having to sit on a table somewhere, and then I have to go over to it. And in fact, my first implementation of SiTech, I had a cable going from the computer to the telescope, and I can't tell you how many times I tripped over that cable or pulled the laptop off the table onto the ground or had the cord wrap around, everything. So then I went to Bluetooth, but it was still such a pain. So now I've got this thing in Raspberry Pi on a Wi-Fi to my phone, and it's just a joy to use. I am fond of Sky Safari as opposed to Sky, what do you call yours?
Skyview.
Skyview. But even then I find myself kind of forgetting to go over to Sky Safari and doing a bunch of stuff in Skyview, and then it's like, wait a minute, I need to look up some information on the object I'm looking, and I don't really get that information out of Skyview. I got to go to Sky Safari to get like the observing notes that somebody wrote up, or you know, how far away is it, or you know, stuff like that. It's Sky Safari has a lot of really good information in it. But God, I don't know what more I can say cohesively. It's just it's such a joy to use. Oh, I know what I want to say is getting your cal points far easier this way. You look in the eyepiece, your star, you get your star centered up, however you want to do it. Add. Okay, let's go move over. And I usually just do a push to over the next thing and center that up. Add. And no walking back and forth to the laptop and futzing with a mouse. It's just right there, ready to go. I had a lot of mount problems when I started this project. I had kind of neglected things over the years because it was so hard to use. And when I showed up at Dan Gray's one night, expecting to get some tutorials on Raspberry Pi and SiTech and all that, it turned out that, well, what I really needed to do was fix this on my mount and that on my mount and the other thing. And I had about 4 or 5 mechanical failures on my mount that all needed to be addressed. And Dan and Taj worked through those with me in person, which I know they're just dying to fly to your location in South America to do for you. Just kidding. I'm trying to oversell your services. I'm sorry.
Just for a measly,
for a measly 12.5 inch. No, they were very patient with me, and I really appreciate that, you guys.
You haven't got the bill yet.
I haven't got the bill, but once I did have to take it home and then really go implement all the solutions that they had come up with, and then I was ready, and then I was able to make the thing work, and it's worked better than ever before. So, thank you guys.
Thank you for all the feedback.
Sure.
Did you want to say being a
Sure, I'll say.
Howard here. So I'll just start off by saying that on my 30-inch scope,
I think you should start by saying the serial number of the
that's
controller.
exactly what I'm going to do. Yes. I have serial number 1 of the basic SiTech controller, which it doesn't actually have a number on it, but it was the second one that Dan made after the one he had in his 28-inch. It's the very first prototype. And so it's been running perfectly well since 2004. So that's pretty good. So that means also that my scope has been capable of doing go-tos since then. And in that whole time, up until this version came along that I could run on the phone, I think there's 2 times when I used it in go-to mode, and both times Dan did it using a laptop or with an Argo Navis. it worked beautifully, but exactly like Rob was saying, yeah, I didn't want to take my laptop outside at night. I just wanted to observe. And so when I first got this going on my phone, it was in my backyard, and I was just delighted because just like Rob said, I'm holding it, I'm looking in the eyepiece, had Cal point, you know, and it went so fast and so smoothly. And now I'm getting, you know, either a little under or a little over 1 arc minute pointing. I'm happy. Thank you very much.
And you use Sky Safari too, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. And I use Sky Safari pretty much for the same reason that Rob already said. You know, you're starting off with my phone in the SiTech version, and it's so easy just to type in NGC blah 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 that I just keep going that way. And then when I want to find out more, I'll go to Sky Safari to get the information, and that's great. And then when I do that, okay, I'll just keep going in Sky Safari and type something in there. The scope goes to is seamless between the two, which is to me probably the most amazing thing. And I can just grab the scope and move it by hand, and of course the scope knows where it's pointing when I push it. So
Oh, and that's another thing is you're looking at the circles on your screen.
oh yeah, in Sky
And-
Safari, yeah.
and- Yeah, and they're updating in real time as you push the scope, and it's like, okay, I'm looking at NGC blah blah blah, and there's a whole bunch of other ones around it that I've never seen before. Well, let's just nudge over and see if I can find them, you know. And we had a whole talk about can I actually see the thing I'm pointing at, and this was one of the tools that really nails it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
So it's still a push to scope. It still tracks, but now it goes to, and I'm a happy camper. I think a lot of people thought I was a Luddite. I just didn't like go-to technology. But it's not true. I just wanted it to be easier.
So good. Does it allow you to push it?
Yeah, I have slip clutches on both axes here. So, you know, just to demonstrate.
Can you show them the Dragon Pack configuration item?
Mhm.
What's the scope there? Oh, from here, it looks like you're gonna hit that.
No, I'm watching.
Well, now do we see that updating in real time on?
Well, we're on this. No, we are on Howard's now. You're right.
It's the updating on my phone.
On your phone,
Is that
right?
connected to?
Oh, this should update too as you point.
There it goes.
Mhm.
Yeah. Right.
And that's determined. SiTech EXE has a couple of features for the scope encoders. In this case, he has polite mode on, which means it's going to update after a move, right?
After
So if the motor and scope encoders disagree on a location after a slew, it will update on the scope encoder location. That'll pick up any slippage that you had during your push.
but the key one, that bottom one that says drag.
Oh, and yes.
Yeah. I have mine in precise mode, precisely because my scope is so imprecise. So
Mhm.
it's using the secondary encoders.
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that just kills it, man. It's just nailing it.
And that's where this became a much, you know, you could use Sky Safari via Bluetooth directly with the controller in the past. You couldn't make a mount model. You couldn't use it. Actually, maybe you could have used the drag mode, but you couldn't use polite or precise mode. Like SiTech wasn't running in that case. So you lost all of these things. You couldn't make a mount model. You couldn't even really use Sky Safari with certain mounts because of the bugs I mentioned. Now you configure Sky Safari for an LX200 mount, and SiTech EXE, the same instance that is running with SiPi, is listening for commands from Sky Safari, which is why you can just switch between the two, you know, anytime you want and just continue your operation.
So previously, Sky Safari didn't support SiTech. Well, it didn't support the scope encoders, I believe, but it did support motor or
It only read one of them.
This is like several years ago.
Yeah.
And I tried to explain how you have to know the ticks per rev and then the number of ticks you're on, and you turn that into an angle.
apparently they couldn't understand that.
Yes.
Like extremely simple, not overwhelmingly. Yeah.
And so now with the new version, if you're changing it to LX200, will
So the LX200 is, as far as we can tell, bug-free, fully supported with Sky Safari. And Dan had an old LX to SiTech application that would allow you to run an LX200 with SiTech EXE. And so basically now it's just listening for those commands from Sky Safari, assuming it's an LX200.
We're not running LX200 anymore.
No, not any longer. Yes.
Right inside of SiTech.
Yeah, so it's listening on 2 ports right now, one for SiPi, another for Sky Safari, and
3 actually.
well, yeah, right.
How are we doing on time?
We have 10 more minutes of questions if we need.
Yeah, I'm to the end of my list, so any questions?
Any questions online?
Or suggestions? I mean, anything you like, don't like? Yeah, man, the UI has been such a challenge, and like you can open up Chrome on 2 different devices and the font's different.
Oh, yeah.
And you can override that stuff, but you have to actually specify it or know that it's going to be an issue.
And it's probably completely outside the realm of possible because I'm so lazy. I would like to go, hi SiTech, please move to NGC 1234.
I think that's coming. Tracy made that request a couple times, and the only big wait right now is I was redoing the search to work with Dan's catalog differently, and so didn't want to jump into that. There are a few ways to tackle it. You can use the microphone built into the keyboard just fine, but having a keyboard that is black and red is pretty much impossible unless you install a third party. So we might need to create our own keyboard, which might mean our own input, but my preliminary research says it's definitely going to be possible. And yeah, at the very least, you'll be able to do searches and then press a button. Yeah, voice activated.
Wow.
And I'm glad you said something because now he's not the only one asking for it. I'm sure that's the thing is, what we
cool as hell. I mean, it's great the way it is, but that would be even cooler.
And I really am hoping somebody else, who is experienced with coding wants to jump in and, contribute to this project. This isn't something we're doing so much as a product to sell as it is a product to elevate all of our other products and everyone's experience using them. So, which is why we're, it's a fully open source project, and we really want to keep it that way.
Did you say that we can go in and delete cal points from Skyview?
You can disable them. You can't delete them, but once they're disabled, they're not active in the
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and any random one, like if I know this one's out by a lot, I can disable it?
Yeah, and you can see the RMS update as you do that. So let me go back here, turn them on.
You might not have them on.
I thought,
Well,
oh, not on this one. You're right. I don't have anyone. Yeah.
that's okay.
Yeah, but yeah, you click on the point and it as an enable disable, and it shows you the current
I
model.
might be 2 updates behind by now because I have a very difficult time getting my Raspberry Pi over to the router port in my house.
And I haven't looked at it.
Yeah,
I would love to be able to update it through the phone's internet. I don't know if that's going to be possible. I haven't looked into it, but my gut says it won't.
I just have to go out of my way and
Mhm.
do it.
Also, pretty soon there won't be any major updates to this.
Right.
Right now we're every couple weeks we got something, but it's the most stable it's ever been right now. We had a pretty bad memory leak for the last month and a half, which has kept me from publishing updates.
Yeah, you should have seen the bottom of his desk. There was water all over it. For ones and O's all over it.
I was after about an hour, Firefox is crashing due to RAM consumption, but solved the problem. Again, AI way better at debugging than I am. Boy, you can just get to the bottom of your problem so quickly when you've got an expert like that.
Memory.
Yeah.
Never heard that before.
Basically, it's doing something that takes memory and then not cleaning up afterwards. Garbage collection isn't. And turns out I had several of them, but the final one was the real problem.
We had to mop up all the ones and zeros underneath his desk.
Oh. What a mess.
Could you bring up the GitHub page and we could just like capture the address?
Yeah, I mean, if I can remember it, I think it's like GitHub / my username or something like that.
Probably if it's just under your personal account, yeah.
I don't know if it's been, yeah, that looks good. Yeah, there it is. So github.com/TajWK.
Okay.
And like I said, I've got a instruction, a couple pages of, if you can follow instructions and you know a little bit about Linux, you can get this set up. But you do need to follow the instructions pretty closely. Doing stuff out of order can suddenly cause things not to work. But
And do you answer your phone at 11 o'clock at night?
nope. Do not disturb at 7 p.m.
Yeah, you might.
7 p.m. No.
There is a help file built in here, which I had open and I was going to follow along and kind of didn't. This is more of a quick start, teach you how to use it. Doesn't cover everything, but it defines, the telescope encoder modes. And if you read through this, you should have a pretty good understanding. And my goal is to make it as intuitive as possible as well. And I mean, I've been working with it for months now, so to me it is, but I don't know for sure that everyone would find it that way.
Well, the one thing that helped me the most was to make sure to start off that the scope was pointing at Polaris. Yes, because that was the tip you gave, which I guess you told him, but it wasn't on the quick start. The original quick start.
Well, you can be
Once I got
I
that,
still don't
I'm
think
like,
that's in
okay.
there.
Yeah.
I mean, you can sync on any object for your first.
It didn't work for me this time.
You couldn't think on the Zenith.
Right, that's
With an
can lead to
outcome.
trouble. Yeah.
Where is this information?
On the right, if you click the help button here, it'll open up a new page with the and there will be some further documentation eventually, but this is more for those who are testing for us now to just get started.
Is the Android hardware setup information there too? I mean, how to set up a serial cable to talk to the SiTech and stuff like that.
That's the Pi.
Or Pi.
Yeah, so it's really just the USB. If with a servo 1, you need a USB to serial. We haven't actually tested it with a servo 2. It should be no different. But yeah, it's just serial port to USB port.
Okay.
The Pi needs a 5-volt power supply. I think Howard's running it with a small little transformer.
Same here.
Yeah, that's real good way to do it, especially if you're running on a battery. Yeah, the hardware requirements are really, really low, which is nice for
Okay.
this.
Cable pin out anywhere or just
There is no, I mean, it's you
put the
use.
serial cable?
Oh yeah, I mean, we do publish our that's
Okay.
in our
Be in the servo.
In the servo.
the controller manual. Yep.
Okay.
Any other?
And if you want to send me an email on Monday, I can send you my instructions for setting up the software and stuff.
Okay.
It's a if you follow, like I've used it several times to set up further devices and seems to work quite well now. There are a number of configuration. You have to set up the host pad to do the Wi-Fi. You have to do DNS routing and stuff. It's just editing some text files, but all of that.
Any other questions?
Okay.
How do we check with
Just ask on
I don't know how to do that. How do I?
or just stop. I mean,
All right.
Zoom
Oh,
is
can
on.
they just respond?
Yes.
Okay.
Any questions in
questions?
Zoom land? No?
There's one.
What's a comment?
How about running SiPi on a Raspberry Pi using a small Raspberry Pi touchscreen? Thought about it. This project was originally going to be a Pi in your hand. It was going to be a handheld Pi device that communicated via Bluetooth with the controller. That's what Dan and I 2 years ago or so were talking about. Some tricks there, especially with battery power in a handheld and stuff. And then when he did the LX to SiTech option, it's like, oh, there's how we're going to do it. So we haven't tried it with a touch screen. It should work. I mean, you'd be going to the local IP on the Pi. It should be accessible directly from it. So I think that would work. We'll have to try that this week because we've got some touch screens.
Well, yeah, it'd be hard to fit all the Skyview windows on it. I mean, not SiTech windows.
But wait a minute, if you have a Raspberry Pi
with a touch screen.
Mm-hmm.
And it logs in, it communicates to Wi-Fi to the other Raspberry Pi, and it can host an internet browser.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you done?
Yes, I think this question is asking if you plug a like HDMI cable into the Pi and have used the touchscreen on the, a discrete screen.
That's there already.
Yeah, and I do think it would work. There'd be just a couple little things. Resolution would be an issue. Getting things to scale right for all these devices, I've had to kind of set some static layouts and resolutions, like things are right now, if you use it on a phone that has a 1080p screen, everything fits. That's been kind of like my bare minimum. Most Pi touch screens are going to be like 640 by 480 or 720. They're not going to have the resolution to, I mean, it's not to say I couldn't get this working, but it would be really tough to fit everything onto that unless you had a 1080p or better, which is why the cell phone is such a great device for this. Our cell phones are really powerful computers and beautiful displays.
Let's get a cell phone.
Can you go up and see if there's other questions above?
Questions? I don't think so, but
Sorry, go ahead.
Akash?
Yeah, I add something to that particular discussion. Even though I'm not a SiTech user, the problem of using your own touchscreen is, I think if you buy an off-the-shelf touchscreen, it won't have the right weatherproofing. And we take these things to all sorts of environments. And if by using a cell phone or an iPad, you get that for free. They've already engineered weatherproofing, temperature, resilience into the system. So
yeah, and since you're only using a web browser on the phone, I don't see any reason people wouldn't want to use their daily driver cell phone. But I know Rob has a cell phone he uses particularly with his device. And what was the site you bought it from?
Backmarket.com.
Backmarket.com. It has very affordable. So if you did want a cell phone just for with your mount, you can get a really good deal there on one. I think that's Vince, I think is his name, asked, does it work with older SiTech controllers? It should work with any SiTech controller. Yeah, Howard's got the oldest one out there and it's working with that. So
21 years old. Might not work with the Force 1 or Force 2.
yeah, we haven't tested it with the brushless controllers, but there's only a couple portable mounts that run that.
Yeah, most of them are portable.
But also, like, there's no reason we can't get it working on that.
But you could actually, you could connect your phone to that right now, because SiTech XVIII knows it's connected to a Force 1, so that would work. I'm sorry, I misled it. It'll work on a Force 1 and a Force 2 as well, or our step and direction controller.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gosh, maybe a sensitive question, but where are we going with plate solving and you guys integrating that in your system?
Well,
it's already integrated.
Is it? I'm not up to date, so.
Well, it's integrated part of SiTech C.
Okay.
But it's not integrated as far as this goes, it's an interesting, in a way, it's a little bit of a philosophy. So I like to make a good mount that is fairly repeatable. Like a plate solver, like that one, or even Rob's.
Yeah.
And so it's simplifying things. It's just make a little small model, like 6 to 8 to 10 points, and you got a pretty good deal. But we are actually going to make our own plate solve and our own mount modeling in the near future. It's on our priority list. But we haven't really talked about making it work with a Pi, what do you call those?
the Pi Finder or the Skyfinder?
Yeah.
SkySolve, that's what I meant, yes.
They're gonna replace Point XP with something new.
Well, we're gonna try.
And sooner than later, we've been pushing it off for years, and now we've got some pretty good
idea.
reasons, and yeah, it's
not a lot of advantage in action.
Probably not. The big thing is, having it built in house, having the software be our own.
It's very active now.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be improving it, but it'll be our software. We'll be able to better support
But
it.
you don't have any set up anywhere you want, you can move it when you want.
Mhm.
You know, it just takes, turn it on, but all I have to do. So, kind of handy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, maybe there's a way to even get it working like with the cell phone camera that you're working on. Something only crossed my mind. I haven't looked into it any, but that would be.
Slash one, Star Sense,
Mhm.
where it's called.
Yeah, it would be really nice to support that.
Put a dovetail on the other end so I can move.
How does point XP compare to T point? Probably fairly similar, but I don't know. I've never used T point. Long time ago, I had a JAWS person, but it had no interface with the telescope. It would give you a model and it's up to you to incorporate software. So I don't know either. That's the original point software. The guy wrote that from England. Yeah, from English. Yeah. I don't know if he's still active. I don't think so much.
I guess another advantage is you don't need a redundant encoder either. With the SkySoft.
Yeah, I mean, if you are performing offset syncs frequently, you would, yeah, in theory. Mhm.
The other thing though, if you do make a model, your tracking will be better.
Yeah.
Mhm. Which if you're doing imaging is, yeah.
Because it accounts for, you know, your tilt, if your mouth has, and if you're not totally vertical, it'll account for that. It'll account for droop and other things, you know, inaccuracies that are repeatable, errors in your mouth, it'll account for those. And so then it'll track, more accurately.
But you could also use your plate salt for making the model.
Yes,
Mhm.
we do that now, but
positional data.
we do that now, but you know, you have a CCD camera on the telescope itself, take it in, and you know, then like square arc minutes to, not square, like that.
Yeah.
To, you know, probably any size, and then you plow that in and it goes to the calendar.
Yeah.
Our professional people that do that stuff, we do that all the time to make a model.
Yeah. Whereas visual observers can get it with an external thing.
Yes.
High add-on.
Mhm.
Yeah, we have a mountain of things to do.
Yeah, it's tough with the really, I mean, up until recently, it was just Dan writing software. I mean, I wrote stuff for myself, but we have our efficiency has greatly improved over the last few months, letting AI take the wheel on some stuff, which can also give you a lot of spaghetti code. I'll tell you what. There's oh, Tegan says hi. Hey, Tegan. Hope to see you again soon.
Oh, hi. They make professional telescopes, so they know all about how to use plate solve with cameras to interface.
That white mount is there, is right there.
Okay.
Yeah, the big thing with AI is sometimes I'm not monitoring, like I'm not actually watching the code. I'm just testing it and it works, and then I just move on. And next thing you know, you've got like, you know, spaghetti code. You know, that's what I spent the last week with the memory leak and just trying to go through and take out all my debug stuff. And that's the downside. But as long as you stay on top of it, and I found early on I was using Notepad. SSHing into the Pi, copying and pasting from ChatGPT, and it was really, there were days where I would almost work backwards in my progress. And then I found out about Copilot, GitHub Copilot integration into Visual Studio Code, and now it's every time I make a change, there's a backup save so I can restore. You can say, hey, this quick start guide was, I said, hey, do your best to analyze how the software works and come up with instructions. And it wrote that. I had to go through and correct some stuff because it, you know, made some assumptions that were wrong. But having it all integrated into one IDE just makes things so much more organized. I'm not running into issues where I have to restore something from a week ago because I accidentally made a change that I didn't test.
He's a lot stuck in my old ways.
All ones and zeros, Dan.
Okay, any other comments, questions? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, and now for our last scheduled presentation. share. Here we go. Okay, very good. We'll bring up the next presentation. Alright. Stop that from opening.
Take it off.
Yeah, All right, and look at this one, already thinking model for all the different, there's 3 months, I don't know. Yeah, all the lines, yeah, that is gonna look like more or less like yours. Yeah. No. And that. Yeah, so you get a couple of bits there. The premium rocks. That's it. And this might be something. But this one we better.
Okay. All right. So Pierre's going to give us our last presentation. So here we go.
And when we have the video, we'll need to switch probably the last presentation. Probably we didn't.
Well, we'll
we'll deal with it. Yeah.
I gotta go. It was really nice meeting you.
It was nice meeting you too. Have a safe drive back.
Right now.
Okay, so last presentation, I thought I would talk about the telescope shelter that I use for the 20-inch. For those of you who missed the presentation yesterday, it'll be on YouTube probably. It'll be part of the presentation of the telescope that you see in this picture. So for this telescope, a 20-inch ball scope that I built about 10, 12 years ago, I decided that I wanted the scope to be stored in a shed in my backyard where I could access it easily, quickly, and that the scope would be available for use anytime I wanted. It would be at the proper temperature. It's unheated, and I looked at roll-off roofs and everything. I don't have enough room, and we didn't really want to take up a lot of square feet in the backyard with an observatory. So it's just a shelter. I just wanted to protect the telescope and have it accessible quickly. So the idea that I came up with, or that I decided to apply, I'm not the first one to build a shelter for a large Dobsonian telescope, was this shelter. So it's I'll be talking. You can get more details on my website, which is the address is there, and these are the goals, the contents of the. So I'll be looking at the goals of the shelter, how I built it, and some of the issues that I've had with it. So the goal of the shelter is kind of described in this sketch, which I drew up before I started building it. And I said, what I want is something that protects the telescope, not the observer necessarily, but that protects the telescope. And in a normal roll-off roof, for example, you would have walls around it, and in a Newtonian or Dobsonian or ball scope in this case, telescope, the height of the scope when it's looking even at objects that are 30 degrees above is very low. So you would need really low walls, and that complicates things. So I said, just get rid of the walls. So I built this shelter. It can operate during cold winter nights, even in snowy environment. I'll show you a few pictures later. And one thing that I wanted is I wanted to eventually be able to disassemble and move it to another site. Should we move, or should I buy a property? I've always dreamt of having a property where I can do astronomy from a dark site. minimal obstruction of walls. I've mentioned that. I wanted AC power, and I wanted a desk where I could put my stuff, eyepiece boxes and charts and whatever. So the foundation and the floor, in order to be able to move it, I couldn't cast the cement and make a real big heavy floor. So I bought these landscape borders that you can buy. They're very inexpensive, and they're weigh about 90 pounds each. And I just made an assembly of these, and then I covered the interior between the two outer borders with pavers, just ordinary cheapo cement pavers that can be removed as well if I ever wanted to move this thing. And so I dug a short foundation, put some rocks and prepared the soil for it, and put it level and installed it. And you'll notice that there's some aluminum channels that go around the interior and that attach all of these together so that they won't separate easily. As a matter of fact, they won't separate at all, and they're held by stainless steel bolts. And I can, when I dig out this, if I want to move it, I just remove the dozen or so bolts that hold all of this together, and everything comes apart and can be moved to another location and reassembled. You'll notice towards the left, these two arrows point to these aluminum channels, aluminum tubes, square tubes, 2 by 2 inch tubes. When I put the pavers in, I wasn't quite wide enough, and I wondered, what am I going to put in there to fill that up? And these tubes, square tubes, happened to fit just perfectly, and it would turn out later that they would become extremely important in the future construction and use of the shelter, and I'll show you that a little later. So the shelter frame is made up of square aluminum tubing, 3 by 3 inch, 1/8 inch thick, and it's just a square of it. You can see it here on this image on the floor, and it's assembled with some reinforcement plates on the corners, and I screwed in some tapped and attached some round stock little aluminum shafts where the round tubing would fit in there, and then a bolt, and that's how the frame is assembled. And in this picture, you can see what the scope looks like. This picture was taken before I cut away. This was a little too high. At one point, I noticed it was a little too, not unnecessarily too high, and it wasn't necessarily a problem, except that my wife already thought this was ugly enough, and she said, "Can you make it a little lower?" And yeah, so I moved. I could move the scope down. I removed the eyepieces anyway, so there was another good 8 to 10 inch that I could cut away from that, and I did that. So on the outside, the shelter wall and the front and the back are, yes. Or the big chain that says Fido and don't come near. Yeah. My brothers say it looks like a Soviet style place where you'd go during a nuclear war or something, but it's been given all kinds of people say it's ugly. I say it's art and science, and it's very important. So this is a picture of my daughter. I was about 3 years old, just before this pool, which I used to swim in my youth, that my dad had set up in our backyard at home, was taken down. And I told them these pools at the time had aluminum walls that held the liner. And I said, they don't make them like that anymore. And I said, I want you to, when you take that down, you can throw away these reinforcement pylons, whatever. But I want to keep that skin. I'm going to make a domed observatory someday with that. And so I kept that for 30 or 40 years, and you can see the role of it down here. And eventually I wouldn't build a dome observatory. That wasn't really realistic. There wasn't enough material to make a reasonable sized dome anyway. This is a 24-foot pool. So I just decided to use it for this application. So this became the skin, just wrapped it around and put some metal roofing screws with the little rubber grommets in it, and that's how this thing was assembled. The locking system is very interesting and important because I wanted to protect the telescope not only from the weather but from any, any vandals or crooks or anyone who wanted to steal my telescope. So I designed this system. It's difficult to show in pictures, but I'll just show how the locking unlocking system works. So it's basically a conventional bolt, deadbolt locking system that you'd have in a house, except you can see the bolt is sticking out here. This is in the lock position. With an ordinary key, you unlock by removing the bolt, and this pin here, this 1-inch diameter knob, goes through the system and interacts with a pivoting system that locks to the base of where the cement pavers are. And so once this is removed, you can pull on it, and that activates the locking system, which you will see in a second. So this is how I lock it. And you can see here, this is the bottom of that locking system, and those 2x2-inch aluminum square tubes that I was mentioning, this is where they came in handy. One of the places where they came in handy. So I cut a slot, which you can see here, a large slot and a small slot. So when you pull that handle, the locking brackets move forward so they can go under the aluminum channel slot. And when you release them, there's a spring that brings them back the other way. And that locks the cover to the bottom of those square aluminum tubing. And to lock the tubing to the cement base, I have some locking plates, little locking plates that are screwed into the cement. And they attach here. And so when the cover is closed, if someone tries to pull the cover, they're held by these plates. And at the other end, there's another, there's the hinge, which also has a system which pushes inside that thing, those tubings as well. And there are gas springs that push down there. So basically the cover is locked on both sides. That's how the cover is locked. I have a video that I'll show you after the presentation where this is shown. Insulation, well, this insulation and ventilation, this I didn't want the telescope to become really, really hot during the summer because this is aluminum and it got really hot in there. So to slow down the heat transmission inside, I covered it with this, this pink insulation you use to insulate homes. They're rigid panels. I just cut them up, glued them to the inside, and that became the insulation enough to keep the temperature down. And I added these grills, which you see here front and back, to have some air circulation inside there, and that helps to keep the temperature down. The scope doesn't get too warm. The mirror doesn't get too warm, so when I open it up, any heat is released quickly. The cover hinges, so at the base of these 3x3-inch square base that I showed earlier, I attached these long plates that are, I think, about 18 inches long, and I have a bunch of 3/8-inch stainless steel bolts that bolt through that to the base. And that's one of the hinge plates. The other hinge plate, which is this one, is attached to the cement, one of the cement borders. And then I have a 1/2-inch bolt, which serves as the hinge pin for this, so that it can pivot up. And to help in lifting up, the cover weighs about 225 pounds, somewhere around there. And to help in lifting up, I added these gas springs. Today they're 180 pounds, but initially I only had 80 pounds, and it was kind of hard even then to lift it up. They were helping, but they weren't doing enough, so I increased that weight. I found some 180-pound gas springs at McMaster Carr, which did the trick. But one thing I hadn't realized is as I increased, I went with 80, then 120, and I said, let's go for 180. Went with 180 pounds, and what's the problem? What can go wrong? Well, what can go wrong is when this cover is closed, I have 180 pounds on each side, 360 pounds trying to lift everything up. And one of the things that happened is that the foundation blocks here started to lift. And so because these gas springs were pulling were pulling everything up with them, and so I had to add ballast on the outside. I don't have a picture of that, but last year I put them level again. At first I thought they were sinking in the ground, but no, it was the whole thing that was lifting. So I added 2 of these cement borders in the back, just suspended on what's left behind it. And that adds another 200 pounds to keep everything down on the ground. I'll show you this video afterwards, just in case it's complicated. I don't want the computer to crash again. We'll get back to the video. And so you can see the pneumatically assisted. I just want to go back and show this. As the gas spring pushes on this stopper here when I'm lifting it up, at some point it gets to the end of its run. It can't go further, but and I still need to push the cover open completely. So what I did is I slotted these 2x2-inch aluminum things that were supposed to be just used as fillers, and I placed the end of the gas spring in there with a little ball. And once it gets to the end of its extension, it's more or less balanced. It doesn't require much weight to keep pushing it. So I just said, okay, I'm just going to uncouple them. So when I get to the end, I start pushing on the cover manually, and these just slide back and get away from harm's way. Because what happens is if I had longer gas springs, for example, I could leave them sticking there, but I would trip over that all the time. But once it gets to the end of its length here, as you can see here, it's self-supporting. Then I push on the cover some more. The gas spring ends go back through the slot and make it less of likely to trip over them once it's open. I wanted a desk, and I didn't want to bring a table or whatever, so I incorporated in the open cover a desk, which you can see here in its stored position and then in its open position. So when I want to observe, I bring my eyepiece box, put it on the ground, unlock the thing, open it up, drop this desk, put whatever I need on their computer or eyepiece box or charts. And I've got a light, I've got power coming in from the ground, and I have a light that kind of surrounds one of these light LED red lights that surround the interior. So I've got all I need without having to carry the telescope and have to store it inside a house or a garage or anything. Electric power, so I put in a underground wire from the shed that I have in the backyard, which has power in it. So I've got one 110 volt 15 amp circuit that goes to the shelter. Again, another application for the rail, the east rail, is that it has one of the I want to bring power to the telescope because I have an electric drive that work off 110 volts. So I've added a wire that comes in here, plugs into I have a 4-prong, which you can see here. The power's coming in from underground, goes in this four outlet box, and I can plug up to 4 things in there. One of the things I plug up is this rail, and I split the outer portion of the cable of the power cable to just expose the black and white 110 volt wires that I glued to the sides. They go on to this plug here, which you can see here. And so they just go through there, and that doesn't prevent the gas spring from sliding in and out to do its thing as well. So that's how I bring power directly to the telescope. Everything is above ground, so if there's any water, it won't trip there's a whatever they call the protection circuit in these
GFI.
Yeah, GFI. So it happens sometimes that it trips. There's probably in the spring, especially there's some water, but so it does its job of protecting, but generally it doesn't. It's not a problem for that. Now, winter and summer issues that I've had. Now, you can see in Montreal, we get a lot of snow sometimes, not all the time. This is kind of worst case. And so I'll talk about the smallest issues. The summer issue is ants and spiders. In this shelter, because it closes fairly tightly, I don't get any mice or any little animals that go in there, but I do get ants and spiders. Spiders aren't really a problem, but ants are, because there's sand under this, there's sand on the outside, and it's warm in there. So the ants like in the spring to set up their nests or whatever it is on the surface here, and especially in that slot, not the back slot I found for some reason, but the front slot where the 2 little hooks lock the cover. They love to bring up sand in there and fill that up. And so what I have to do once in a while is I can remove easily these 2 side aluminum channels. So I designed it that way so that I can remove the gas springs, and I just lift the end here, lift it up, remove it, knock it on the ground to remove all the sand that the ants have created, replace the sand to make it flat again, and I put it back in. It takes about 2 to 3 minutes on each side, and then that's done. But the other problem that I have is when I open the cover, there's a lot of sand sticking to where the cover closes onto the cement borders. And what that does is when I open the cover, especially if I haven't used it for a month or 2 in the spring, especially, the ants will have covered all of that with sand, and when you open it up and it gets like really high, it falls all back onto the telescope. And so I have to kind of, if I see there's a lot of sand and a lot of ant eggs or whatever they are, I open it up maybe 20 degrees, 30 degrees, and I use a broom and I try to remove any sand from the part that's opening up so that it doesn't fall back on the telescope, because then it falls back on the mirror cover, and it gets everywhere. So that's one issue I've had in the summer. In the winter, the main problem I have is when I have snow like this, I will walk up to and I want to use the telescope. We do get some nice winter nights, cold winter nights. I've used this, by the way, at the -32. The scope works beautifully at -32, and if you dress well, you get some good nights, but it's you don't stay out that long. But I'll just use a shovel and shovel maybe 1 shovel width on each side, remove that snow on the top of the cover, and then I can open the cover. The cover always opens perfectly, but it doesn't close perfectly when there's a lot of ice around, because it's hard to see on this picture, but there's when you open it up, there's ice here that was attached to the side of the cover and attached to detached from this ice that was on the ground, and it falls back, little lumps of ice everywhere. And when you close the cover again, you can't get it to close completely and lock it. so I have to use a like a ice pick or whatever it's called, and break all of that up and use a broom and remove it so that I can close it again. One of the things that I've not tried but thought of recently is to use one of these hot air guns that we use like to melt pitch or something. Since I have power in there, I could plug that up, and after I open it up, and just melt this stuff away. It's just only on the sides that I have a problem, about 8 feet on each side. That's kind of an inconvenience. The other problem that I didn't realize, those insulation panels that I glued to the inside, I hadn't realized how heavy that snow is. And although there's a frame that holds everything together, after the first winter or 2 winters, I started finding tiles on the floor. And what happened is that the snow was putting pressure on the skin, it was moving it, and the things became unglued. So I re-glued them, put a steel mesh inside to hold them at least in contact, and that problem has disappeared. I think, yeah, I think that's the last slide. And what I'd like to do now is just show you a video, video presentation. Howard, you know how to do this, so we can show it?
Just click on it. Let's see.
Yeah, but will the people see it in?
Let's see what happens. I don't know.
Okay.
Hope for the best.
So folks, I'm showing a video for those of you out in Zoom land. I'm going to show a video of the, I don't know if you see that, but
No,
you're
no, we're not
watching
getting it.
Are you seeing it?
No,
No? Okay.
no.
We'll show it again in a second. It's only a 2-minute. I'll show it again in a second.
Mailbox.
It looks like a lot of things. So I push it open, move the scope out of the way. And I have a little clip to hold it. I just drop the desk and place whatever the eyepiece box, and if I have a computer or whatever, I bring that out. And then it shows what I do when I reverse.
You use a chair with that desk, or is this a standing?
No, it's just a standing desk. You couldn't sit in there.
Yeah.
So it flips in place. Store the scope again, just move it down. Some point it'll hold when the two gas springs engage, and then you have to really pull on it to bring it down, and you can see the locking system here locking. Okay. Now, how do we
Yeah, let me see what I can do.
yeah, we'll show it again, but for the full or
Yeah, for our online audience. I think we need to go to. Okay, where is the Zoom control?
There's on the right.
Share is on the right. Oh, that's a YouTube share. Yeah, that's not going to work for this. Okay, we'll stop that share. Okay, we'll get the video up as a share.
Oh, there it is.
No, it's Sterrett. This is Sterrett. I think it's Sterrett. Probably the same. That one else has a different shape. Bells is a trust of part of cone. Yeah.
Okay, you're all seeing that, I presume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so any questions or comments? Yeah.
I was wondering about those, presents, what do you call those gas cylinders?
Gas springs, I think they're called, yeah.
Jasper?
Gas springs,
Gas springs.
like they use for, in your car for lifting the,
They vary with temperature?
a little bit, but when it's really, really warm, I open the cover and I let it go and it'll open all the way to about 45 degrees when it gets to the end of the length of it. But in the winter, I have to give it a bit of a more of a shove. They vary a bit, but and they also vary. There's a hysteresis thing because when you close it, they're harder to close than they are to open. It's but 180 pounds for this cover is perfect. Any other comments, questions? You want to build one? Howard, it'd be great for your 30 inch.
Big mailbox.
Yeah.
You end up using the telescope more now that you have this built versus wheeling it out of a garage or?
Not that much because I prefer to go observe with this telescope outside of the city because we're in really light polluted city. But whenever I have folks at home that come visit and they want to look through the telescope, it takes 2 minutes and it's set up. And,
yeah.
But often I don't even reassemble. I store it there because I know that next week I'm putting it in the car and going somewhere else again. So yeah.
It must be nice to not have to store it in the garage.
It's fantastic. Not having to store that in the garage or the garden shed where you throw shovels and whatever that you put in there. There's no room for it in the garage. The car goes in the garage and the garden shed. I've got a garage door, so I could put it there, and it's fairly large, about 10 by 16 feet, but it's full. It's full of junk. So it's got its own house.
Any questions from you Zoomies out there? Any more here?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre.
Yeah, I got one. What do you do? How'd you fix the
Oh, there
ant?
you go.
I had to turn it on. How did you
Sorry?
fix the ant problem?
Oh, I haven't. I just looked at them. They're the boss out there, so I have to convince them to leave by removing those corners and just I replaced the sand with some. I had made the error of putting pool sand to support the pavers, and that was worse. I had different kind of ants. They were like really aggressive. And I replaced them with more like little rocks, and that's helped, but they still come around. They really love the warmth
sorry.
in the sun.
Yeah, that's we have problems with you name it in the Northwest here. Wood ants, you know about the wood ants, the earwigs. Yeah. Okay, well, good luck. Nice job.
But the nice thing about it is I don't have any well, because I live in Montreal area, and we have a lot of snow, and a lot of people build these roll-off shelters rather than a hinged shelter. Roll-off roofs, of course, are easier, are more practical to build because you have a bit of a wall structure, although they can get in the way. But this application for Montreal, for a place where there's lots of snow, is perfect because you can you can open it up, you can observe with it, and if if I were to roll it off like many people do, I would have snow in there to remove. It would be a very complicated thing in half of the year. Whereas with this, it's really, the snow is really not a problem, and it's practical to do it that way. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have no arguments? Oh, closing argument. Well, before we get to that, we have a choice. Because we had a couple of canceled presentations today due to sickness. We can either say, okay, we're done, we're done early. Or we could say, Howard could talk for 10 minutes and bore everybody, and then he can go home. Or there is an extra presentation I have in the can where I could show if you would be interested. If not, I won't be offended. I can save it for next year.
What is it?
My favorite sketches.
Yeah.
So, all in favor?
At 7 tomorrow evening, so.
Okay, so you're good. All right.
You got one vote for favorite sketches. Always, I mean, something light like that to end the conference, looking at your sketches anytime.
Okay, thank you, Akers. All right, so I'll go ahead and get that going, and then I'll bore everyone with 10 minutes of talking. This will not be a long presentation.
For doing this exercise, right? Yeah.
I am unpaid labor, and so you get what you pay for.
So we can double your wages.
Yeah, you can double my wages. That it? That's it. Okay. Okay. Because Richard Berry was a little unsure if he could present today, I just threw this together as an option in case we wanted to have it. So, this is only in the spirit of, what do we use our telescopes for? Well, this is what I use my telescope for. And these are my favorite sketches so far. And okay, what we see right there is M82, and I'll get to that in more detail later. These are the telescopes I've used through my astronomical career for sketching and observing. 3-inch f15 Tasco equatorial mount. That's me in our front yard. I'm probably about 12 years old there. And then I made my first telescope. That's an 8-inch f4 on an English modified yoke mount. And then on and on and on and on. And then over here is where I am today in here. This 8-inch f3.3. This telescope, by the way, this is a 12.5-inch f7.8. And it looks all nice and truss tubey here, but it started life as a real Dobsonian and a very long sonotube on found lumber mount, Dobsonian mount. And it worked beautifully, but boy, you couldn't take it anywhere. Okay, so that's that. Okay, this is my very first sketch. This is with that 8-inch f4. And Jupiter, 1973. You can see up here in the left-hand corner, September 2nd, 10:05 Mountain Daylight Time. Yeah, so I started off, and yeah, I was really interested in the planets when I was first getting into astronomy, and that 3-inch Tasco gave pretty good views. But you know, a 3-inch f15 lens doesn't guarantee it's a good lens. It just guarantees the chromatic aberration is pretty low. So these are sketches with my 8-inch again on Mars. This is much later. This is 1999. And yeah, I look at these now. I don't remember sketching these, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, I did. One of my first sketches of M51. But you know, I wasn't really sketching deep sky stuff for super accuracy like I do now. I was just kind of getting impressions. Now I like this slide because this is the 2019 Oregon Star Party. And this is me. I'm sitting at my 28-inch f4 and I'm sketching. You can see the reticle here, right there. I'm looking at M8. Which is, where's M8? Right about there. And I'm sketching that right there. And 2019 OSP was the best observing at an Oregon Star Party I can remember. The worst night for darkness was when my SQM read 21.82. That was the worst night. It was fabulous. So anyway, so this is my sketch. And I love this sketch because not only did it took me a long time it took me the whole Star Party to do this. And then this is after it's been cleaned up. I've scanned it. I've cleaned it up in GIMP, which is a free version of Photoshop. And that meant I can invert it and add color. You see the warm tone here in the brightest central area. Now that's what I saw. And right here, it kind of looks like, oh, wait a minute, there's a little darkling right there. This is, and this star right here is called Herschel 9. This is basically a celestial tornado. The top and bottom of this hourglass shaped thing are spinning around. Well, that's pretty cool. The Orion Nebula, also with my 28-inch. This took me several years to do simply because of the weather around here. You get a night here, a month later, you might get half a night, and you know, that could be it for that winter. So this just took a lot of persistence on my part. And this is the finished version. How's that show? Well, that looks pretty good up there on the main monitor. About a year and a half ago, I think it was Dan who sent me an email asking if I had seen this online presentation by this English professor. And he said, oh, she's using your sketch of the Orion Nebula. And she did. So I'm watching the video. And she is showing my sketch, this sketch of the Orion Nebula, next to John Herschel's sketch of the Orion Nebula that he made with his 18-inch f9 direct view telescope in the late 1820s. And she was making a big deal about how, you see how it looks like the trapezium stars are in a dark hollow, and how I sketched it that way and how Herschel sketched it that way. And she says, and that's how you know this is a real photograph from looking through a telescope, because that is an optical illusion. You don't see that in a photograph. And I thought, yeah, that's cool. M51. This is the sketch that started my semi-career of writing observing articles for Sky and Telescope. And you know, at the back of the magazine, if you've ever looked at it, they have an image gallery where people send in their photos. And then they have a little blurb, you know, if you send in your image and send it to this, you know, address. And I says, well, this is an image, I just drew it. You know, I didn't photograph it. So I sent it in, didn't hear anything. Months go by. And I get a email from Tony Flanders, one of their associate editors, asking if I'd be interested in submitting an observing article based on that sketch. Sure. Sure. So no guarantee they'll publish it, but just, you know, encourage me to put in a submission. Well, they liked it, and it was published. I think it was in the June 2011 issue, if I'm remembering right. So this is kind of, this has a soft place in my heart for that, but also because Craig's daughter, Craig Sterrett's daughter, this is about 2009. We're at the Hancock Field Station on Central Oregon at one of the RCA/OMSI star parties. And I have my 28-inch f4 pointed at M51. There's a partly cloudy sky, little puffy clouds here and there. But the view of M51 was the best I ever had in that 28-inch. I mean, it was just like everything was there. And Craig and his daughter, who was about what, how old? 29, 2009. She's 11. Well, they come wandering by and, oh, come take a look, because I'm going nuts at the top of the ladder. So she zips up to the top of the ladder, and then she's going even more nuts than I was. Oh my God, I can't believe what I'm seeing. And she comes back down and she looks at her dad, and this is all in the dark, of course. She says, Dad, you got to get one of these. I'm going to tell Mom it's okay. And he did. So this is the inverted vision. So that's more like a really solid, but I made this sketch based on what I saw that night, but I reconstructed it over the next 2 years, over about 7 different nights that were really good. Like one night I would see the dark lanes. The other night I could see the tidal spray the best. Another nights I could see these H2 and star forming regions the best. And I just kind of gradually pieced it back together from that one view that we had that one night.
You on some of these spiral arms, do you ever see the feathering texture to it?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know that it shows up on there, but I tried to sketch it like through here and here. Yeah, but it's there. Yeah. Yeah, it's real. And also it doesn't show up. So this spiral arm kind of comes out to about here before it really fades away. Oh, it shows up on the big monitor better than on my laptop. Okay, yes.
Talk about how many nights, but how many hours are you invested in?
In this one?
Like
Well, it varies. On the M51, it was about 7 hours all told, spread out over those 2 years.
But averages out to nothing.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, it's yeah, because to see a lot of these details took like 400 to 700 power.
Wow.
So that takes time. Okay, now another spiral galaxy, M33. I like this one because this is how I saw M33 in my 8-inch f3.3.
604 down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is NGC 604 here. This is from Chickahominy Reservoir at a night when it was really, really dark and very transparent. Chickahominy Reservoir is right off Highway 20, going east towards Burns from Bend. And yeah, you're about 200 yards off the highway, but it's this beautiful, wide open campground next to this big reservoir. Sometimes there's a lot of water in it, and sometimes there's no water in it. Depends on what time of year you go. But the skies are almost always fabulous. So this blew me away. Because when I looking at this view and I'm seeing those spiral arms, I was going, holy crap, how come this wasn't the first galaxy to be discovered to have a spiral structure? If I can see it in a little 8-inch telescope. Well, it's an 8-inch f3.3. Okay, 200 years ago, an 8-inch would have been an f10, f9, something like that. And that would be more difficult to see. Okay, now this is basically in the same night. This is what M33 looked like in a 30-inch. A lot more stuff. Again, this is NGC 604. You got all these H2 regions here. You got star forming regions. You can see some of the brightest stars in M33. An absolutely magnificent view.
Were you seeing the stars in 604?
Yes, but that takes high power.
Yeah.
That's like 700 and above. Yeah. Okay, the Cygnus loop. This is my largest sketch. The paper this is drawn on is basically 1 meter by 1 meter square. One of the tricks I've learned about sketching in high resolution is that I need to draw at a scale that's big enough to show the small details I've seen. And on this object, which is so big anyway, I needed this huge sheet of paper. It was such a great project because not only, like this is again from Chickahominy Reservoir, I not only was able to see all this wonderful detail, I got to see what I call the fourth veil, this area through here, which I had never really seen before. And when I was researching the object to write my article about it for S&T, I discovered that this part is expanding down towards us a little bit. The western veil is expanding up the image, but away from us a little bit. This part with Fleming's triangle, this is coming out towards us. And this fourth part right here, this fainter part, that is going away from us in terms of the sketch. So you can get a sense of the expansion of this thing. And finding that out was like that was just like the coolest thing ever. Yeah. And no, the professionals have not found any neutron star or black hole that is responsible for this yet. They can't find one, no. No, not yet. It could have just been kicked off somewhere, who knows? Yeah. Okay, and there's the inverted version. Oh, and one other thing. This little fuzzy spot here, that's called the southeastern knot. Now, the reason we can see the Veil Nebula as it is at all is that the supernova happened in a very dusty part of the galaxy. And the shock wave has hit all that dust and expanding into it, and it's making all that dust glow. This isn't the remains of the star. This is the interstellar gas and dust that was already there lighting up. And this little blivet here, the southeastern knot, that's just lighting up now. 100 years ago, it probably was invisible. or if it was, it's very, very faint. 100 years from now, it'll be brighter and larger as that shock wave goes through that bit of dust right now.
Isn't it really though the gas that we're seeing lit up? Oxygen, hydrogen?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Well, and dust as well, but it's mostly the gas. You're right.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Mhm. Okay. This is the Abel Galaxy Cluster 2065, also known as the Corona Borealis Galaxy Cluster. There are, if I remember right, there are 63 galaxies in this sketch, and they're all, and the brightest one is this one, and they're magnitude 15.6, I think. And there's a lot of these, like 17th magnitudes, a lot of 16. And so this took me like 2 summers to track down, because I got in a little bit of a competition unofficial competition with other people online saying, oh, well, I've seen blah, blah, blah number of galaxies in the Corona Borealis galaxy cluster. And somebody else, well, I've seen more than that. And somebody else will say, well, I've seen even more than that. So I wonder how many I could see. So as far as I know, excluding Jimmy Lowry with his 48-inch telescope in West Texas, I think I have the record. Okay, and this is the inverted version, more like how it appears. But this is many, many fields of view. This is probably 10 fields of view with a 28-inch. And when drawn on white paper with a pencil. Yep, yeah. And this, I think this is the galaxy cluster that inspired the term lumpy darkness. Because when I first get the telescope on this field, I mean, these galaxies don't pop out just like this on the drawing. It's just like the sky background is lumpy. It's bumpy. I think probably about 3 degrees. Yeah, something like that. And these galaxies are approximately 1 billion light years, light travel time.
Howard, you did use a finder chart to locate the fainter galaxies, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, and what I did was that I got a little sticky marker pointing to each one on my chart, so that as I saw each one of them, I would take off the sticky marker until I had seen all I could. That chart still has like 4 or 5 sticky markers on it. So.
And do you recall off the top of the head, what is the faintest in terms of magnitude that you saw?
Not precisely, but they're in the 17th magnitude range.
Okay. Okay.
And they're small, but they're very diffuse.
Uh-huh.
Which made them the most difficult. If they were small and more star-like, that would have been much easier. Yeah, as you know. Yeah. So okay, so this is the globular cluster M5. And I wrote minimum. Okay, why would I say minimum? Well, watch this star and watch this star. They're variable stars. And that is exactly the change you can see. These 2 stars are almost have the same period from minimum to maximum, but not quite. So sometimes they're in sync, but most of the time they're out of sync. It's like 26 to 28 days. Yeah, yeah. And yeah, they're Cepheid variables. And when it's at maximum, when both are at maximum, and you're looking at it and you go, what's going on? Where do those stars come from? It's really quite a sight to see. And in fact, after I first saw this, it was Tom Ossipowski showed it to me at Golden State Star Party. And said, this is too good not to follow throughout a full cycle. of these stars. So I did. And I just kind of made little sketches of how the stars were dimming and then brightening back up. It was a lot of fun.
Please tell me that you made the one grand sketch and then just edited those two stars over.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, but I will, because these stars are accurately played. Yeah, I took the time to do that because these two stars and this star form a nice little asteroid with this variable here. And then this little parallelogram here, that's the variable there. So if I'm going to draw those accurately, I might as well draw everything else accurately. So it took some care. And
Paper or something. I managed to get the positions of everything. There's a lot of stuff.
on this one, I was just really careful and took my time at the eyepiece. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? How do you keep a consistent scale? Because I could start this area and then by the time I get to the other side, whatever, it's like now.
Okay, good. So the question is, how do I keep a consistent scale through drawing something like this? And what I do is that I will at first draw all the brightest stars. Then I will go get a photograph offline, print it out. Oh, no, I'll get it online. I'll invert it so it looks like a negative. Then I'll print it out. Then I'll get a piece of paper and then I'll trace those bright stars that I've already seen in the correct orientation. Now I can add the fainter stars and have a lot better chance of keeping the scale proportionate. And that's essentially how I do all these sketches were pretty much done that way. Yeah, I could do this all day, but I won't.
Stars that change brightness in there as well.
There's more. Oh, there's a whole bunch of LL Lyra stars, RR Lyra stars.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can see those change too. Oh, I just have this one drawing, and like Rob said, he hoped I didn't, do two drawings. So I just, made the variables brighter on the same drawing. But when I follow throughout the cycle, I just drew, for this one, I just drew this asterism here and this asterism.
My question is, if you took all those frames, you could make that into a book.
I could, yeah. Yeah, I got other things to do.
What you have to do is that's the variables there.
Yeah, I'm sure it'd be real if I were properly motivated, I would do it, but I'm not. So what can I say?
So I'll add, this drawing is so good that it is on a plaque at Lowell Observatory.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Photographic evidence. Wow.
Yeah, they originally approached me about my M51 sketch. And I sent that to them and they were like, wow, that's really good. What else you got? So I sent them, the minimum and maximum of this one. So, wow, this is even better. We'll use this one. So.
Did you ask them if they had a telescope?
Oh, they have lots of telescopes. So. But this is where they have their public outreach observatory telescopes.
Plane waves with SiTech controllers.
Yeah, good. So again, I haven't forgotten about the planets. This is with my old 20-inch Obsession F5. And although we never have duplicated that night a perfect scene in OSP, the scene often is good enough for 600 to 800 power. Yeah, can't get to 5,000, but we can get it up there. And what I like about my Saturn sketches is that none of these were drawn using a template. These are all by eye, and it's really a iterative process because the ball of the planet is not a circle; it's an ellipse. The rings are ellipses, and getting the spacings right on either side of the planet of the rings. This is a really fun drawing challenge for me. Now, I should say at this point that before I got into sketching stuff through the telescope, I was sketching other things. I was sketching people and nature, and I was, yeah, okay. Okay, so I had, sketching experience. And that's why I've always stuck with white paper and a pencil, especially at the telescope, because I think Mel mentioned it earlier. He'd bring all of his drawing stuff out and it'd fall on the floor and just, you can't make a good drawing in the dark. You can make a sketch in the dark. And so, to draw this, I made a sketch, and then the next day I turned that sketch into this drawing. Yeah. This is my favorite Saturn sketch because this is by far the best view I've had of the Encke's division. And this is at a little over 1,000 power on September 8th, 1999. This was just as dawn was breaking. Saturn was on the meridian. It was at the top of the ecliptic. So it was as high up in the sky as it can get from here. And it was just like the atmosphere got out of the way. It was magical. Oh yes, and the comet SL9 impacts on Jupiter. This is with my 8-inch f4. I mean, they weren't challenged to see at all, but man, what a sight, because each night you can see they changed. And Mars, this is as close as Mars will ever be in our lifetimes. And so, just being able to get good views of it again from OSP was just a really great memory. Yes, I have. It's I didn't put it in here because it's just too spectacular. Okay, Comet Hail Bob. I mean, this looked like a sprinkler shooting out different waves of water. It was such a great sight. And my favorite sketch so far, M82. Now, why is this my favorite sketch? Well, first of all, M82, the cigar galaxy, as it's often called, neighbor of M81. Yeah, I've always enjoyed looking at it, but I never saw that much detail in it. I always saw the central dark lane. And then one fine morning on Steens Mountain in 2014, the atmosphere got out of the way. The scene just went perfect. The transparency was unbelievable. 7,400 foot altitude. And I saw this. Super star clusters. All these feathers, dark lanes, all of this stuff. And even some of the outflow. And this is just all looking in the eyepiece. This is probably, I think this is about 400 power, something like that. I could not get enough of it. I just kept looking and looking and looking and sketching and sketching and sketching. Because it's like, I'll probably never see this so well again. And that's my favorite sketch. Any questions? Yeah.
It's about the technique because it kind of reminds me of the lady taking portraits with charcoal,
Ah.
and she uses her finger to blend.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I usually use my little finger for blending.
Using charcoal.
Yeah. Not just pencil.
So on. I'm glad.
Not this particular pencil, but one very much like it. A mechanical pencil with an eraser on the end. I keep it as simple as I can at the eyepiece because, like I said, I'm just going to make a sketch at the eyepiece and then I'll make a finished drawing of it later.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. So like with M5, I'll take my original sketch, then I'll find an online image. I'll invert it in GIMP to make a negative image. And then I'll dot the brightest stars where they're really supposed to be. I'll draw the outline of the galaxy and then I'll fill in the details for my sketch.
Did you invert M82? Oh.
No, I did, but no, it's not on here. Sorry. Yeah, you can see the detail better than the original. And you can also see the grain of the paper through here really well. So you know that's a drawing. Yeah, and I use my fingers for smudging. Although I have since been turned on to a tip, instead of using my finger, get a tissue, like a Kleenex, fold it up so it's about, 2 inches square, and just use the corners for smudging. Works way better than when my finger does.
Go to the art store and get that tissue paper rolled up in a
Yeah.
nice little stick with a pointy end.
Yeah.
And blur with that.
Yeah, you
I forget
can-
what they call it. It's
Yeah.
so much. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kleenex is handier. Yeah, Dave. Now I use drawing vellum, which is a paper that has almost no grain to it at all, but enough grain to really hold the pencil lead. Because I've tried a different paper, I forget what it's called, that is totally smooth, and the lead just almost slides off.
Yeah.
It's too good. But it's yeah, I like this is drawn on a sheet of paper about what's that, about 2 feet by 18 inches. So the actual drawing is probably about 1 foot long. Again, drawing at a scale big enough to capture these fine details.
Yeah, with that paper, if you need more resolution, you just use a bigger sheet of paper and
Yeah.
the grain, it almost looks like pixels, that
Yeah, it
paper.
does, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it's woven. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay.
So.
Oh, yes, Dave.
Exactly is your process where you're at the dice sheets? I mean, like, how are you holding it? And how often are you going back and forth? What's that short?
Okay, at the eyepiece. Have my red flashlight with a lanyard around my neck. Okay. And I have my notebook or a big clipboard with a piece of white paper clipped to it, depending on the scale I need to draw at, the sketch at. And yeah, look in the eyepiece. I close my non-observing eye. I just always have. It's not an eye strain thing for me. I can look, I do that all night long. No problem. So I'm looking in the eyepiece, non-observing eye closed. And okay, I see some details. Then I close my observing eye, turn on my red flashlight, get it at the right brightness, stick it in my mouth, and then I draw what I just seen. Okay, then I repeat that process as many times as needed. So by the time I've got as much sketching as I want to do, my flashlight is a slobbery mess. And sometimes I have to wipe it off because it could drip on the paper. I hate headlamps. I absolutely hate headlamps. Any lamp that naturally faces out at somebody that you're talking to at a star party, it's just like, ah. Yeah, so that's me. A lot of people love them, so.
So Howard, I have a certain friend who epoxied a little flat plate on it. Back down on it.
Oh, see, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I use a little gooseneck lamp, but I clip.
Oh,
it
yeah,
with a
yeah,
sketchbook.
yeah.
They sell them on Amazon that have red lights and then.
Oh, they come with red lights now.
Yeah, it's like chargeable.
Okay, well, that's what I really need.
Yeah, it's difficult, but it's still too bright, so I put a couple layers of red gaffer's tape on it to get it reasonable.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's what I need. Yeah, because I'm sure I'm not doing my teeth any favor by holding that in my teeth all night.
What was
Yeah.
that? I couldn't hear it on Zoom.
Oh, what was there's a flexible neck flashlight you can clip to your notebook that comes with a red light.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Got it.
And I didn't,
I've seen
I've seen those before where they all have white lights and they're just way too bright, even when I put red cellophane and whatever over the top. I've even tried using red nail polish. But if it's already red, it'd be a lot easier to dim that way. Yeah. So that was a conversation.
Okay,
That'd
thank
be a
you.
lot better than holding the flashlight in my teeth. Oh, okay.
So,
All right. If you could send that link,
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
think they
sure.
can see that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just seeing the, yeah. Okay, so. Any more comments, questions? Comments, questions out there?
Centerfold, I guess that was M33.
It wasn't, yeah, it wasn't a centerfold per se, but yeah. I mean, it's good for family consumption. Well, thanks. Yeah, it was awesome to see live, I'll tell you. It was, because I mean, that was an object where it was just right there. Didn't have to work hard to see it.
As always, I talk to you about sketching and I am so motivated to go out there and start sketching again. And it's just, I've got all the kit and everything ready to go.
Yeah, just keep it simple at the eyepiece though.
Keep it simple at the eyepiece.
Paper and pencil.
That's what that's the new thing I'm hearing this year.
Or, the electronic tablets, the tablets with the drawing programs on them. They're becoming more popular, but you have to learn to use them.
Yeah, and you have to deal with managing your night vision with those things.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Would you say that as for someone who's never sketched at the eyepiece, is there a preparation of sketching, of taking lessons, or would that be a good preparation? Because you can't just arrive at the eyepiece and say, I'm going to start sketching. Well, you can, but
Yeah. Okay. So the question
is there a preparation that follow? Are there sketching book practice show how to sketch anything?
Yeah. So the question is there a good way to prepare to learn how to sketch before jumping in front of the eyepiece of your telescope to start sketching astronomical objects? And yes, there are a zillion publications about sketching. There are a number of YouTube videos online about sketching astronomical objects. In fact, last year we had a presentation by Cindy Cratch, who went through exactly that. So it's, like I said earlier, I came to astronomical sketching already being a sketcher. No, I wasn't an artist, but I was one of those kids in class in elementary, junior high, and high school who was so easily bored by the teachers. So I was always doodling in my notebook. And that's how I taught myself how to sketch. I don't recommend that. Study hard, pay attention to your teachers, kids. It's simply a fluke I turned out to be okay. But yeah, it's like anything else, it's practice. I would suggest, once you get, watch a few videos, maybe buy a book about sketching. For astronomical sketching, find a fairly undetailed, fairly blah-looking astronomical photo online and practice sketching that during the day. Just just to kind of get a feel for what it takes to get your impression down. And okay, and you can say, oh, this is my sketch of whatever. And then you can recognize it. Yeah. And just practice.
Kind of rebut some of what you said, sort of, in that, yeah, there's all these resources you can go to and they're overwhelming, right? It's an overwhelming amount of information out there on how to sketch anything. And furthermore, I know this to be true, that a great many artists, a great many writers look at the blank page and go, oh shit. They get writer's block or they get artist block, or they are just simply afraid to even start. Look at that clean white paper. I don't want to ruin it. I know this from my own experience. And so, just do it is actually a thing in sketching. You drop your, it's learning how to not be afraid of making a mark on the paper. And also like the simple thing. Yeah. Well, I think one of the hardest things to do for me is get the relationships of the stars right. Yeah. You just cut right to the solution.
I know some people think that's cheating. I don't care. I want to draw what I see, and what I see is in the correct orientation.
And that is, you just eliminated one of my biggest fears of sketching anything.
Yeah. So
come prepared.
Do the entire picture and then say, I drew that.
Well.
okay, so the veil.
Had us down because we were doing, I think, dark roll. Also, well, pencil maybe. And she had us, we spent a month of class time drawing an egg.
Yeah, yeah.
Pierre tried.
Oh yeah, yeah. Draw a good egg. That's not so easy.
Think an egg doesn't have any details on it. I think again, get the light right on an egg. There's all this texture.
Oh yeah.
Pattern.
Oh yeah.
You got to cheat. We had to get that egg to where it looked like that photograph of an egg.
Yeah. Yeah. That is great practice for sketching.
Yeah, for something like this.
Yeah.
Man, that's like.
Absolutely.
Make an egg look like an egg.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, another tip. Okay, I got a zillion stars in my drawing here of the, I call it the Cygnus loop. I don't call it the Veil Nebula anymore after doing this sketch. Because like there it all is. It's a loop. You know, and you got the southern blowout region here. This is turned on its side. This is south and this is north. And what I did to be able to put all these stars in here is that I just picked an area. I think I picked this area right here. And at the eyepiece, I drew every star I could possibly see, faint down to the faintest ones. And then, you know, when I had the photograph that I was, you know, going to trace to put everything in the right orientation, I just said, okay, so I got an accurate idea of what all the stars I can see in this area, and I just extrapolated it out to the rest. So, you know, what the stars that were in the photograph that showed up here in my sketch, I just extrapolated them out everywhere else. Saves a ton of time. I don't want to be sitting at the eyepiece dotting stars way out over here, way over here. No, thank you. My main idea is to show what I saw, and the main star of the sketch is the nebulosity. Now, the most important thing I can say about sketching, this isn't about art. This is about making visual notes about what you saw. If you have some talent for sketching, all the better. But this isn't something you have to show anybody else. I've become real good at it because I've done it a lot for 52 years. I would hope I got good at it after 52 years. But if you're starting out, you don't have to show your sketches to anybody. You know, it's your private stuff. You're just learning how to do it. You're learning how to represent what you saw in the eyepiece of your telescope and transferring that to paper or whatever other medium you want to use. So just remember, it's not about art. It's not about being artistic or anything like that. You know, if you look at some historical sketches, you know, some of Charles Messier sketches or William Herschel sketches, they're nothing to write home about, most of them. So now John Herschel, that's another story. He was really good. Okay, so that's I think that's all I need to say. Yeah.
So on the topic of stars, what about the M5 globular, the actual stars in the globular cluster? Do you have any tips for how you do that?
Same thing. Same thing. But here, at the eyepiece, I drew all these stars. The outer stars I took from photograph.
So the globular you do focus on.
Yeah.
The stars.
Oh yeah. Because one thing that doesn't show in this scan, well, maybe it shows up there on the big monitor, and maybe it does on everyone's monitor out in Zoom land. was that there's a lot, I mean, the globular is resolved to the core. It's just full of stars. And yeah, on my laptop screen here, it just shows that they're all washed out. So the smaller the area you can find your attention to for dotting stars while you're at the eyepiece, the more you'll be able to be accurate. The further away you get is when distortions start to creep in.
On this sketch, about what gray level does it just become you just randomly dotting in stars to kind of get the
Here, I'll show you my first rough go at drawing a globular. And I'm sorry you guys on Zoom can't see this. But you know, I just put down some lead, just kind of get a somewhat oblong circular fashion, smear it around, draw the brightest stars. I'm not worried about making them circular. So that's how I start. I mean, that's not a piece of art. I'm just trying to record what I see. And I don't know, does that come through? Can you guys see that? Yeah, I have to end the PowerPoint for that to work. Yeah. So, yeah.
And
I think it's a third of an arc second. Okay, so I'm going to get out of this. Stop share. There we go. Okay, so this is a little demo I was making of how I start a sketch of a globular cluster. Like I was saying, it's not any attempt to be artistic. I'm just trying to represent where the stars are and the relative brightness to each other. The stars aren't even round, they're all short little lines. You know, this is in the dark. This could be at 2 a.m. I'm tired. So it doesn't pay to try to be perfectly accurate at the eyepiece. It just doesn't, at least not in my experience. Okay, so if there are no further questions, there's just a few things I want to do to wrap up this year's workshop. First of all, thank you all for attending. You know, it's always gratifying to see people actually come and be interested and to fly halfway across the continent to join us and to join us from Australia via Zoom and from Europe. And I mean, that's just fabulous. I mean, this has turned into something well beyond what I ever imagined that it could be. And I've been doing this for maybe 15 years. Dr. Russ Janae, he gave our first talk on Friday night. He started this. And for the first few years, he ran it. And then he asked me to take it over. And I couldn't have been more surprised. So really? Okay. And so I did. And, you know, how he started it gradually transformed into what we have now. Mel joined me as co-chair a couple years ago, and he's been instrumental in finding more and more varied speakers, which has been great. And now I'm very pleased to say I'm done. This is my last year as being the co-chair and moderator and Zoom host. And there are several reasons. The most important reason is that 15 years is a long time for one person to do something like this. I'm old school now. We need more new school people to run this. And so that's what we're doing starting next year. Rob Brown here will be he'll take my role. And Robert Azumendi, thank you. He will be co-chair with Rob. So I think we should call them the two Robs. If you're familiar with the movie Office Space, that would be funny. So so I'm very pleased with this, as is Mel. Because this is the longest running astronomical telescope conference / workshop going right now. And it's only been going for about 20 years. So even though this is the 18th version, there were 2 years when we didn't do it. One was the first year of COVID, and the other year was some reason I don't remember. So I'm very, very proud of what I've been able to do with it, but it's time to step aside for a new, fresher group of people, bring new perspectives, new people to talk. And I couldn't be more excited for the next 15 years, or however long you guys want to do it for. Maybe not that long. A couple of years anyway, yeah. And one of the things that Robert told me this morning is that he thought we should change the name from the Altaz Workshop to the Oregon Telescope Convention, OTC. And I thought that was brilliant. It's like, why didn't I think of that? That's what it is. You know, Russ started this off, and he had the idea that we should look at the professional mountaintop telescopes and look at the technologies they have and try to figure out ways to bring their technologies down to the small institution, like small college level, and for amateurs. Okay, that was exciting, and it produced some really great results. Direct drive, meniscus mirrors. I mean, those are two pretty awesome accomplishments right there. So, but now, you know, I think we're evolving away from that, although we're not divorcing ourselves from that entirely. It's just time to move forward. And so, yeah. Is there anything you want to say, Rob?
Well, thank you. I'm honored. And I got some very, very big.
Yeah, hi. Well, thank you. I'm honored. I've got some very, very big shoes to fill, and not just because I'm only 5.5 feet tall and you're 6.5 feet tall. You know, I think it's very evident that we've taken a new tack in the last couple of years, and it's the right thing to do. You're seeing instead of you know, the technology they're putting on Mauna Kea coming our way, it's a lot more grassroots. We see the 3D printing and the collaboration of astrophotographers. How do you go find an observing site? I didn't think I was going to get anything out of that, honestly, but guess what? Oh boy, did I ever. And in fact, Emil and I were talking in the back room. He was like, you know, there's this place out by Larch Mountain that I'm thinking might make a good observing site. I'm like, well, did you go to the talk? He didn't, but he'll get it on YouTube, and we're going to go check it out. So yeah. It does feel like it's a very deliberate thing that this group has been doing to move in a new direction as we evolve, and let's keep it up. You know, I'm very, very happy that Robert Asamendi said yes. I was a little nervous there last night, but he's gonna be.
Before you knew about him.
Yeah. And yeah, I did say yes before I knew about him, but I also thought I was going to have Mel. And then, yeah.
I should mention.
Yes, you should.
That Mel and I will remain as senior advisors. And so we're not just going away. We're still coming. We're still part of this. And if these two new young whippersnappers need any help, that we're happy to do so. So yeah, so we're not going away. I like the Senior Advisory Council, even though it's only 2 of us. It sounds pretty
well.
fancy.
And I'm not young. I'm 61, and I don't think of myself as one of these young up and comers. I'm fairly new to the group, having I started hanging around you guys in 2018 or something. But you know, I'm looking at Robert Asamendi as more young, as a younger person, but still not really a young person. And then there's Jonathan Kissner and who's the guy in Tucson?
Zane.
Zane. You know, those guys are far more in tune with what the younger generation is interested in and may have far different ideas than we do. And by the time they're our age, we'll have, I'm sure, made a huge impact, probably far bigger than we've made. I don't know. I mean, look at they're doing at their age what we're just now getting excited about doing at our age. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
where's that going to go?
That's the exciting part.
Yeah, that's the exciting part. So I'm very glad you guys are sticking around. We're going to need help just finding the right people to do these talks. And but then I think our job, certainly mine, will be to continue to look for the next generation of people to lead this thing. I don't want to do it for 15 years. That's for sure.
No, I'm 70.
Yep.
And so I think that definitely puts me in the old part category. And and that's why it's time to move on.
Yeah.
But I think the most important thing is not age as much as it is your thinking process.
Mhm.
And what I like about the combination of you and Robert is that Robert he's kind of like a jazz band going on in his head, and you're more like a symphony.
Mm.
And so that combination should produce some really interesting results.
Well, you should hear the chaos between my ears.
Oh, yeah, don't we all? Yeah.
Okay.
None of us are Vulcan.
Well, thank you. And you know, let's meet again next year and make this thing just as good as it can be for next year.
Anyone out there, you have ideas, let Rob know.
And Robert.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you send your ideas to me, I'll forward it to them and say thank you very much.
Yeah. All righty.
Okay. And that's a wrap on 2025 iPad Workshop. Thank you all for tuning in, and see you next year.